And good morning, everyone. It is the strategic meeting for January 20th, 2025. Anyways, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act 41. I'll call the meeting to order at 9:01. We have an agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Okay, Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? Then that's carried. We have item 3.1 is the strategic meeting or strategic planning council committee of a whole for December 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th minutes. Any errors or omissions? If not, looking for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Lougheed. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to item 4.1, Caroline Trail Development. And I'll pass the floor over to Director Martinson to bring background, please.
Morning, committee. During the budget deliberations late last year, the Strategic Planning Committee had some discussions around wanting a little bit more information brought back to this committee regarding some community planning for trails in the community of Caroline, now the hamlet of Caroline, as well as just bringing back some of the information that had already been kind of compiled and already existed within some of the statutory documents of the old village of Caroline, as far as their MDP and their intermunicipal development plan as it relates to trails. And so we have compiled that information here this morning for the Strategic Planning Committee. Council did receive a presentation from an informal group of Caroline community folks. They gave council a pretty thorough presentation that we've attached, but some of the features of that proposal for trails in Caroline included the development of a non-motorized asphalt surface trail that could facilitate multi-users during multi-seasons, call it 4 seasons, maybe not this morning, but you know, regularly this winter would have been a good trail winter. Take today off, but we could be back going tomorrow, they tell us. The trail was designed in a way that would loop around the hamlet and included in our Southeast Rec Grounds associated with the arena and the hub. The design or the conceptual design that was put in front of you would have connections within the hamlet sidewalk network, which would essentially take you anywhere in the hamlet that the sidewalks go, and that includes the Edna Top and Little Green Park, 2 nice little parks in the hamlet. Potential connections with the municipal campground to the east of town that houses the Wheels of Time Museum would have also or would also fit within the proposal. Access to all recreation amenities within the Southeast Rec Grounds, including a potential future dog park that the Caroline Ag Society has been considering, and what we understand is a bit of a need in Caroline. You know, our group will be taking over the work on administering the dog bylaw, and you know, part of managing a lot of issues in dogs is having a place that they can go burn that energy off and have a place outside of you know, the bustling commercial or residential parts, you know, and so that far south side of the Southeast Rec Grounds would be a great spot for that, and the Caroline Ag Society is kind of earmarked an acre or two, you know, for that. We got lots of ground there. And then, of course, also potential access to the Caroline School, which is, you know, located right in there, and you know, already, you know, a great partnership there, and you know, expanding that partnership, you know, as we speak with the legislative JUPAs that we're negotiating with the school division, that'll come to council here, you know, over the next 6 months. So yeah, those are kind of the features of what was being proposed. The trail, as I mentioned before, you know, is supported and recognized within the old Caroline Municipal Development Plan, as well as the old Caroline County Intermunicipal Development Plan. So it's not something necessarily new, but it's certainly, you know, newly talked about over the last year. And I think, you know, the timing is appropriate to start having, you know, this thought. And, you know, I think council would probably recognize that we've been having a lot of discussions about trails around this table with the committee and council. And so this is just another example of the direction that I think our community's heading in, where trails are desirable. They're, I think, good value for recreation amenities as far as the cost to develop, but also the demographic that we hit. You know, they're newborn to the other end of that spectrum. Anybody can enjoy a trail and use a trail. They're, you know, they're amenities that are used by families or individuals or everybody in between there. And for the most part, they are usable in 4 seasons, which is nice to see. So I think from an administration's perspective, we see the next steps, including, you know, getting some more formal discussions going with the Caroline Ag Society as far as the use and development of the Southeast Rec Grounds, as well as where we're at with the concept of that dog park, to make sure that this potential development complements that development, and certainly they're informed by each other, as well as continuing to discuss these plans with, you know, with any other key stakeholders that you know, that we need to talk to, including that informal group that came and presented to council. And yeah, I think that's all that I had to present today. And you know, we plan on bringing more information back to the committee or council when we've got that gathered up.
Okay, thank you for the background. Any questions or comments from the council? Go ahead, Councillor Melhall.
Thank you, Eve. I'm actually going to start with a procedural one. This is based on a motion from a previous strategic planning committee meeting that this was brought to this strategic planning committee. I thought all motions of the old municipality died. So did we not then have to re-motion to have this brought back to the strategic planning committee meeting? Like, I just want to make sure that we're fully on side, that Linda's not going to get mad.
Okay. CO Emmons.
Thank you, and you're absolutely correct, Councilor Malhab. With strategic planning, because it's a recommendation to council, this will be coming forward anyway, so the continuation of still falls within process, because it's simply just a recommendation going forward.
Okay, perfect. Like, I'm definitely team doing this. I believe I made the motion to bring it to strategic planning because I think that trails are important. In fact, I think that I just read a study this weekend actually that if you walk 20 minutes, minimum 3 times a week, that it can reduce the issues that you're gonna have later in life by up to 30%. And that's just adding 20 minutes 3 times a week. Like, so the impacts on our healthcare system, Deputy Reeve Cermak and I went to a rec conference here a few months ago, and they actually, and I was trying to pull up the numbers on my notes, but they equated the amount of value that you put into rec and pulling a budget number out of the healthcare system and putting into rec actually reduces the overall budget required for the healthcare system because of the increased activity that you are gaining by putting money into your rec system. So there's a lot of value in doing that, and with Caroline being such I'm going to call it a rural community because I believe that Caroline has the rural values that we all hold dear. They also think that being outside and getting out there and getting active is important. So I absolutely think that this is a very important thing for us to go forward on.
I have also another question in kind of the same lines as far as procedure too. So since we've amalgamated, we have announced, is the IDP and the MDP of Caroline null and void, or where do those two statutory documents lie going forward this year? CO Emmons?
Thank you. So with amalgamation, those statutory documents still exist. However, of course, no other hamlet has an MDP. They are not a standalone municipality anymore. So through the planning process, they will change and be adopted. The MDP for the former Village of Caroline will make a great template, a launching off platform for an area structure plan. The IDP then will identify how that community can grow into the future and expand into past its current hamlet boundaries. So definitely not wasted work. They will be renamed because they are no longer a standalone municipality. We're one.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. With the Caroline Ag Society as a partner, would this qualify for the provincial active community grants, this project?
Director Martinson?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. It's possible. Yeah, we haven't really had enough opportunity to engage the Caroline Ag Society to see where they, where they believe they fit in this, but and they do not own the land that this trail would be developed on. Now the county's always owned the Southeast Rec Grounds, and now any village lands that this would go on, the county owns, and then of course the industrial subdivision land the county owns. So we would have to check the eligibility of that grant. So assuming that we did get that partnership together and the Caroline Ag Society had the capacity and desire to be applying for that grant, I would have to check to see if it would be eligible because it's municipal owned land. So I think that's a great avenue to check on, and that's some of the things that we will be investigating, before we come to council and make a proposal as far as how to fund this project and whether this project should go through and whether the alignment is, correct. There's some back end work to be done before that happens, and certainly that's one of them. Understanding what we would be eligible for grants and who can do it and who's going to be the managing partner and all those fun things is what we plan on doing here for the next little while before we come back with a more solid proposal. We just wanted to really dip a toe in and see are we still heading in this direction now that the dust of amalgamation is settled and we can speak for the hamlet and the county in one room here. And so appreciate that recommendation there, and we will have more information along those lines when the time comes, if that's the direction we want to head in.
Okay. Councillor Gibson?
I would really like to have the walking trails put in because I do know the benefit of them. Is there any land that the county does not own that we have to get approval for?
Based on the alignment that we see with the looping around. We are, for the most part, the owners of the land. Now, if, you know, there is some potential connections and things that we may not, and I think we will, you know, investigate those, but for the most part, or not for the most part, the big loop around that was presented is either owned by the village, old village, or now by the county. And so to answer the question, no, we own all the land that we're being proposed here. There is potential for some consideration around adding some sidewalks. So from the trailer park down to the four-way on the east side of the road there. I know it as the county's Caroline North Road, but I believe that is, not sure the street name there. 6-3 would be the way we describe it. It might be nice to consider a sidewalk there to bring the trail up to that four-way. Despite, you know, beyond this trail, we know there's kids coming out of that mobile home park that come to school. They're walking down the side of their street right now. And that would be kind of the only glaring void, you know, that would make this trail / sidewalk network really connect into everything that should be connected, you know, when it comes to schoolyards, parks, rec areas, businesses. You know, I think that's something that we'll have a discussion with as Public Works is busy reviewing plans and understanding, you know, what work needs to be done. That could be a minor addition, you know, to a larger road and deep servicing project. Could be potential for needing to acquire room there. I'm not sure. We haven't looked at it and seen what size of a right of way we have, but that's, you know, that's really the only location that I could think off the top of my head that might need a little more bolstering as far as access to land or space. Otherwise, I believe, you know, we're in fairly good shape. We own the industrial area. We own the Southeast Rec Grounds. The village obviously owns all the sidewalk areas and things like that. So I think it, you know, it could be fairly straightforward to get that alignment kind of locked in and potentially develop it.
Thank you.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Ratcliffe brings up, again, another awesome point that was brought up when Deputy Reeve Cermak and I went to the rec conference, is that many municipalities are trying to partner with societies or not-for-profits so that they can get access to some of these grants that only those groups have access to the point where some have actually hired somebody on staff to help these not-for-profits apply for the grants, because they can be burdensome and a lot of government paperwork, et cetera, that municipalities are able to fill out and do very well with, but these not-for-profits aren't able to. So there's been a lot of municipalities that have partnered with these not-for-profits in order to achieve that. So I truly hope that we can do something similar with the Caroline Ag Society. And I point at Deputy Reeve Cermak because he's on the Caroline Ag Society as well. So I hope that we can achieve that. If it pleases the council, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we receive this for information and we direct administration to develop a plan that includes public consultation on the implementation of a trail system within the hamlet of Caroline.
Motion on the floor. Discussion regards the motion. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Maybe not so much in regards to the motion, but at the last council meeting, we saw the Caroline Capital Plan of work that needs to be done and prioritized. I assume there would be some synergies in this trail development with that project. So am I correct in anticipating that this would be included in that work?
There was
some
some trail work, included in there, sort of, capital information. Not quite sure the extent and details around that, but yeah, to answer the question, I do believe there is some, synergies for sure. I know there's been some discussions about improvements to the unsurfaced trail from the commercial area of the village on the east side to the municipal campground. There is a summer use trail, if I can describe it that way, that certainly supports campers coming over to the GTI and grabbing a Slurpee or popping into the hardware store to get a part for the RV. Might be nice to, that's a fabulous venue over there. They have some internal trails that could be connected in here. The Wheels of Time Museum, in conjunction with the municipal campground, have done a fair bit in the last couple of years of developing those internal trails over there, and it would be nice to connect in and maybe drive some out of season visitors to that museum. It's beautiful there. If you haven't visited the Wheels of Time Museum, you should. The effort that they've done, even recently to work with us and move the Cheddarville Church is phenomenal. A really nice asset that's going to be preserved for perpetuity there. So that is something that was in the Caroline plans. And so I think this overarching plan does complement that nicely and could consider that as an important component. There's also phases, and I think to Councillor Melhaff's motion, glad to hear that some consultation there, because I think understanding how the community would like to see us potentially phase this, what other interconnections there could be, what's the status of, if you noticed in the municipal development plan documents, there was some future or some historical work done to possibly take a trail out west of town. Is that still relevant? I wasn't a part of that. I'm not sure, what the thoughts around that was. Is that still relevant, or would we rather go east, or do we want to do both and call it phase 1, 2, and 3? What about south? The North Raven is a beautiful watershed, internationally recognized fishery. Is that a phase that might want to go in? There's several options that we could consider, and I think some public consultation could help us not only focus, the initial plan, but also better understand future phases, that should be considered and may not need to be built, in the near future, but could be in the medium term or long term.
Thank you. Councillor Lahi?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I will be supporting the motion before us, especially the public participation component of that. I know that the town of Rocky Mountain House recently invested in upgrading their park or their trail system as well, and I think from the feedback I've heard, it would have been even more successful if there would have been a greater public participation component. So I think that's very important here.
So motion on the floor. Does anybody need it reread, or we're good? Seeing some head nods. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to planning and emergency services. Item 5.1 is the safety codes discipline accreditation. And Ms. Haggard will be joining us. Director Haggard, sorry. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, Reeve, members of
Morning,
council.
yes, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll start with the staff recommendation. As council will recall, or the safety codes discipline accreditation discussion came up last year. And the Strategic Planning Committee will likely remember that we had a motion and met for a workshop. And so staff's bringing the item back so that we can get further direction from the committee to determine how we move forward. So recommendations from staff include that the Strategic Planning Committee could direct administration related to a preferred option for safety codes accreditation. There's a few different motions that are noted there for the committee's consideration, should they choose, or any other motion of their choosing. So I'll get into the background. I won't read those motions. We can do that towards the end. And council at their regular meeting made the motion to prepare a report for the Strategic Planning Committee on the benefits and costs of being accredited. On May 10th, we had a workshop which council attended, and as part of that workshop, we talked about fire safety code accreditation, the quality management plan, land use planning legislation, the county's permitting processes as they exist currently, the planning department stats for the year previous, a brief scan of municipal neighbors to see who's accredited or non-accredited for certain safety code disciplines. And we also had a representative from the Alberta Safety Codes Council on hand to answer some of those more specific questions the councillors may have had. We chatted about the pros and cons of accreditation and options for municipal access to building codes and other discipline records for municipal purposes if we chose to go that route. The pros of accreditation discussed included being better coordination of records related to development and building construction, which is probably the biggest plus in terms of the argument for becoming accredited for other safety codes disciplines. Awareness of compliance matters for other municipal service levels, such as the short-term rental license process we have. We only have records for things that people provide us, and safety codes doesn't keep records back beyond a certain point in time. So we can't guarantee with the license that those safety codes disciplines have been met in other permitting processes, other than a waiver that says they swear that they have been, which isn't ideal. And option for a lower fee structure. So the fees would then be set by the municipality versus set by the Provincial Safety Codes Council. We could choose to keep them the same as well, of course. Cons of accreditation included additional training requirements for planning staff related to the accreditation, depending on where we go with that. Potential for costs related to enforcement follow through if we have to go to an order and have legal representation. That would be a one-off scenario. I would imagine most people are compliant through enforcement processes we've discovered. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time, but we don't always have to go the legal route. That would be the more extreme cases where we'd need an injunction to for safety of whatever thing or reason. And then the responsibility for non-compliant property enforcement. And of course, there's some expectation management from the public as well if we're the one that they're calling versus the province. So administration, having all that information and background last year, we're looking to provide, have the committee provide further input on some of the options that are laid out, and I may not have captured what the committee's thinking, but I tried to give a few options so that they're there for your consideration. So remain status quo for safety code service level, remain fire safety codes accredited only through that QMP we talked about. That's updated from time to time, and that will need to be updated because right now it's Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline. Eventually an updated version will come to this, to council for approval and submission back to safety codes with just Clearwater County's name. And so we have that monitoring and compliance for those through request, complaint, or concern. And we could remain building and other safety codes discipline non-accredited, leaving administration of those permits, monitoring and compliance through the authorized agencies of the Safety Codes Authority. And I had a link within the agenda item that you click on. That's the list of the authorized agents for non-accredited municipalities. And that's on behalf of the Alberta Safety Codes Council or the province. That's option one, stay status quo for service level. Option two, we could add one or more safety codes disciplines to the municipal service level at the committee's discretion. And then I outlaid the steps that we'd have to apply for that accreditation, develop a records management process. We do a little bit of training for our planning staff, probably to the basic safety codes level, unless we go in-house for administration of the disciplines. Utilizing a third-party contracted service for the administration of building codes, for instance, permitting and monitoring and compliance would probably be the staff recommendation if we're going to go with enhanced service level. That would be the easiest, at least to start with. And if not, I put an alternate, we'd have to hire and train somebody new to administer those safety codes disciplines. And then, of course, there'd be operating budget approvals that would be required, whether we go in-house or using a third party. We prepare a budget for that as appropriate. I will say, in terms of if we went with a contracted service provider, those fees come back to the municipality. So the contractor takes their portion, and that's all part of an RFP process. You get your contractor, they take a portion of that fee. Again, we'd need a bylaw to set the rate, which would come back with that, of course, at a future meeting. And the municipality may get actually a check versus an invoice for a cost. And that's our town of Rocky Mountain House, for instance. They say they do receive money on a monthly basis from those permitting costs. So there could be revenue. It's not a lot of revenue, but it could be revenue as opposed to a cost. So until all of the decisions are made in terms of what those fees would be set, that would be it's hard to pinpoint what it would cost. I would say the cost of doing some of that basic safety codes training is pretty, if we put a budget in for 2025 anyway, just to have that, a few staff trained so that we have the basic knowledge when we're answering questions at the front counter. But again, it's hard to nail down those costs until I get direction from the committee to which way we want to go. And then what the fees we'd set if we do go that way. But it doesn't sound like without hiring staff that it would be a huge cost burden to add to the budget in terms of an enhanced service level if we went through third-party contracted services. So should the committee wish to move forward with option 2, again, administrative recommendation would be to start with a focus on the building codes accreditation and further explore contracted services option. And then we would bring back a budget adjustment agenda item either this year or in 2026, whichever the committee directs, to move ahead as you see fit. And that's pretty much it, just a summary of what we've already talked about and looking for that further direction to move forward.
Okay, thank you for the background. Are there any comments or questions for Director Haggard at this time? Go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I've been very much wanting to see us become building code accredited. I think it would take a lot of stress off of our fire service, honestly, and our planning department. Because right now there's a gap. We do the development permit, and then there's some confusion. Some people think that their development permit is their building permit, which it is not. And then they go through, they build whatever it is, and then the fire service has to come in and give an occupancy permit. Well, if the fire department and our safety codes officers within our fire service end up being the heavy, if none of the other processes were followed, because there's a gap in between the development permit and the occupancy permit. I think that it would better serve our residents and it would better serve our community and the safety of our community, because this helps with safety as well, if we either hired somebody and did it fully in-house or had a contractor that we give them a development permit or say this is the contractor you're using in Clearwater County to do your building, get a building permit. I mean, I'm obviously team do it in-house, but I understand that there might be a time frame in there where we're still learning and doing all the things where we start with contract, get people trained, et cetera, and then move it to be an in-house service. I think that might be a really good middle ground there so that we can kind of learn the process and all of those things. But I think that it would better serve our residents for us to be building code accredited at a minimum. And I think that it would take a lot of that pressure off of our fire service, and then they can stick to just having to worry about the fire code rather than having to explain to people why they're not building code compliant, because that's not their job, and that's what they end up having to do because there isn't a building code person telling them those things. So I think that there would be a lot of value to our residents in doing this.
Thank you. Do you have how many inspections we did, fire inspections, like in regards to this in 2024?
I didn't bring stats with me. I could pull those up really quick. And maybe I saw Councillor Northcott had a question. Fire inspections would be within our discipline that we're already accredited for. And they would be, I would have the annual report from 23, but I don't have 4s yet. So I'll pull that up while we're in between, but I'm certain that the chief is in the back. He could probably even look up on Fire Pro real quick. In terms of number of inspections that we did from a fire service, that number is going to be low. It's not, it's typically when somebody comes with something they've seen that's a concern, or if there's a type of occupancy that requires an inspection. So residential wouldn't be one. So if it would be something that has an assembly occupancy, if somebody's serving alcohol or serving the public in a health services capacity, those are the types of inspections we're doing where there's a risk to the public going into a facility. You know, our halls are an example of ones where we've gone out and done inspections. So those are where we do them. If we took on a building codes accreditation discipline, we'd be getting everything building codes. So from residential to non-residential or commercial type industrial use. Typically, fire's focus is on that industrial commercial that has an assembly occupancy or a business occupancy in it where the public's serving it, unless there's a question or concern. We certainly do public education and things related to residential, but we don't go inspect for an occupancy for residential currently based on our quality management plan.
Okay.
Some larger municipalities do it all, but our service level is set based on the staffing complement we have currently.
See, Chief
Do you have
is
a
here.
number? 40? Yeah, approximately 40. So there's the answer
Thank
to
you.
the inspections for 2024. From a building permit side, I know Kim had pulled from their database. We can actually get a list of permits that have been issued or where they are in progress from safety codes, only for the current year. So it's an Excel spreadsheet that lists them off, and there was hundreds of them. It wasn't just 40 when it came to buildings. So anything from a shed over a certain size to a house to a business would have a building permit. And even for some of the applications where we may not require a development permit, there are building permit requirements for things on agricultural properties as well. So yeah, unknown the numbers of permits. We could certainly dig more into that when we get to the fees bylaw if we do go that route related to that discipline. So to kind of get an average for the last couple of years from safety codes and how many they've done, we could certainly bring that back. But I would say it's like 300-400 was my recollection of that list.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
You sort of did answer some of my question. My question was whether this would cover just like municipal structures and public buildings, or if it had a component for residential structures, but it doesn't have anything to do with residential structures. Is that right?
Building permits?
For the inspections for...
Inspections, no.
Right.
But development permits, yes. And it depended, right? Depending on the era of when they were constructed on a farm, for instance. They may not have required a development permit, but they should have required a building permit. So we just don't have that record for some of those old historical houses, for instance, because if the development permit wasn't required, so they didn't come to the county to tell us they're building a house, and they built a house, they should have got a development permit, likely at that time, depending on the age, maybe not. And then for us to then say, hey, here's your license for a short-term rental of that property, if we don't have a development permit or a building permit, it kind of puts us in that gray area where we're asking them to swear that their property is safe for the public use of a parcel. So that's not the only reason I believe this came to council through a motion to look into. I think there's lots of other components of making sure buildings are safe. It's safe for the current user, it's safe for the person who buys that from them. Then we may have a record that safety codes doesn't keep more than 10 years. So it's possible that the county would then keep that in our records management system forever, like we do with our development files, so that you could see it met the code of the day. And also provides that kind of level of you know, safety for our first responders going into a property as well. If eventually we get to the point where we have all those records in our systems, we know those were constructed in a means that's safe for them to access and use it as well. So we can't get away from that hundreds of years of development history through time and attrition. That will change if we go this route. It won't change the requirement to get the permit. Those permits are required today, whether it's through a contractor or if we go municipal service level. And there's a fee associated with that. So again, there's no real change to the public. The only change that there could be to the positive if council chose a lower fee rate, like if it's $100 and we went $75 for a fee, and I'm just using a random number, that would be something that we could probably look at the cost benefit of what those fees are. But other than that, all of the requirements of the building permits are required today, so we're not adding a new layer of bureaucracy to a process. Those are federally and provincially regulated requirements. And as Councillor Melhoff mentioned, some people just don't do it. And so in this case, we have a follow-through process. If they get a development permit and they don't get a building permit, we can follow up with them. If they don't get any of them, then we're still where we were today.
I just want to elaborate more.
Sure.
The reason I'm asking, and I'm just wondering if the safety codes, if this would pertain to residential properties, because there are currently independent contractors that offer inspections for electrical, plumbing, gas fitting, and all that stuff. So I'm just wondering if that would put this municipality now in competition with independent contractors that offer that service, or is this only going to relate to public buildings like municipal structures and public buildings, or would this service be offered for residential construction?
I understand the question. Yes, thank you, Councillor Northott, for clarifying. I get what you're saying now. So if we become accredited for a discipline, it's all of it. So how we administer that, we could hire in-house and do it, but we would essentially, like you said, be taking on that role that, you know, IJD, Superior Safety Codes, those other types of entities that on that authorized list that are currently doing. We could also put an RFP and contract one of them to do that service on our behalf, which would be the administrative recommendation. So, but it still may change the workload for others. You're correct.
Okay, I just went through the whole process. There's the new homeowners warranty program.
Yeah.
That I tell you, anyways, I just went through the whole process. I didn't find it very burdensome at all, and there was lots of guidance all the way along. It was quite simple, really. Got the development permit, building permit, the new homeowners warranty program. That could be reviewed, in my opinion, but the rest of it was all quite simple, in quite a timely fashion. Really, it was very inexpensive, but just that's my comments.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. Before we start knocking out walls to house more people and buying vehicles for them, is there a way to get this information, you know, the records that we're talking about being one of the largest benefits? Is there a way to get that now from the Safety Codes Council's contractors?
Thanks, Chair.
Go ahead.
And great question, Councillor Ratcliffe. Yes, there is a way to get the data. It doesn't come as the permit issued. It comes as a summary of a permit in process. So permit number, property, type of permit, and where it's approved or not approved. So not the level of detail that it would be if we did it ourselves and had the kind of the process of the inspection and the permit in the file system. But yes, there is a way with the current system to get data, whether they've checked the box or not. So I would say the answer is yes, but it's not all of the information for the process.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I have
Follow-up?
one other question.
You bet.
It's difficult to make a choice here without knowing the costs. Do you have even some big round numbers that would give some differentiation between the different options?
Yeah, you bet. I anticipated the question of cost is always going to be one of the considerations for service level changes, for sure. If we went contracted services, that potential for revenue may offset the expenditure, but I'd still want a line for contracted services for legal and some training dollars. So again, if we went contracted services, I'd say in the initial year, we'd probably put $20,000 in expenditure and maybe the same amount of revenue and hope that it offsets. If we went with a full-time employee, we have a vehicle pool. I wouldn't say we need a vehicle. We might need to find space for them because we are at a premium in terms of desk space. You know, that's a larger expenditure number. We'd be looking closer to that $100,000 range for a full-time officer with all of their benefits and everything else that goes within a position. But that would be determined because we don't have a job profile or even the level of job description that we would have for that. So that would be a guess, a very conservative guess would be my statement for that. So,
Okay, thank you.
you bet.
Councillor Cermak?
What kind of problems or stoppages or whatever do we have with our present system? Do we have some problems that are really need to be solved? Or is our planning people telling our people when they get a building permit that this is something that they have to do?
Okay, Chair, thank you very much. And that's another great question, Councillor Cermak. To answer the second question, absolutely yes. As part of the development permit package, they get a list of those authorized agencies that do the rest of the permitting, whether it's building, your wastewater, et cetera. And so the information package upfront says that's a requirement of the development permit as well as the provincial and federal legislation. So I believe they're getting the information to be able to serve themselves. That's why we have properties that have building permits. The challenge that we run into is that we don't necessarily have that information. It's not a really big problem, I would say. Like we've been 40 years as a municipality previous with Clearwater County where we haven't had that. So it's not something that I would say is a must do. It'll be a nice to do to add to the file what detail we can in terms of the building inspection. Where the challenge comes up is when someone applies for a short-term rental license and they expect to be able to now rent their place out. And if the requirement says that it has to have a building permit and all the permits in place for the property and they can't produce it, because not everybody keeps those records forever. And certainly safety codes doesn't either. So that is a challenge because we get kind of in the position where we're saying no or maybe to a property owner that's now intending to use their property that way. And then, like I said, the public safety component of whether it's residential application or commercial, we'd like every property to have all of the appropriate permits for it, and that's our expectation. And we assume that until we know otherwise. The other thing I'd say is sometimes things will come up for a new property, like when it comes to MPC and there's a decision, like those questions get asked by the development authority when they're asking for something new on the property. Is everything else in compliance with what it should be? And at that point, when they're coming back and now asking us for something, we're asking them to be as compliant as they can be to kind of catch up with those processes if they were missed. So it just gives us another opportunity to make sure more properties are coming to us for development applications that start off at a compliant state. But I wouldn't say there's any huge problems currently. We could probably continue on as is status quo. Otherwise, we wouldn't have put that as an option.
I know that building permits have only come in recently. I built a house 22 years ago. I phoned the Clearwater County, asked for a building permit, and they said, nope, you're the first residence on your quarter. You don't need a building permit. And I said, yes, I want to pay for a building permit. They said, no, we won't issue one. So when did that start? Development and building, I asked for both, and they said, absolutely no way I would get them. 22 years ago.
building codes would have existed 22 years ago requiring a permit for a residential property. I don't know when they started, but it was some time before that. So I think that might have been a miscommunication related to the development permit. There's no development permit required for a first agricultural residential application, but there still is a building permit requirement.
And then I put a shop on my farm, asked for another building permit, and they said, nope, don't need one.
Right.
So how do we get all of the people that don't have building permits up to the stage that they're at? If we get this credited person in there and somebody wants to rent their property out, they can't because they don't have any building permits.
Yeah, it's hard to go back and get a retro permit. And the fee schedule for permitting in some cases, and even our municipal neighbor to the town, have a permit fee that's double the cost of what it would be if you have an existing structure that needs to, because there's more work that has to happen if you're going back and permitting something when you haven't been there through the stages of construction. There's a lot more digging into that process. So there is a way to do it, or, you know, have it become as compliant as it can be, but I don't think we'd be looking to go back in time. But the onus is on the property owner to be compliant and have their permits in place. And if they were choosing to sell it, they may wish to do that, but I don't know that that's what the county would be looking to do, to go back in time for things that are already existing. It will be kind of a future look from a process or a service level for any future applications for development that we can follow through with our development officers, and whether it's contracted services or in-house, whichever, or the committee would direct us to bring back, that we'd have a way to follow through the process and put those permits into the development files, so we have that record for time eternal. And then going forward, it just makes all of the processes for the municipality easier. Again, it is a little more work, but I don't think we'd be seeking a compliance in a backwards look. I think what we have to kind of move forward and look forward with this process.
Follow up?
So the system we're using right now works okay
Yep.
and isn't causing too much problems with planning or with the county?
I would say that's correct, with the exception of those short-term rentals where it's difficult for those property owners to find the information that they're looking for. But we have a workaround process, like a sworn waiver that they can do to say that their property was permitted and compliant. But we're not requiring a new permit or inspection for that at this point. So again, it's not a hurdle that we can't stay status quo and do what we're doing. Like I said, we've been doing that for 40 years. But there are some benefits to considering it, so.
And there is some expenses that go along with that.
Yeah.
And it sounds like when you're talking there that the revenue isn't gonna quite match the expenses.
Yeah, my guess if we went contracted services, that it probably would be close. But again, it depends on what level of enforcement we have to go to, and that's the part where it's the unknown for me. And we already deal with enforcement from a development permit compliance process, and we've been getting better with our processes, and you'll see those come through as you're CC'd on things that are happening in your divisions. It does take time and effort, and you know, the odd one-off where you have to go to the injunction at the court level where we say, no, you're stopping your activity, you're not allowed to get to that point. Most people are voluntarily compliant, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I can certainly understand the benefits of having a greater safety codes accreditation. Understanding, though, that safety codes has multiple disciplines, and building is only one of those. They do tend to tie together, and my greatest concern, of course, is enforcement. A lot of times, the focus then becomes that the county is being a barrier to what I want to do with my property, or is creating unnecessary restrictions to what I want to do, and that focus has a tendency to reflect back. It becomes political.
Absolutely.
And we've had experience of that in the past. I don't want there to be a concept out there that somehow where we are right now is an unpermitted, people still need to have all those safety codes, inspections done when they undergo process. I don't think we necessarily need to get into amusement park or elevators or perhaps even plumbing or electrical or gas fitting or any of those, to get into problems where people are gonna have the focus that the county is the problem. And that's where I have concerns on this. I understand the benefit of having a more streamlined process where people you don't have to go to 16 different places to be able to move forward. So I'm kind of on the fence on this one, and that's enjoying the conversation of the pros and cons here still.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Is there a recommendation for which disciplines would be most beneficial? But also, following the conversation, it seems as though having better records would be the greatest benefit of becoming self-accredited.
Director.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and great question again, Councillor Ratcliffe. Yes, the records would be the benefit for the municipality as well as public safety, that those buildings are indeed permitted for their applicable legislation of the day. And sorry, the first part of the question was, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Recommended, which
Oh,
disciplines
yes,
would be
I
recommended?
apologize. It went in and out. And yeah, so building codes would be the one that administration sees as the biggest benefit. And currently, again, the legislation applies. They're required to have building permits for anything that's constructed over a certain size. And our existing authorized contractors will ask for the development permit. So before they issue a building permit, they require the development permit. So we're already in the process where we link together. The chief and I meet with the town's contractor once every 3 months as kind of a quarterly meeting. We touch base, we talk about properties of interest, and we kind of could do the same with that if we decide to be building codes accredited from a county planning perspective. And yeah, we work great with our existing authorized agents. Like I said to Councillor Cermak, I don't have a big problem to solve. This was something that was brought to us as a look into. And building codes would be my first suggestion. If we went further beyond that, I would say wastewater systems, because that's something that's often asked in a land use planning or a land use amendment application or subdivision application. The type of system, whether it's up to current code, et cetera. So that's something that our planning folks will put back on the property owner to get those details that it is permitted or working and functioning the way it should for that property. But that's the only other one that I would suggest, again, is we've been existing 40 plus years without that discipline. I don't think it's, again, a challenge that we can't overcome with some background from the property owners, but building codes would be the discipline of suggestion if we choose to. And I mean, status quo is okay as well if the committee's not ready to go down this path for an enhanced service level, and then administration will continue to do it the best we can within the processes we have.
Follow up?
By codes, you mean the structure itself?
Yes.
The electrical, the gas?
No. So those would be separate permitting processes.
Okay, so just the structure.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just a quick Google search, Deputy Reeve Cermak, the oldest one that I could find was 1941 for building codes. There is talk of one from 1908, but the oldest one that I could find during a quick Google search that is actually readable is from 1941. So building codes have been required for an extremely long time, but I think you brought up an amazing point, just in the confusion with your own permit, the development permit versus a building permit, and that they are very different things, and that the general population has that as a confusion as well. If we want to be developer friendly and ready to help with any type of building requirement, to have them come downstairs and be able to say, okay, this is how you get your development permit. Oh, and by the way, this is our contractor, because I take Councillor Northcott's point extremely serious as well. Let's not take people out of business. Let's say, this is the RFP that we've put out. This is our contractor that we use. He's local, or she, or whoever is local. This is who we use. Contact them, and then we have a stamp for that person for that as well. This is about keeping residents safe and being developer ready and developer friendly, or at least that's my perspective on this.
Ms. Serhan, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Norton.
Good morning, committee. Yeah, so just from a financial perspective, I just wanted to note a couple of things. So if we're doing, even if we're just administering this in-house, there would be extra, duties on the staff that are in-house. And if we went with the staff option, that definitely increases the salaries. However, if we went with the contracted services option, it still increases the cost, the overall expenses for the municipality's operating budget. And if offset by the permitting revenue, that would increase the revenue. And if we wanted to ensure that those matched, the fees would be set accordingly. And if they don't match, then the general ratepayers pick up the balance of the cost of that, and would require an increase to tax revenue, because we only tax for the expenses that we currently have. So even if it's $10 more, the overall tax revenue increase, or the overall tax levy increases by that $10. So it's just levied what we need for current and future projects. So as the operating expenses increase, the operating revenue needs to increase the same amount.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
I just thought I'd offer a little bit more perspective of how my process went. Really, there's quite a bit of information that gets put on the development permit. Square footage, basically a blueprint of the house, the property outline. Like there's quite a bit of information that is, on the development permit. And really, you can't get any other permits until you have a development permit. You can't get a building permit. You can't get any of that stuff. So the county staff was really, like, on the development permit, it's really clear and really easy to understand the steps to go forward with that. So, yeah, you really can't go anywhere past. And they're all really, like, whether it's building permit or gas permit or electrical, any structure that has utilities, they're all just as equally important, whether it's building or gas or electrical. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe, then I'll go to Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. What would have to happen to get, better collaboration, better records from the existing safety codes contractors?
As a non-accredited municipality, we can't get them from the contractors. What we can do, though, is we have a login to the safety codes system, and we can download that Excel spreadsheet that lists off property addresses and the types of permits and if they're in progress or whether they're issued. So we can get some data direct from safety codes as a municipality, but not, we wouldn't get permits direct from the contractors that are out there doing them. They submit them to safety codes, and then we get our data from safety codes council's online portal, essentially.
Okay.
But this would, if we went contracted services, there would be a direct link from that contractor. They would, and we've talked about the administrative process of putting them into a file, and it would be a drag and drop from an email. So if they issued a permit, it was completed and compliant, they'd email it to us and we could drag it and drop it into our development file, and then it would be there. So it would be an easier administrative process, honestly, than if we took that spreadsheet and went into each property file and opened it and had to go in and update that once a year. But again, both processes have an administrative component to them, as Rhonda mentioned.
Yes, so we couldn't enter into a contract with them just for that data?
I'd have to look into that. There may be a process of for municipal use that we could, but it's not, I don't believe, a standard practice. Yeah, we can get data, but from the safety codes portal. as a municipality.
But we have to actively pursue it rather than
Correct.
it just being copied to us.
You bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're collecting that information on behalf of that property owner, and they have their regulations in terms of how they deal with that information, and we're not the accredited entity, so that information goes to the province. If we were accredited, it would go to us. So,
Okay, thank you.
you bet. It's a good question, though.
Yeah, Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Eve. Councillor Northcott, when you're going through your process, you're going from a blank slate, start to finish. It is relatively straightforward. You just have to make sure you're doing all the steps. Even when, because I used to be a safety codes officer in the fire discipline prior to being elected, and I'm obviously not anymore. But when I was, the biggest issue that we always came across was a change in occupancy. When somebody wants to change what they originally built it for, like you originally built your structure, like you're building it as a residence, right? So you follow the residential stream of development permit, building permit, and all of the other permits that go with it. It's when you want to change your occupancy. An example being the short-term rental. That's a change in the way that building's being used. Some of the development permits that we had issues with, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but when they're changing it from a mechanic's shop to something different, a paint shop now, or it was a paint shop going to a mechanic shop, or now all of a sudden they want to make it a store or a restaurant, or the change in occupancy is where it's a big shift and can be extremely confusing for people. And being able to have our staff in planning be able to work directly with the person issuing and helping through the development process and the building code process, I think would really help people through this. It can be confusing, especially when you're changing occupancy. It can be difficult. And with us trying to do development hopefully around the hamlet of Caroline, and we are absolutely doing development in Nordegg, I think that this could help streamline this process for future developers that hopefully are going to knock on our doors in droves. Hopefully developers come and take the land off of our hands, and we can get out of the development business and strictly be in the business of helping them through the development process rather than being developers ourselves.
All right, it's been a very robust discussion. So looking at what we would like to do for a motion, recommendation to council. So Councillor Cermak.
I just need a little bit more verification.
Okay.
On this third-party person that we would hire, can you explain that a little more fully to me, that we get what we want and we can get the information from them? They do all the work, we get the information that we need, and then we know what the building permit and the development permit is being followed.
Ms. Hagan.
Is that right?
Director Hagan.
Thanks, Chair, and Deputy Reeve Cermak, that's correct. So essentially how I see the process unfolding from learning from my municipal counterparts in terms of their processes, putting some sort of request for proposal out to those service providers that do the service currently, and sign an agreement with them, and it would be and that's why the budget's harder to nail down, because that percentage of that permit fee is negotiated as part of that process. So it may not be a dollar set in stone. So like if a permit was $100 and they took $75 of that permit, and the county would get 25, would they get the balance of whatever that fee schedule is? That then they would provide us directly that information, which they would have now currently been providing directly to the province through the Safety Codes Council. So that data is still being collected in the exact same way. The permits are still required due to provincial federal legislation. It would just be a different process. From the outside looking in, there'd be probably no change in process to the average taxpayer. They would still see the process as being the same required process. But from an in-house perspective, we would have more access to information.
Okay, so we would need more information on what this would cost us, or lack of cost.
I think if we were going to move ahead, we'd have our and I mean, you can become accredited or non-accredited. So once you're in, you don't have to necessarily stay in, but I would argue that that would be counterintuitive to the rationale for going into the process. But I would say if we were given the blessing from strategic planning to council to staff, we could go into that process in 2025 and come back with an item that has a bylaw for a fee schedule, and then a budget that Rhonda had mentioned for both revenue and expenditures, and depending on which option is chosen, and then move forward with whether we start in 2025 midway through the year, or we start for 2026 budget. That would again be up to the committee. The administrative burden to get it going wouldn't be so large that we couldn't start in mid-year, in my opinion. And so the actual dollar amount would be determined once we figure out if we're going contracted services or employee, and then also what the rate of the permits and average number of permits over the past couple years. Perhaps we could take 2 years of data and say building codes issued 200 permits. This was the fee, it was $100, and our percentage, whatever that would be, like we could estimate. This is the revenue expected, this is the expense expected. But that would be a budget adjustment item that would come back to council for their approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Again, this has been a great discussion in regards to this, these options. I know where I'm sitting now is I'm fine with staying status quo for myself, where we're sitting as far as fire safety codes. I know, as mentioned through Councillor Northcott, that the system our planning department has done to outline what has to happen is good. It's just another level, another layer to this organization. I understand the need for being developer friendly, but at the same token, I understand that the more things that we start taking on, the more we're starting being downloaded on, and that's what worries me. We need to start being a little bit pushback. I understand there's lots of independent inspectors out there that this is their former business, and so that's where I'm sitting right now, is sitting as a status quo. But anyway, if we need more discussion, that's fine. If not, I would like a motion to say where we're going to be headed. So I see the light on for Councillor Mellow.
Thank you, Reeve. I will go ahead and do that. And the Strategic Planning Committee recommends council endorse a service level amendment, adding the building code accreditation to the municipality scope of service through use of contract service agreement.
Thank you for that. Councillor Northcott?
No, I was gonna make a motion, but I guess we'll deal with this motion.
Okay.
It's on the floor.
All right. Is there any discussion or questions on the motion? It's on the floor. Councillor Cermak.
So this is just for information to be brought back to our committee.
Recommends to council. Director Hager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the process that typically happens following a strategic planning committee, all of the recommendations come back to a council meeting, usually in one item for council endorsement. And then from there, if it's endorsed at the council level, which I typically assume that's going to, if the committee has endorsed it, then we would come back with another item from that saying, here's the budget implications for a decision. So it might be a 3-step process, but yes.
Okay. Any other further comments or questions on the motion? Okay. Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe, sorry.
Thank you. I'm really on the fence on this. I will support the motion to get more information and a better idea of what it will actually cost.
Okay. Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, and I very much want to hang on to the positive part of this. However, I view it as not fixing the problems we already have. It doesn't go retroactively. We won't be able to fill those gaps in previous permitting. I'm also concerned with the compliance and enforcement issues and the focus that will bring to the more political aspects of governance. And I do have concerns with that. And to hold on to that idea of economic development, I think we can put a greater emphasis on economic development directly by increasing the resources for our economic development efforts. And I think that may have a greater benefit ultimately on economic development than just a permitting process more in-house. So I won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions before I call the question? Seeing none, I'll call all those in favor? All those opposed? The motion's defeated. Just a question for you, Director Haggart. There could be also a motion just to remain status quo, correct? Coming out of this if we decide not to. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's totally up to the committee if they wish to motion that. I think we could stay status quo without a motion as well, because we've already got that direction for service level.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the item or a motion? Councillor Ratcliffe, do you want to? Okay, that's fine. Okay, Councillor Northcott.
I was going to make a motion, but Director Hager just said with the direction the decision that was just made, you didn't need a motion to go forward.
We're already currently operating within that service level, so a motion wouldn't be required. It's just nice to know that where the committee stands in terms of what's been asked of us previously. So again, totally up to the discretion of the committee of what motion they wish to make.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. Have we ever had a discussion with the current safety codes contractors about getting more information from them, about being, directly copied as if we were accredited?
I don't know if anybody that preceded me would have asked for that, but I have not. So, because again, it is an entity that reports to the province, there would be limitations, and we have access to some of that detail in that portal. My guess would be no, but it certainly is something we could ask of them as well.
Would we need a motion?
There's just a long list of them, so we would have to be getting information from multiple different parties. Yeah.
Or from the Safety Codes Council itself?
Yeah, we have access to the portal from the Safety
Yes.
Codes Council, so we're aware of that. We have login, we're able to access it. Again, it's just kind of that checkbox information. It says they have a permit or a permit in progress. But I wouldn't say that the probability of us getting any additional information outside of what's in the portal is low, but it's certainly something we can look into.
Would you need a motion to do that?
Totally up to the committee. I don't think we need a motion to ask a question, but
Okay.
but certainly if you wish a motion, that's fine by me too.
Okay, it would just be useful to know.
Perhaps that could be a question and then send an email. That would be great. Perfect. Thank you. So if there's nothing further with this item, before we move on, let's call a quick 10-minute break. And welcome back. So we're now into this is the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. So we're now back into Office of the CAO, item 6.1 in our agenda, new drop-in session policy draft. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Haight.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, committee. So as promised, here's the draft policy for the drop-in sessions with a councillor. And I just would like to note for this item and the items following, the idea is for the committee to discuss overall concepts for policy statements, policy approval, purpose, and policy principles. It's not important at this time to get into wordsmithing details. If the committee just wants to discuss general concepts, because this policy, like a final draft, will be coming to council for approval. And at that time, if there's any wordsmithing to do, can be done at that time. Okay? So the drop-in policy is fairly straightforward as drafted here regarding the drop-in sessions. And the policy is all about fostering open communication, transparency, and community engagement. The purpose of the drop-in sessions is to enhance communication between elected officials and residents. It's proposed that they be held regularly at various locations throughout the community. The schedule and locations will be communicated through official channels, meaning the county's website and social media. This is one item that is up for discussion, and it's regarding drop-in sessions undergoing a temporary suspension between January 1st of the municipal election year, resuming in January following the conclusion of the municipal election. And the reason for that being included in the policy is that in the Code of Conduct for councillors, there are sections pertaining to the use of municipal facilities, supplies, materials, administration for personal gain. And there is the perception that in an election year, especially with the nomination period starting in January 1st, it's sort of a foregone conclusion that everybody is in campaign mood, and having a facility at a councillor's disposal on municipal property could carry the wrong perception to the public. And also having other candidates feel like the incumbents have an unfair advantage. So moving on now into principles, there's a few things that are up for discussion as to whether these drop-in sessions are voluntary or if they're mandatory. Also needing some guidelines around reporting and rules, and what to do with administrative inquiries. So any questions?
Councillor Malha?
Thank you, Reeve. I absolutely understand like the point of having them suspended for a period of time. I just don't know that a year. Like, for one, the election's in the end of October, so theoretically these could start again in November, rather than waiting until January, especially since the incoming council is going to be expected to pass a budget. The residents might have some questions with respect to that. And I get wanting to make sure that this doesn't become a campaign thing, but we're still making decisions all the way up. So perhaps there's an opportunity to say end of August, beginning of September, something like that, so that it isn't conflicting, isn't so close to the election, but it's not like we're not making decisions that our residents might need to come in and have questions about. It's not like they're not coming in and asking for development permits during that time frame, and that they come in and ask us questions about that. Like, I still think that we need to be available and accessible to our residents. And having this stop for a year is not necessarily achieving that. But I'd love to hear what everybody else thinks. I mean, this was obviously something that I pushed for and motioned within the first couple of weeks of after being elected. I'm very much team these drop-in sessions. They've been very valuable for my residents and many of yours that come in and see me. And we're able to have access to answer questions very, very quickly. The staff is great anyway, but it's nice when they're right in the building and you can email them, and if they're available, they'll come and help with those questions right away. I just don't necessarily think being shut down for a whole year is necessarily serving the residents.
Okay. I guess for myself, I understand that. I wouldn't want to be challenged in court that within elections Alberta that we are not stopping. So I agree with the January till January. It doesn't mean that our residents still don't contact us. It just means we don't have a formal year of drop-in sessions. So we are still available other ways. That's where I'm at. I wouldn't want to be challenged by Elections Alberta in that regards, that we are still formally doing our drop-in sessions in that election year. There's, to me, that's gonna be, but in regards to the accessibility, 100%, it's been, in my opinion, it's been great to let our residents know that we are available on a 7-week basis or weekly basis when things aren't conflicting. And I think it's a great thing for our residents that we've implemented as a more scheduled versus random. So yeah, I agree with the whole thing, but I don't know if I'd want to not, like I say, in that year from January to January. So go ahead, Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that's all the more reason we need to have the drop-in sessions be here, so that if we do get an Election Alberta challenge, we can sit this. I was working in the duties of my as a councillor, and these are the questions that I was asked, and these are the answers that I was given. And rather than meeting somebody at a random coffee shop, which can absolutely be then seen as campaigning rather than just helping answer a resident's question, I think that it's easily defendable if you're truly acting in the best interests of your residents. I think it's defendable rather than having to be worried that you're going to be seen as doing this for personal gain. I honestly would think that any of us sitting here didn't get elected for personal gain anyway. We're elected because we want to see our community thrive, and if that's the reason that you're here, you're going to find a way more nefarious way to do it rather than sitting in the office and trying to answer residents' questions. But perhaps my perception of the world is skewed and maybe too many rainbows.
No, and I 100% agree with you, but I guess I look at that as saying we're not going to advertise that we have drop-in sessions in that year. If we so choose, that is our office, council office, to use as we see fit. But it doesn't mean that we can't meet our residents in regards to concerns. But I'm referencing the fact that we're not advertising the drop-in sessions from January to January. It's still at our purview for use, and if residents want to schedule an appointment with us, we all know that we can always phone the front desk and say, somebody who's in the office, no, I'd like to book it from this time to this time, or you pass it around. So no, I'm not suggesting that we don't meet here. I think it's a great option. I like the fact that administration is handy if we have an inquiry and need a backup. So I'm just more or less the advertising is where I'm at. So Councillor Lougheed, and then I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, and I'll maybe just comment a bit. I certainly had mixed feelings about the drop-in sessions, but over time, I see their benefit, and I think it has developed into a transparency and accessibility feature with our county. I think it has been relatively well received, and I think it's certainly worth continuing that. As far as the January 1st, And, you know, I can understand the argument that, you know, sitting councillors might have a benefit up or a foot up, but much of what we've done as a council is to create transparency and accessibility. That's why we live stream our broadcasts. It could be argued that just because we're in front of the people and using those resources, you know, to bring our viewpoint forward, it could be viewed in many ways. In fact, I've even heard the comments that some councillors have been continuously campaigning right since the beginning of the session. So I don't see that as something, if we believe there is good from this councillor drop-in sessions, I don't see any reason to really pause that during what's considered an election year. But I can understand the comments. I don't think that should be a big factor because we, as sitting councillors, we do have not only the benefit of being in front of the public in a more accessible or transparent way, but we also have that responsibility to be responsible and transparent in our actions as well. So I think it creates a balance inherently. So I don't think we need to really preclude these drop-in sessions for leading up to the actual election call, which is after the end of the nomination period, isn't that when it's, or are we considering now election time?
Yeah, the nomination period, it starts January 1st and ends noon on September 22nd.
Correct.
This year. And if I just may also remind the committee of the Councillor Code of Conduct. Like I had said, that there are items in there that prohibit the use of any municipal resources, facilities, et cetera, for personal gain. So it would be, the committee would have to be careful that there would be no contradictions between this policy and the Code of Conduct policy, or bylaw, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty, thank you very much. From my perspective, I understand what the intent of the program was for, but it didn't, in my view, it hasn't really provided any benefit. If residents have any concerns and they've wanted to discuss those concerns with me, there's phone calls, there's emails, the discussions at the grocery stores, the post office. There's many ways for residents to contact me, and I had very limited and sometimes even no residents attend the drop-in sessions when I was there, because I think most residents during those hours are often working. So also what I've observed is it creates additional staff time for advertising and to advertise for the dates and stuff. But I'd like to make a motion that the committee directs administration to cease council drop-in sessions and no further action required.
Okay, motion on the floor. Discussion around that motion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I do have to kind of agree with the points made by Councillor Lougheed that the job doesn't stop on January 1st. But I also do have the question of the value of these sessions. I would have to say that for me, the biggest benefit is to have that uninterrupted time to catch up with emails and reading and other issues. So that is one of the questions I have is do we feel that the value is being provided through this program? I think that some councillors have more people attending than others, and so there can be a split in that viewpoint. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I won't be supporting the motion on the floor currently to cease the drop-in sessions. I think if anything, we need to be more accessible, not less. Obviously, my phone is available, my email is available. I too get questions at the grocery store or different community events. This is just one more way that we can be available to the public. I've been told before that sometimes having an actual place to sit down at a desk and have a conversation is more valuable than the grocery store. And if people want to meet with me, I even let them know when my next drop-in is, that they can come in and see me then. I obviously see the value to these, and I think I've only had one drop-in session in the last 3 years that hasn't had somebody at it, and I believe it was just a couple of weeks before, like it was right in the holiday season. So it's, other than that, I've always had at least somebody, and if that we aren't remunerated anything other than our salary for this. The minimal, and like not a slight against staff, but the minimal time it now takes, now that all of those graphics are now built and ready to go, the minimal time it takes to advertise, and it's my time that I'm sitting in that chair and available for the public. I absolutely see the value in being available for our ratepayers.
Councillor Lyon?
I won't be supporting the motion before us. I know it may come up a little later on here, but I've seen a substantial increase in our remunerants for salary-based activities. I think this is an expectation the community has. I think it is access to it, and I think it's important to maintain that as an option for people. I think it's a very non-threatening way, and generally, my experience has been a positive outcome from those discussions that I've had here, and actually more and more focusing on when a ratepayer has a concern, that I suggest that I will be in the office and we can not only access my knowledge set there, although it may be limited, but we have staff that can help as well, so we can get perhaps a more, we can get a resolution to whatever the issue is more quickly. And I think there's value there as we move forward, so I won't be supporting the motion before us.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
I think we need to put a stop to the councillor drop-in sessions from January 1st to January 1st, from this year to next year. I don't want it seen that we have an advantage over people that are running against us in these seats. I think that's not fair. If we're going to have drop-in sessions during this time of campaigning, then all of those people that put their names forward should have exactly the same privilege. So I say no drop-in sessions during this year.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gibson?
I will support the motion. I think we have an unfair advantage because we have the staff behind us and we have the knowledge of any questions that come up. Where someone running against someone in the wards doesn't have that information. So I do support this motion.
Okay, so just for clarity, the motion is to cease all drop-in sessions, entirely, in its entirety. So, yeah. So there won't be, right, correct? Councillor Northcott, did you want to reread your motion?
Yeah, I'd make the motion that the committee directs administration to cease councillor drop-in sessions and no further action required.
Like ever, not just for January to January, once we've gone there. Go ahead, Tyler. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I'll reiterate my reasons for that. It does take staff time to do the advertising.
Oh, bloody,
Had
sorry.
almost lots of times no attendance at the drop-in sessions that I went to, and I get more phone calls, emails, or messages through social media or so have it be. Or the grocery store, just walking down the streets, sometimes at the events that we attend, or the post office, things like that. And really, a lot of residents are working during those hours that you're here to drop in session. Residents are often gone earlier in the morning, they're not getting home till later at night, so it's not, from my view, it doesn't seem to be a valuable use of time. So that's why I make the motion.
Councillor Gibson?
There was a misunderstanding because I heard one thing and evidently didn't hear the right thing. Yeah, I thought he had meant from January to January, so I reverse my decision on that, and I won't support the motion.
Okay. All right, any other further comments or questions? I can understand where Councillor Northcott is coming from, but I still believe that if the drop-in sessions are not available, or a part of our toolbox, it is an important way to, this may be voluntary, and but it would not be, if it becomes a voluntary nature, I would say that we take it out of our salary and we remunerate as per diem for those that want to do it. It's not versus mandatory. And I would offer to Councillor Gibson and Councillor Cermak that we do have an opportunity at some point in time. There is the Caroline Village office as well too, and I don't know what availability that is and to what capacity. That would have to be a discussion with administration at such point in time that we would go forward, but if that goes. But the motion on the floor is to cease, so there's any other, I won't be supporting the motion either. Is there any other comments or questions to Councillor Northcott's motion? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And the motion's defeated. Councillor Maloff?
Thank you, Reeve. Ms. Haight, our code of conduct, you had mentioned the prohibit the use of facilities, et cetera, for personal gain. And a code of conduct, who all can put in a code of conduct against a councillor?
Complaints can be filed by anyone witnessing or anyone that is what's the word I'm looking for? Has been affected by certain behavior. Perhaps if I maybe make a suggestion in regards to this policy. The issue is the location of the drop-in session, and the issue is staff resources for scheduling the drop-in session. What if there were wording in the policy so that councillors are completely, totally responsible for setting drop-in sessions at other locations, and that they're responsible for scheduling, and they're responsible for making those announcements via email or their social media. That way, then, the drop-in sessions can continue as per a councillor's wishes, but it is totally using their own resources to do so.
If I may,
go ahead.
on back,
Yep.
I would argue that is absolutely campaigning at that point. Because at that point, you're not there representing necessarily the county. I'm there representing Jenny, because I did the legwork. At that point, I'm not representing a will of council, the motion of council, the budget that council passed, the decisions that council's passed. At that point, I have the ability to say whatever I want. And then I'm not subject to a code of conduct where well, you're always subject to the code of conduct while you're here, but you know what I mean. It's more likely campaigning if I've done it all myself. Whereas if I'm in the building, under the scrutiny of administration, under the scrutiny of my peers, it is less likely to be perceived and or be utilized as campaigning, in my opinion. Like this is part of the job. This is me doing the job. And removing part of the job for a year simply because there's an election happening, residents still have questions. A perfect example, why are we doing the land use bylaw rewrite then during an election year? You think that's not gonna be campaigning for anybody at this table? You think it's not gonna be an election question? The land use bylaw and how you vote on that land use bylaw 100% is going to be an election question. Every forum will ask questions on that. So should we just not make the decisions for that year? Like everything that we do from day one, when we first got elected to the election, in my opinion, should be under scrutiny the entire time. A decision that I made 3 years ago should be under scrutiny. I should be wanting to do the best for my residents the whole time I sit in this seat. And this is part of the job. These drop-in sessions and getting questions from residents answered, I think is part of the job. And we have a code of conduct that we can be held accountable to by anybody, including our staff that can sit in this building and see whether we're using it for campaigning or not. So or using it for personal gain or not. I think that there's enough stopgaps, and I would like to think that everybody at this table has enough integrity to be able to just keep doing the job that we were elected to do.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I certainly agree with much of what Councillor Melhoff said. I want to bear into a little bit about this concept about personal gain, and I know that the MGA also refers to that as, the MGA refers to it also as loss. So how do you work that almost imperceptible line of where you might get a personal gain or you might get a personal loss? Where do I have an advantage over somebody else that might want to assume the position I do in serving the community right now? I proudly wear the Clearwater County logo. I'm not supposed to do that if I'm campaigning. I'm not supposed to do that, I guess. I mean, the suggestion is we're in an election period of time. Should I put aside all my county logoed stuff from this point on? Should I not wear my little pin that I take when I go to conventions to identify who I am? I think we can try to focus too much on a detail that it might be perceived some way. I think the ultimate benefit of having the drop-in session is that accessibility, that ability for you to meet with a councillor in a non-threatening environment and bring your concerns forward. I don't think we should undermine the benefit of that because we're concerned that somebody might have an unfair advantage in an election period. It's difficult for me to even understand an extended 10-month election. I tend to think of the election as kind of that campaigning period starting in September and moving through. I mean, that's what we've previously defined as those times that decisions kind of get put on the back burner. That as opposed to in the wisdom of our provincial mentors, decide that it's going to be an entire 10-month period as opposed to just a month. But I don't want to walk on eggshells. I still want to be transparent and accessible to my ratepayers, and I'll take the risk that that's going to be viewed as being a personal gain for me over the next number of months. I think we are observed in what we do and how we handle the decisions before us. Call it what you want. I don't think for many of us the campaign of the previous election has never stopped. It keeps going forward and you keep bringing forth what you feel mandated to do. And we do have a mandate to represent our community, even though we're in this funny period of time. We will be making decisions over the next 9 months that will affect the future of our community. So I don't think in this instance we have to be so afraid that it's going to be viewed as unduly influencing. I look at the greater benefit as being accessible and the true principle behind which this was created in the first place.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
Okay, well, my thoughts are, if other candidates that so desire to put their nomination papers forward and run in the next municipal election, they don't have the opportunity to be able to come into this building and sit in that councillor drop-in session. However, to make it equal, if they can go to a coffee shop, they can go wherever they like, phone calls, so that would make it a fair playing field for the current councillors to be on the same playing field as any other candidates that want to come forward, where right now the residents or anybody that desires to put their nomination papers forward, they don't have the opportunity to sit in that room there and take discussions with residents. So it's if it was the program was to be ceased, then it just creates more of a fair playing field for anybody that desires to run in the next municipal election.
So Councillor Northcott, would you support then the temporary suspending from January to January? Go ahead.
I would support that, to suspend it for sure. I mean, if it was suspended indefinitely, that would be okay too, but at this point in time, I'll support the
1 year?
the pause, yeah,
Okay.
for the year.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff, then I'll go to Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Reeve. Those candidates also aren't making decisions that they need to get information from the residents on. We have to be seeking for example, this strategic planning document. Whichever way this goes, the recommendation, whichever way this goes, will go to council for a decision to be made. The residents should be giving you feedback on how they feel about this document then going to council. So you need a mechanism in which to receive that feedback. Granted, you've said it before, grocery stores, the phone, email, etc. But this is also another location that works very well. Having a drop-in session where people can come and say, I disagree with this, and you are my elected official, and this is why, gives them the ability to let us know how the feedback for the votes that we are still taking place. The people that are running don't have to make decisions still within the next year. We have to make decisions, and we need to be getting feedback from our residents in order to make the decisions they want us to make. So we need to have an avenue in which to do that and be accessible to them and to get that type of feedback. Whatever comes, we decide whether that comes with the January to January or without the January to January, the general public should be, that watch this, however many are watching this and or read it in the paper, should reach out to their councillors, and this is just another way to reach out to determine how they feel about it when it comes to council for a decision. And that should be any decision we've made at any strategic planning that then goes to council for a decision, or any council meeting that is sitting as a agenda on our website. They should reach out to their councillor and find out and give them their opinion on how they think that they should be voting. That's the difference. We're still having to make decisions this whole time. And the residents need any avenue possible to give us our feedback on how they want us to vote on those decisions.
Councillor Lyon?
Thank you. And again, I agree with much of what Councillor Melhoff said. Ultimately, I view it as my responsibility to be approachable, accessible to the public, to help me make those decisions that benefit and create a service for the community. Ultimately, if that is viewed as I'll just say it this way, I'll be very plain. Any concept about creating a level playing field for everybody out there is nonsense, because as a sitting councillor, you will be always noted for what you did or what you did not do. Many people around this table have asked for recorded votes. They are very much wanting to be noted for what they did or did not do. So creating a level playing field, you will never be able to do that for candidates coming forward. They will be measured on what they offer. Sitting councillors will be measured on what they did or what they proposed to do. And so that's as close to a level playing field as you'll ever get in municipal politics. And I don't think we can do anything to create a level playing field, if you would, at that level. We still have to make decisions, as Councillor Malhoff said. We have important decisions. We're moving into this new amalgamated municipality. Decisions need to be made. These are important to the service level that we provide for our community. And if we're only focusing on those decisions based on political reasons, I think you got to keep the focus on, are you still there to represent your community in this period between now and the next mandate moving forward? And I think you have to take that as your most serious responsibility.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I have to largely agree with the comments made by Councillor Malhoff and Lougheed. You know, as I said before, the job doesn't stop on January 1st. And how far would we take this concept? You know, because it would basically mean we should stop making comments in council, that we should stop communicating with the ratepayers. And to me, that just doesn't make any sense. So while I see there is some thinking behind adding this clause here, I don't think it serves the ratepayers.
Okay. I know for myself, I support the clause still being there, but I believe this policy should be voluntary, should not be mandatory, and it should be on a per diem basis. We can put the guidelines in how we're reporting. It is up to the individual councillors whether they choose to do the drop-in sessions or not. I know I attended a municipal ladies conference in regards to public engagement and specifically the safety aspect of this. And to me, this is another option to create a safe space in order to, you don't know where you're going to be when you're at some point in time. And if it's, I think it's an opportunity to actually introduce, if our residents never come to this office, it's another opportunity to introduce them at this office as well. So with that, looking at, I want to kind of round down the discussion a little bit to see where we're sitting and create a motion to put forward to council. So I'll limit a few more comments and we'll go from there. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I think everybody knows that I'm in favor of the 1 year grace period that we shut down. And when you take away the councillor's drop-in session, that's only one avenue that people can talk to me about. I think taking away one avenue out of all of the communication that we can do there isn't going to make a big difference in 1 year. And the transparency is there, that we are not putting ourselves above the people that are going to run against us. I think that's transparency there. And everybody's on that. And Mr. Lougheed does not like the level playing field. I like the level playing field. Everybody runs how you should, and I'm going to stick to it. I would like to make a motion that we uphold drop-in sessions being eliminated from January 1 to January 1.
Okay, so I believe we were looking at the whole policy as in and of itself. So, but you want to keep that clause in the draft? This is the draft policy. Okay, just making sure I understand the motion. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed, and I'll go to Councillor Mallow.
Thank you, and with the Deputy Reeve Cermak's comment, I have to clarify that I'm certainly not against a fair and level playing field. I just know that the practicality of it, there's no way that we as a council can ensure that that playing field is fair and level unless we decide to step back from their position as councillor starting on January the 1st. There's no way to do that. In fact, much of your education as a councillor comes at the expense of the community. You learn much and you have much knowledge that not everybody else coming into this as a basic. So the concept that we can create a level playing field for everybody that would want to do this is just not there. What you can create is a record of the decisions you make, and those people willing to be a candidate to fill your position can say what they offer, and the public gets to decide. That's the true level playing field. The public can vote for who they want. I don't think often your record of decisions as a councillor works for you, and sometimes it works against you. So, and there's no way to level that out for us. We just can't do that. I would believe that we'd want it to be as fair and equitable as possible as a process, but a level playing field is not something I think we can do. And that was what my comments were around that. Not that I don't believe that everything should be fair and equitable. That's much different than a level playing field.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I don't think any of us have any intention of handing back in our Clearwater County issued phone, our Clearwater County issued computer, our Clearwater County issued email. Those are all things that we will continue to utilize over the next coming months to continue our Clearwater County duty to our residents. Those are all things that are the people running against us will not have. Those emails, those phone numbers are all listed on the Clearwater County website. They are all publicly advertised. And are those to be seen as a leg up then on the people running against us, or is that to be seen as a part of the job requirement that we signed up to do for 4 years? I know I plan on continuing to do the job, but if we don't want to keep doing the job, I guess we need to hand in the computer, stop answering emails, stop answering the phone, and only go to our personal emails, our personal phones, and that is how we're available. There's no way of doing level playing field. We're still doing the job. And if we don't have the intention of doing the job, that's fine. That's a completely different motion and a completely different mandate. But I'm still doing the job. And our phone numbers and everything are still listed. It's not about a level playing field. It's about making sure we can still do the job.
All right, so we do have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak, and I'm just going to paraphrase what you've just said, and that is that you would like to keep the paragraph in regards to councillor drop-in sessions or undergo a temporary suspension for the year of the municipal election. Directing conversation or discussion or questions on that motion. Any others? Okay, seeing no lights, I will call the question. All those in favor of suspending the drop-in sessions from January to January in an election year? All those in favor? All those opposed? That is defeated. All right. I guess I'm going to look back to the staff recommendation, and that is in regards to, as Ms. Haid has outlined at the beginning, that this is a draft policy in regards to drop-in sessions. We can wordsmith it more as we go to whatever that recommendation may be. So, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would move that the drop-in policy be recommended to council with the temporary suspension being from September to November, allowing the new incoming council to resume drop-in sessions post-election to be ready for a budget, and that be what is recommended to council.
So September to November?
Moving them from September and October.
Yeah, okay. 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 Okay.
I could say September 23rd.
No, because this is going to be a policy as a whole, so I would prefer a whole month versus like saying the month versus a specific date because we don't know how things would change. I'm gonna ask if you could do a friendly amendment, and that is, would you do it till January 1st? Because we all know how a newly elected official comes in, and that first 90 days, do they really have an opportunity to have a drop-in session? Unless, when it comes back to us, I would say I would entertain those dates if it was on a voluntary basis, not a mandatory, because as a mandatory new councillor coming in, I don't know if I could have done drop-in sessions shortly after I've been elected, not knowing I'm going through a budget, I'm going through everything else, and then having to speak to, public as well, so, I'm just asking.
I would honestly think that for a newly elected councillor, connecting with the residents that just elected them might be even more important. They're about to make a $100 million decision in a month's time frame on a budget. I think that they need to find out from the residents even more so how they feel about it, because they have even less information to go on with that decision in the first place.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Not to play devil's advocate here, but we know that the councillor drop-in sessions occur on a revolving basis once every 7 weeks or so. So if people are viewing this as a benefit to their chances in the election, we probably need to equalize those number of sessions so that one councillor isn't getting 3 and the other councillor is getting 2. Not to be devil's advocate, but how do you work the time frame? And that one other comment too about those councillors moving into their new role. They would have had the benefit of that large public feedback part of being in an election process as well. So they would probably be very in tune with what they believe their mandate is moving forward and should be able to articulate that, or don't need to be reminded of what it is. So I mean, I'm a little bit of a toss-up of when those sessions would start again.
We could let the newly elected councillors determine when they want to do them.
I guess
They
maybe
may get elected and say they don't find the
that's-
value to connect with the residents at all.
And
they
that's,
move it entirely.
that's the truest sense, that they will have their vision and strategy moving forward, and they may choose not to continue those drop-in sessions. And if we create a policy that it's a must-do, it's mandatory, then they would have to change that policy.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. Does this motion assume that this is a mandatory session or voluntary? Or is that the next question we need to verify?
Go ahead, Councillor Mello.
This motion didn't make that assumption, so we would have to debate that out next, I guess. If it's easier, I can withdraw this motion and simply make a motion removing the suspension from January to January on this policy, and then we can do the next part of it, and then we can make a recommendation to council from there if it is easier.
Yeah.
Because that actually, I didn't notice that it was still a decision required to be made there. So if it's easier, I can withdraw and simply make the motion that purpose number 1, 2, 3, 4 be removed.
I believe that's a separate discussion, and whether it's voluntary or mandatory. I just wanted to clarify the scope of what we are discussing. Actually, I support the motion that a new council can decide whether, how they want to run the council and drop-in sessions. And so the motion as presented is fine with me.
So on the motion that, do you have a draft, Ms. Thompson?
we have that the committee direct administration to move forward with the councillor drop-in session policy and edit the temporary suspension of the drop-in sessions to be September and October of an election year.
Okay. So that is the motion on the
Count
floor.
back 7 weeks from October to make sure that you're, anyway.
Councillor Light.
Perhaps, maybe, I'm trying to actually get my head around this. Right now, we are still doing the councillor drop-in sessions as on kind of a trial basis? There is no policy, existing policy around it. So we're creating a policy that may not come into effect until the next mandate anyway. And maybe it should be up to those people to create the policy. We've done this as a trial basis and they can create that policy at that time. Do we need to handcuff an incoming council to any kind of policy? Maybe that's too simplistic in a viewpoint, but if we don't have a policy now, we're not changing a policy. We're creating something that from all appearances would only affect the next mandate, not this one.
Any discussion or comments on the motion? You bring up a good comment, Councillor Lougheed, that this has been on a trial basis. I, too, I appreciate the fact that this council has taken the opportunity to do the drop-in sessions and to holistically try, including yourself, Councillor Northcott and Councillor Cermak. You guys have taken it out of, distance and have used, taken that opportunity to come and do this. As I have referenced in my verbal council reports, some days they're great, just, the lineups are there. Sometimes I'm doing my counselor engagement, not necessarily on a one-on-one, but through my emails or through a phone. So there's that opportunity as well. So Councillor Lougheed brings up a good point. Are we putting something forward that may linchpin an upcoming council? So do we want to consider just maybe outlining what we've done for best practices and letting the next council come in and decide a policy? Or are we, because the question has been asked, do we want to continue on with the trial of the drop-in sessions for this year? I think that was the email that came out to us, and hence that's why this is coming forward. So open the floor to, I know we've been kind of beating this around the bush on different ways. So what is this committee would like to see going forward? Are we going to just, would you like to just vote on the motion of this policy right now? Or is it something that you would like to just maybe, I'm opening the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Lyon.
I'll just fling more stuff into the mix here, but I know there's a number of things to decide. Voluntary versus mandatory, the level of reporting and recording of what transpires within that, and some guidelines or rules, as well as what to do if you've got administrative inquiries. So we have much to decide if this is going to be part of a policy of how we want to do that. And, least of, I know it was even mentioned that, well, councillors, if they're concerned that that's going to be using county resources, they can rent their own space or find their own meeting spot. Well, we do get compensated for mileage when we drive to these places and any of our expenses related to these things. So I could see some potential remuneration coming in to rent a space to hold your councillor session as well. So, I mean, there is a whole lot of things that need to be incorporated within a policy and has to be in alignment with what council believes is a benefit. And I see us moving forward in this. I guess if we think we're in an election period right now, then maybe there is some challenges around those kinds of activities. And I guess it's good to have the discussion and understand where we're all at with this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott. Then I'll go to Councillor Gibson after.
All right. No, these, like my comments are really what I've observed and had at the drop-in sessions. I really do enjoy discussions with residents of Clearwater County. You know, I'm sure everybody here does. But what I've witnessed is it showed very little value for the drop-in sessions, and let alone creating a whole nother new policy. So I just don't see any value. That was just what I observed. So that's where I have come up with my comments.
Okay. Councillor Gibson.
I did not realize that this was not a policy already. It's just a trial, so I would like to see the trial continue until September. And then let the next council decide whether they do drop-in centers or sessions or not, and then decide how they want to do them.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, so we do have a motion on the floor in regards to the draft policy, drop-in policy. So I am going to call a question as to whether we're in favor or not of the policy. So seeing no other comments or questions, we're having a discussion. Unless we defeat the motion and then come back, the motion is on the floor by Councillor Melhoff. Go ahead, Councillor Lahey. Yeah?
So when we're saying that we have a motion related to the policy, the policy is not fully developed. So perhaps I need to have the motion read back to me so I understand that.
Okay.
I don't want to unnecessarily close the door, or I don't want to unnecessarily open a door. I need to understand what we're asking about here. And just in reference to Councillor Northcott, I absolutely agree. I've sat in those drop-in sessions and had nobody. And I've also sat there till 1:30 talking with people after it. So there's been a whole spectrum, and I don't know if we can always expect there to be people lined up at the door and that time being absolutely utilized minute to minute, but I think it's still important to have that. If you want to think of it as a pressure relief valve for our community, I think it's a good one. I think it's much more approachable than having those angry calls or being tapped on the shoulder in the more inappropriate things like the grocery store or something like that. Anyway. Maybe if that motion could be
reread?
Regurgitated for me, please.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
That the committee direct administration to move forward with the councillor drop-in session policy and edit the temporary suspension of the drop-in sessions to be September and October of an election year.
Go ahead, Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Since the principles are still not yet fully developed, I can withdraw that motion and simply suggest then an edit for the last paragraph to have that be the September, October and be that edit. I would also make a edit that they be voluntary. I would love to make them mandatory, but I don't think that it's appropriate considering there's some people that don't believe in these. Perhaps the next council will feel that all councillors should participate in all forms of councillor duties, but voluntary. And for reporting, when we first started these, we did have reporting templates. I have no idea where those ended up when we were filling them out when we first started doing this. Guidelines and rules, I would have to refer to some other municipalities' guidelines and rules. I don't know if we need to add bureaucracy to talking to our residents, but perhaps we do. What to do with the administrative inquiries. Currently, I think we do emails. That's historically what I've done, and I tag the resident into that email chain right then and there in front of them while we do it, and/or I answer their question directly myself because I have the answer. It depends on what the question is. If I have the answer, I'm able to answer it. If I don't have the answer, sending off an email to try to get them that answer and tagging the resident in the email seems appropriate. But those are just some suggestions for then some changes for this.
Okay, thank you. So for clarification, you're withdrawing the motion? Okay. Yep, to the policy. Very good. Any discussion? There will be, there's no motion on the floor, but suggested edits to Ms. Haight in regards to bring that policy forward. Or we have a motion to continue the drop-in sessions on the trial basis as previously? Or do we even need a motion, Ms. Haight?
The committee could make a recommendation to council to continue the trial drop-in sessions. Also, I've been recording the suggestions, and as I previously mentioned, a final draft will come to council for their approval. Whether or not that comes to like, we have time to present the final draft to council before the election. It doesn't have to wait until after the election, but if that is the recommendation from the committee to present final draft to the 2025 term council, that administration can comply with that request. So just to clarify, at this stage, with the suggestions being made at this level, a draft could come to council in a February meeting. And at that time, council could make a decision as to whether to approve the policy, make amendments to the policy. They could also instruct or direct administration to present that draft after the election. It would be up to council to provide further direction.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Reeve. There is a standing motion to do the drop-in sessions. We didn't need a motion for the planning and emergency services to continue working as within the fire designation. So we didn't need a motion to keep doing what we're doing in the last agenda item. So I would say that we don't need a motion to keep doing what we're doing to continue them. But I would make a motion that staff make the suggested amendments on the draft and bring it back to council for a decision.
And I'm sorry, just to clarify, I wasn't meaning to make a motion to continue on.
No, I know, but it was suggested by other teammates that there was. I was merely commenting on that we shouldn't need one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then made the motion to have the amendments made and brought back to council.
To this council or to the 2025 council? To this council, okay? I need that clarification, thank you. Okay. At a future council meeting, whatever that looks like. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I just have two comments. I think that as far as reporting goes, that it is adequate to be included in the councillor's verbal report at the next council session as to topics that came up at their drop-in session? And also, do we have a consensus around the table that we will cease holding those sessions starting 1st of September?
I don't believe we talked about that as far as, we were talking about as far as the draft policy, but as far as continuing on in the draft, in the trial counselor drop-in, we haven't discussed that, but if you would like to, we can talk about that as well till September. I'll make a note. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, this whole drop-in session was voluntary to begin with, right?
No. It's part of your supervision and your per diem.
It was mandated? And who made the template that I heard somebody talk about? And when was that presented? I don't remember this ever being mandated. I thought it was voluntarily.
At the June 14th, 2022 council meeting, the motion that council passed was that council directed administration to schedule councillors on a weekly rotation for a 3-hour drop-in session with residents in the councillor's office beginning September 2022. And I believe also coming out of that June 14th meeting, there were several motions passed. One was to include, or that remuneration would be under the salary base, and also there was a motion that council directed administration to draft a policy. So that goes back to 2022. It doesn't specifically say that it was mandatory, and it doesn't say that it was volunteer. It just directed administration to schedule councillors on a weekly rotation.
And if you wanted to be included, you could be, and if you didn't have to be included. I thought that was the gist of that policy.
I think that was intuitively coming out of the scheduling process. It wasn't specifically referenced in council's motion, that it was either voluntary or mandatory.
And the template that Jenny said was proposed, was that sent out?
There were templates, yes, I believe the templates were, there were blank templates left in the councillor's office, and I believe that they were also emailed to councillors. None of them were returned to administration for filing or record keeping. So no templates were received. But
I'm sorry, I must have missed that whole session.
yeah,
Because I do not remember any of this.
that's okay.
Okay. Councillor Northcott.
I guess I have a question for administration. Has administration noted any benefits due to the councillor drop-in sessions?
Administration, benefits to administration?
Yeah, to the municipality as a whole, or on the administrative side? All the discussion's been on the council side of the table. I was just wondering if there was any benefits on the administration side due to the councillor drop-in sessions. I don't mean to put you on the spot like that, but I just thought if there was a...
Yeah. Nothing was noted. Like it is completely a councillor activity, and no administration has noted. There's nothing noted either way. Yeah.
Okay. I do want to make reference to the template for Councillor Cermak. I know I filled out some of those templates, but there were more, I thought they were for my reference. I didn't realize that they were for administrative. It was more for, I'm noting who's seen, if what they were talking about for my reference. So if it really had nothing to do with administration. When I filled out a template, it had more to do with, you know, where I was sitting on different things or giving me more information on their circumstance, et cetera. So if it was in regards to something for administration, I know that it was either like Councillor Malhoff has suggested, it was an email right there, CC the you know, the ratepayer, that kind of thing. But as far as the templates, they were more for my, like I say, my use. They was not something I handed in to administration. Yeah. So we're kind of sitting on the fence here in regards to where we're at. We've teeter-tottered, and that's fine. It's great to have this discussion. That's what this council committee of a whole is about. So what we want for recommendations. So as Councillor Malhoff has indicated, we can just continue on with the trial drop-in session as we have been. And a final draft, a motion to present the final draft to the 2024 council at some point could be coming out of that. Yes, yeah. So a motion to present at so that was her motion, sorry, I missed that. So a motion to present a final draft of the drop-in session to the 2024 council at some point in time. And perhaps it's business as usual until the final draft comes to motion to the council at a council meeting. And then we can decide. I was gonna suggest to Councillor Ratcliffe that we can talk more about the September, October at that final draft discussion, if that so suits the committee. Does that work? Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to present the final draft of the council drop-in to the 2024 council at a future council meeting with the edited suggestions as suggested. Councillor Malhoff.
I think that we can just say to this council.
Yes.
Because it is 2025, so it's kind of confusing to say the 2024 council.
For sure.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah, I just think.
To council.
Yeah, it comes to council when they can fit it into the agenda. But I also just wanted to show my support for Councillor Radcliffe's suggestion for having the report be in our council reports for how your drop-in session, the scheduled drop-in session went. I have found value in that. I know that that's how we have been reporting it. If somebody feels there's a different way of reporting, we can obviously do that as well. But if we're choosing to do these on a voluntary basis, then I also think that it should say in that councillor drop-in report whether you actually participated in it or not. That should also be transparent. So if your council report says, nope, I chose not to participate, that should also be noted, especially if this is, which it has been historically, sitting in our salary. Most things in our salary are the things that we are required to do as councillors, therefore making them semi-mandatory. So if we're choosing to make this voluntary, which I fully support it being voluntary, it should also then say whether you chose to participate or not when you're talking about it in your council reports.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Just to Councillor Malhoff's comments there, the participation in the council drop-in sessions for the councillors that don't find value in it, they still are available to the public during those times for phone calls, emails, discussions with community members. So it might be a misleading statement to say that they didn't participate. Those individuals are still sitting councillors, and still the public has access to provide comments or feedback or ask questions to those councillors as well. So they're still very much participating as a councillor in Clearwater County.
Councillor Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm sorry if you got the impression that I felt that meant you weren't participating. That wasn't what I meant at all. It's simply that we should make sure that we're ensuring that the remuneration is appropriately reported. And since it's scheduled to be in our salary, then it becomes difficult for it to be properly reported. Therefore, it should say whether you did or didn't attend. much like strategic planning is in our salary, the public can know whether we attended or not. They can watch us. Same thing with our council meetings. They are aware whether we attended or not. They can log in and watch us. This is something that is scheduled to be in our salary, has been in our salary for several years now. And the public has no idea whether we participate or not unless they show up to one of our drop-in sessions. So merely a suggestion. It was never a slight against whether you are available to your public or not.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I guess as far as the salary and remuneration time, whether you're sitting in a council drop-in session or you're somewhere else in the municipality or really anywhere, so you're still available to take phone calls or emails. Same remuneration, it's still the same. There's no additional remuneration received for the council drop-in sessions. It's all in the base salary. So.
And we will have a very robust discussion about that in the next item. So, the motion on the floor is to present the final draft of the drop-in policy to council at a future council meeting and with amendments as discussed. So, any other further discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you. So with that, we're going to call recess for lunch, and we will be back at 12:30. And welcome back to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole, January 20th. We are now down to item 6.2 in our agenda, which is the draft revisions to policies, Councillor 101, remuneration, and conference and attendance, and travel and subsistence. And I will turn the floor over to Ms. Haight.
So again, this is draft revisions to current remuneration policy.
Just 1 second, you need your mic on. That's okay. Just make sure. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, this is draft revisions to council's current remuneration policy and also the conventions and conference policy and the travel and subsistence policy. So there are some draft revisions that have been made, and if the committee if we go through those and the committee offers their suggestions for amendments, because the final decision, final approval will go to council at a future meeting. Now, administration was directed at a previous meeting, to include 4 points in the councillor member remuneration policy. And one of them was to include a clause in there regarding a deduction of salary if councillors weren't attending any of the meetings that were included in that salary category. And at this point, the draft revisions does not include that clause because administration was waiting for information to confirm that that was permissible. And I can confirm that there's nothing in any type of legislation that would preclude council from adding that clause. So there will be revisions after discussion, revisions that will be put in to this policy. So for the council member remuneration policy, just in the purpose, just adding a clause under purpose in the policy statement, just cleaning that up. And under the principles, I guess the first item for discussion would be the principle for deducting from a councillor's salary for meetings not attended. How did the committee wish to see that? Does it wish to see that, et cetera, et cetera?
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
Is there an attendance policy or attendance requirements?
There, under the MGA, there is legislation that councillors attend regular scheduled meetings. And there is provisions for councillors to miss like 1 or 2 meetings, but they cannot be absent from basically 3 consecutive meetings, 3 meetings in a row. And that's for regular council meetings. They can be disqualified if they are absent from regular scheduled council meetings without prior approval from council.
Thank you very much for that. I also know that some of the boards and committees that I sit on, they also have attendance requirements. You know, so you're only allowed to miss so many meetings, and then you could be removed from the board. So I'm just wondering if this is just creating redundancy to have that first point for the deduction of the salary. I mean, if you miss meetings, you're essentially could be removed from that board or committee, or even removed from council. Is my thoughts.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I don't see a need for us to have that added into a policy. I think that that can be policed in a different way. If council is feeling that a councillor is not meeting the requirements for being a council member, then there's other ways in which to achieve that rather than monetary effect. I don't necessarily think that there is a value in having it there, and as Councillor Northcott said, there's already other ways that it's already expressed, i.e. the MGA for the regular council meetings anyway, and different boards and committees have other ways that they do that. Just because somebody may have to attend to the family or farm or their own health doesn't necessarily mean that they should be precluded. And then on top of that, who's actually policing that? Are we then expecting our administrative staff to be policing our schedules to make sure that we're going to these meetings? I just think that it would also be administratively burdensome to try to administer a policy like that, but I could.
As far as administrative burden, attendance is for regular council meetings and committee council of the whole meetings, attendance is recorded in the minutes. The process is if the councillor informs other members of council informs the Reeve or administration that they're unable to attend, their absence is recorded in the minutes as with regrets. If a councillor is not in attendance and there's been no communication, it's recorded as just not attending. And then administration, yes, they would keep track, making sure that that councillor over that 3-meeting rule and inform administration and or the Reeve, and then that would be council's duties to decide what to do.
Councillor Northcott?
Thank you very much. I guess on the other side of the other view could be too is there's a possible amendment here to have deductions, but are there any amendments for sometimes there's excessive research and excessive hours put in by councillors that are like quite lengthy and quite time consuming? Would there be any proposal for increased remuneration for those times when councillors are putting in excessive amounts of time to research items?
Currently, the remuneration for salaries includes regular council meetings, committee meetings, annual organizational meeting, council orientation sessions, provincial emergency management training sessions, public drop-in sessions, CAO meetings, and it would I'm sorry, this is just a little confusing here the way I have it written. But it would include, currently it includes preparation time for research, meeting notes, et cetera, et cetera.
I believe for myself, when it was kind of brought up over a year ago, and I believe it was you, Councillor Northcott, that had made mention. I was at a conference and I was remunerating because I was at a conference and I missed a council meeting, and therefore I know the comment was brought up that I felt like I was two-timing, right? I'm getting paid to be as a councillor at a council meeting, and yet I'm still attending a a conference. So I guess that's part of an overlap that we need to discuss. That's important, I feel. That was a good catch by you. So there needs to be some metric to say that if you are remunerating, because our salary is based on those 2 council meetings a month, staff has gone ahead and prepared with HR a salary grid that already compensates the fact that we will be at every council meeting, we will be at every strat meeting, we will be at the organizational meeting, in that whole sense. So that's where our salary bases have come from. So if we're not partaking at some point, and we have to take an average, we can't not necessarily take a month at a time, this is where this discussion I am bringing forward to say, where are we sitting in this limbirth? Yes, by all means, you have a doctor, like a health emergency, whatever that needs, like that is totally excusable. I would assume at this table, because we will be making that decision as a council as a whole. But what does it look like going forward when conferences, for example, are overlapping those? So again, that's why I brought this forward to have this discussion. It has nothing to do with regular schedule. It has to do when there are conflicts. How are we justifying the dollars at that time? So, and I know once you caught me on that, it was like, okay, I kind of figured out in my head, okay, I got to make sure I'm not charging in the other end so that it balances out over the months going past. So I did my duty that way. So that's, again, how this got brought up. So, Councillor Northcott.
Okay, I didn't mean, I just noted that, right, that was all. I didn't, because I make mistakes all the time too. Not saying that you made a mistake even at all, or anybody made a mistake, but I know that I do sometimes. But yeah, it was, you're correct. It was on the regular council days, that day is included in the remuneration for the month. And if you have a, conference or something on that same day, how do we deal with that? Is there additional remuneration time, or is that included in that monthly remuneration for the base salary?
Right. So hence the discussion here is there an opportunity to examine that? Because I know it's been this council that has gone to a salary and per diem, like whereas past term, it's been totally on a per diem basis. So how do we want to move forward in this? And this is the time to examine and make the alterations that we would like to make. So I'm not sure whether we can ask administration to bring us back, a bit of a workings as to what a council meeting might be based on our salary, or how that was come up, because that was presented, I believe, through Mr. Gross in that HR conversation, and that might be an opportunity there. I don't know. I'm looking across the room. If memory serves me, it doesn't serve me at the moment.
Well, definitely it's an option for council, whether their remuneration is salary-based or per diem-based, or a combination of both. And that discussion was held previously at other council meetings. And in the policy item under principles number 4, council did establish its compensation at the 65th medium average, 65th percentile of the medium average. And that is on the salary base. So I'm just supposing that if council decided to go with just strictly per diem, it would be a very complicated process for administration to calculate how that 65th percentile would be achieved under a per diem rate. And I believe in previous discussions that council had, that was one of the reasons why they decided to do a combination salary per diem. And then come up with definitions for what is included in that salary as opposed to what is included in per diem. So I think if council was to decide to change that principle of the 65th percentile, that would definitely require a lot more research and information gathering in order to have council make an informed decision on that.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think it's reasonable to assume that if you were going to be sitting here anyway as part of your salary, that if you're away at a conference, that the two cancel each other out for that day. And I think that that's something that we as individuals can police. I don't necessarily think it needs to be exercised in a policy. A perfect example is Councillor Northcott and Councillor Lougheed should be at an ag conference right now. Theoretically, that would have been on a per diem rate, but since they would be sitting here, if they had chosen to be there instead of here, then today would have been covered through a salary, and then the subsequent days of that conference would be at the per diem rate. And I think that's something that we can easily police ourselves and doesn't need to be necessarily put into a policy. For me, the salary rate was, when it was explained to me, the best way that I understood it was the things that are reflective of the things that are constant, and 100% expected of you as a councillor. You are expected to be at strat planning. You are expected to be at council. You are expected to participate in those ways. You are expected to prep for strategic planning and prep for council and return emails and return phone calls. Those are things that are expected of you. And that is unwavering and unchanging, which is what should be reflected in the salary. And the per diem rate was for those things that are changing based on the appointments that you were appointed to at the organizational meeting, based on the different boards that you're on, and based on the needs of the municipality as a whole. For an example, the workshops and council workshops is highlighted. Potentially, we can have the debate of whether that should be moved into a per diem rate, because the needs of councillor workshops is going to change with the educational profile of the council sitting at the table and the requirements of the municipality. If you are entering into a new service level or provision, or a new municipality being taken on, perhaps there's going to be more workshops that are going to be required. So perhaps moving council workshops into a per diem rate to better reflect the needs of the municipality, so that can fluctuate, would be appropriate. But I think that as for if you're at a conference on a regular scheduled day, I think that's something we can police internally. I don't necessarily think it needs to be reflected in policy.
Right. Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I think there's more to attending meetings than just showing up. That if our two councillors were away at an ag conference, I would expect they would have spent part of the time on the weekend reviewing this meeting, even if they weren't going to attend. So
Councillor Northcott?
No, Councillor Ratcliffe actually I have, with personal circumstances or whatever, I've missed a, council meeting or the odd, thing here or there. But I have invested the time after the fact to go back and rewatch the meeting and the results and see the discussion that had taken place at those meetings that that I wasn't able to attend. So the time was still invested to get the discussion and see the items that were presented at those meetings.
For sure. So where did we land on that one? And so I think we're just reviewing, like you've said, Ms. Haight is cleaning up a little bit. So I have seen.
If I may, so
Yeah, go ahead.
just confirming that the definition for salary rate, all of these items listed with perhaps council workshops, is to remain in the policy under salary definition?
Yeah, I'm looking at them now. I'm looking at a remuneration sheet now where it says I agree. It depends on the year and depends, like, again, like Councillor Meloff said, if it's a service level review, it may warrant more workshops, and if it's, I think we had 2 workshops this past year. One was in regards to facilities and the item before on safety codes. Yeah, go ahead.
And just to clarify, with recent changes to the MGA, calling for mandatory orientation sessions, service levels are included in that list in the legislation. So that would, a service level review would be considered under like an orientation session.
Okay. What's, go ahead, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. With that definition, perhaps orientation sessions and council workshops need to be moved into per diem rate, because if you're doing a service level review or something like that, the way that you've just explained it, that can also change things. Like, we're gonna be doing a service level review over the next several months. As required in the newly formed municipality, we've said that we're gonna review all the service levels for the newly formed municipality taking on the village of Caroline. That's not business as usual. And theoretically, the salaries should sit as business as usual, or at least, maybe I'm misunderstanding the definition, but that's how I interpret the definition, that business as usual, the things that are going to be recurring all of the time is what sits in there, and the preparation for all of those things that recur all the time sits in there, and the things that are outside of the norm are in the per diem rate, and typically then voted on at the council meeting. Like, historically, it's been then brought to the council meeting prior to that, where we make a motion for councillor attendance or that thing to happen. And typically, these things would be triggered by a council motion anyway, right? So like, for example, we're reviewing the land use bylaw. We struck the land use bylaw steering committee. That was struck by motion, and those are in per diem, unless I have been filling out my timesheet wrong this whole time. That's a per diem thing, or it has been for me anyway. Like I said, unless I've been filling it out wrong, because that's not business as usual. That's something we've chosen to take on.
And if I may add to that, council orientation sessions with the recent MGA changes, they are mandatory. So it is now, I believe, considered business as usual. It is mandatory for councillors to attend those orientation sessions. And in the MGA, it outlines specifically what topics are to be covered in those orientation sessions.
Right. Councillor Lai?
Thank you, and I can understand that as being, something included in the salary rate, because that's essentially MGA related. It's what the government has said you should have as a baseline for your knowledge set as a serving councillor. Much of what we have done in the past is understanding our community, our organization, the things we can change, the things we cannot change. That maybe is a little outside of the true definition in the MGA. So I think there should be the opportunity for per diem, so that if council feels they have gaps in their knowledge set, or a makeup of a future council has gaps in their knowledge set, that there is an opportunity that people can feel comfortable about serving their community and being compensated for that time, extra time to learn more about their role, then they would be absolutely required to through the MGA.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. So we may want to change the language then a little bit in the remuneration to reflect the council workshop and versus the orientation. Change the verbiage on that just for clarification, especially the stuff. I'm looking at the remuneration page right now, so it's a little bit different than what you've outlined in the policy. I'm looking at the verbiage on our remuneration page.
Yes, definitely. The remuneration form will be updated on, according to the terms in the new policy.
Yes, please.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So that list then for council salary, What would the committee recommend for council workshops? Council workshops, they're in a gray area. It has been argued that, well, you know, council workshops, same thing as a council meeting, because all councilors are in attendance with the CAO. The argument on that side is that, no, it's not a regular meeting, no decisions are being made. It's a learning opportunity, educational session. So is it therefore then an orientation session? And I guess for council workshops, it would be beneficial to have like a clear definition of what is a council workshop. What are the parameters for a council workshop? And then, based on that definition, determine whether it's a salary-based remuneration or per diem-based remuneration.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll come back to that too, but I would like to see it's currently struck out the time spent preparing for stuff. I would like to see that stay in the salary.
It's included in the in that first paragraph.
Oh, okay, so it's just struck out from, just because of,
it was kind of repeating or repetitive.
oh, okay, just
So-
making sure, because
Yeah.
I would hate to see me have to go home and record, like make a note of all the hours we spend researching and reading and pre-prepping. That would, I would hate to have to start doing that. So if it's just a
Yeah,
grammatical.
It's in the red lettering in that first little paragraph. Paid to a counselor for preparing for and attending meetings.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And for the counselor orientation versus workshop, so the Muni 101 thing, for example, that we went to the first 2 weeks after the election, I wanna say, like, it was right away, that 2-day Muni 101, that's what I saw as like the required mandatory counselor orientation. Like, you must learn you're not driving the grader. Like at that, the lady that presented a legal standing of what the MGA is, how it works, how do you get your power, who is your actual employees versus who's not. That to me was counselor orientation. And then when we come here and we learn about, and that's probably what the MGA defines as a full counselor orientation, but perhaps I'm wrong. When we come here and we learn about how Clearwater County specifically runs, I always saw those as workshops or Clearwater County specific. But, because the MGA has to be written that it impacts the province as a whole, right? Not municipalities independently. So that was always what I thought, but I could be reading it wrong. I know that Ms. Haight had mentioned that things like service level reviews are considered council orientation as well, so, and I always thought that'd be very specific to Clearwater County, not everybody as a whole, so.
Councillor, go ahead.
I'm just pulling up the wording from the MGA. Okay. Pardon me? No. It's section 201. So in section 201.1 of the MGA, a municipality, in accordance with the regulations, must offer and each counselor must attend orientation training. And so the first set of topics is role of municipalities in Alberta, municipal organization and function, roles and responsibilities of council and councillors, the municipality's code of conduct, roles and responsibilities of the CAO and staff. And then the next set of topics is key municipal plans, policies and projects, budgeting and financial administration, public participation, and any other topics prescribed by the regulations. So it doesn't specifically reference council workshops. And there again, I believe that it would be up to this committee to define what it means by a council workshop versus a councilor orientation session. And the Munis 101 is considered an orientation session. And as long as the municipality is offering or providing that course, it meets legislation. But again, the trick is to figure out where does council workshops fit into this picture.
Councillor Lawrie?
Thank you, and I do appreciate that. I think there is some very clearly defined things within the MGA that allow for orientation for new councillors, or for all councillors, really. There's also clearly defined responsibilities for councillors to understand and promote the best interests of their municipality. So some of that requires a workshop to understand what's got us to that point. Isn't necessarily something that's going to be contained within the MGA or even policy documents. It needs that free-flowing classroom type discussion, of truly what has got us to this point. So I think there has to be some provision for a workshop that satisfies the needs of individual councillors and council as a group to understand all the intricacies of the decisions they're needing to make over their term. And of course, I think if you take it away from a standardized orientation where it really goes with a syllabus, it goes with an outline of the information that's going to be there, and it doesn't really deviate a whole lot from that. A workshop is a little bit more free-flowing, where you have much more opportunity to ask questions and understand how those specifics relate to your role of the community you serve. And I think there needs to be some compensation for that, because that is truly where the community benefits, is having those free-flowing conversations. And you don't want to limit that only because it's included within your salary rate, because at some point in time, you're going to say this is too costly, involves too much time, and you'll get some feedback. Well, I know this stuff already. I don't need to spend my time doing this. I think you want to have that opportunity for, I think what served us well in the past was that workshop format where I don't know what the particular subject is, whether it was dealing with recreation or with other infrastructure that we have, is having that opportunity for council to ask questions and understand more about our individual circumstances within the municipality, and not have that limited by, well, I only have one day, I'm putting too many days in. I don't know if I'm not really conveying that thought well, but I think there is a difference between strictly something orientation and something that's meant for more of a classroom setting where you exchange information and ask questions and not worry about the clock quite as much.
So the Safety Codes Council Accreditation Workshop would be an example that you're referring to.
Yeah.
So moving that into under per diem right then?
I'm looking for consensus, head nods. Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Gibson.
I guess just for formalities, like for the for the meetings, when there's an orientation versus a workshop, is there an agenda, the formal minutes that are kept and recorded? Is there a difference in the two, or are they both the same? For like orientation versus a workshop?
Well, an orientation session, similarities to a workshop, yes, there could be an agenda set up. No minutes or notes are taken in either one. The orientation sessions would be geared to address the specific items listed in the MGA. A workshop could expand into different educational items, which in the past, council has had workshops on broadband, they've had workshops on municipal housing corporations, workshop on the safety codes accreditation, workshops on the AFRAC's radio system. There's been numerous workshops, and sometimes a speaker comes in or a consultant comes in. There's been workshops on harassment, health and occupational safety, and a speaker comes in for something like that. So there is some similarities, but I would say that there's more differences between an orientation than a workshop.
No, my question was just for more or less if there was the formality of if there was recorded minutes and actually adoption of agenda.
Not in either one. There's no.
And I guess I'll just add just a little bit more to that. If the orientations are now mandatory, proof of attendance, would you not want to have a formal meeting that we would have tracked attendance if that is a requirement, mandatory requirement?
The MGA doesn't provide direction on recording attendance. However, it is administration's intent to have a attendance recording that goes with the session.
Okay, thanks.
And have that documented somehow.
Would that not be on your remuneration? You would be documented
And
on
yeah,
your council
it would be,
remuneration?
that's true. Yeah, it would be
Okay.
documented there.
Councillor Gibson?
Yes, I was wondering if you could have an internal workshop, internal council workshop, where everything that is discussed at that particular time directly involves the council and the running of Clearwater County, where an external workshop would be, I guess something, maybe even like our amalgamation. Some of the workshops we had there was, it's internal, but it's external because it's going outside of what council normally does. So anything that's kind of outside of what council normally does would be an external workshop. And therefore it would go into the per diem, and the internal workshop would stay under council salary.
Okay. That is a suggestion. Noted on that. That's like, again, like you said, those one-offs are on an outside workshop. I'm just reading the MGA and as far as orientation and training. When you said, key municipal plans, policies and projects, to me, that's a workshop. When you're talking about key policies and projects, right? That's what you're gonna have a workshop on. So it still falls under the orientation meeting and the MGA. So it's just a different word, I get it. But it's no different than, I know it's been called workshops in the past, and there is a certain connotation to that word. And do we want to split hairs in a way because, where we want to be on a salary basis or where we want to be on a per diem? So the list here is very succinct in the MGA, but I do note that it depends on the year and depends on what's sitting on our docket, where we're going to be. So what is the balance of council that we haven't heard from on your opinion about council workshops and orientation? Do we want to make a definition on what workshops? I'm assuming that's what we should have, is a definition about what a workshop is and what a definition is about a workshop within our, an orientation in our policy, correct? Because I see we don't have a definition on what an orientation is or what a workshop is in our definitions. You've just got community event.
It definitely, we
Could,
could add in a definition for both,
yeah. I'm thinking that might help for clarity.
and then determine
Yeah,
later.
yeah,
based.
absolutely.
Okay.
I would like those two definitions in there, that helps. Or we're not guessing. And as Councillor Gibson has just mentioned, you know, an internal versus external, what an example of might be an orientation to me is something internal, where a workshop could be external.
Okay, and talking about definitions, administration is wanting some direction on how the committee would like to recommend definitions for community event, social function, conference and convention, etc. Community events, is that defined just within Clearwater County? Is community events, does that mean community events with adjoining municipalities? What does that community event mean?
I know for myself, when you say community event, I think of the chamber, for example, and the chamber is a formal county, both is being supported by both municipalities, both the town and the county. And a community event to me is anything that is supported by the county, so, or the other municipalities. It's kind of like if we're going to support them financially. I'm thinking of other events that we support through our Ag and Community Department, that is something that could be defined as a community event, something that is supported by the county that way. Where a social event is simply, hey, come to our grand opening of whatever, and it's just more or less to have, an invite. And then your speaking engagement is when we get the requests that come through for Rocky Credit Union or whatever else to come to do a speaking of greetings on behalf. So, or whenever there's I'm trying to think of the other speaking events that we get invited to to come and say word greetings on behalf of council. So I think that's kind of the definition on those three, and I'm open the floor to what other.
Yeah,
Unless you've got some other suggestions.
And the definitions, it would be related to, because currently right now, those events, community, social, conference and convention, and speaking engagements, those are included in the per diem rates. So using those suggested definitions for remuneration per diem.
Okay.
So for example, some of the social functions, events, council in the past have been invited to, chamber events. They've been invited to dessert nights. They've been invited to, of course, during the holiday season, there's lots of events going on. Currently, councils are remunerated per diem for the parades, the Christmas parades, and for the rodeo parades. So is that status quo then, or is there any changes to that?
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Eve. I think that your definition fit. My question actually is in and around Reeve versus Councillor. Is there any understanding of the difference for that? Because like the Reeve's salary is different than a councillor, because they will be representing council at many of these events. So should some of the speaking engagements, et cetera, be included in their salary because it's already expected of them that they will be representing council at many of these events and are compensated according to that? Their compensation is different from councillors specifically for that reason, unless I misunderstand the compensation profile. They will be expected to be at those events and representing council, so, which is part of the reason why they are remunerated at a different level than council, or like than the rest of council. Unless but then there also needs to be an understanding of then how many, right? How many are included in your salary before it switches to a per diem? Because I'm sure there's some months where there's, 10 asks and there's some months where there's 4. So like, then that's then the next question is how many?
So, and you bring up a good point, and I'm just thinking of graduations. The Reeve can't be at every graduation, and we have our counselors that go out and do the speaking on behalf. And so, it's a per diem, on both, whether it be the counselor or the Reeve at that point in time too, right? So, as far as speaking events anyways, but, yeah, it's all the extra times that that done, and good question on that. We'll open the floor, but Councillor Lai, do you have a comment or question on that? Yep.
That issue, from my perspective, I think it's on the chief elected officials' shoulders to understand their capacity for these speaking engagements, and if that needs to be dispersed throughout the balance of council, then I think those councillors should be part of the per diem then for taking over that role. So I think it's, very much a partnership between the Reeve and their capacity to be able to serve those functions. You're only one person, can't be in 5 places at once. If those kinds of chief elected official duties are passed along to somebody, then I think that only makes sense that as a team, that those things are part of the per diem to be able to represent and serve the community.
Yep. So I'm not sure if we answered your question or not.
Yes. So the next item that the draft revisions is to include, and I'll just skip over item number 2. So item number 3 is the addition of a policy principle statement regarding submission of completed remuneration statements to the Reeve and one other councillor for accountability and transparency purposes. And so that is in the draft revisions, item number 6, which states council members will submit completed monthly remuneration statements by the required due date to the Reeve, and I left that blank, for accountability and transparency purposes.
Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I just had some thoughts just on the previous discussion there regarding the Reeve. My thoughts are there's, to be the Reeve, or the chief elected official, there would be an additional workload and I think some additional stress that would go on that position. And you'd also have limited time to be able to attend other board or committee meetings, which are remunerated often by per diem. And I think really, there does have to be a reimbursement, where there's, to sit here, you limit your opportunity to create any other revenue source or any other income anywhere else, because it does consume a significant amount of time, but I just wanted to make those comments. As far as having the topic at hand now regarding the Reeve and one other councillor review the remuneration statements, currently we have all 7 councillors have the opportunity to provide comments, either in favor or for clarity if there's a remuneration statement that maybe is questionable. There's 6 other councillors that can question that remuneration statement. But that's.
I think that was part of the, in the beginning where we were all new, we were trying to create that consistency of how we were reporting on our remuneration. So go ahead, Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Eve. I mean, I would be, like Councillor Northcott said, there's 6 other people that review my remuneration every month. So if somebody wants to sign off on it ahead of time, so be it, that's fine. My worry would be then timing. What time, when do I have to get that to that councillor in order for it to get to administration in time, because they have their deadlines, and to make sure that they can print it off and sign it, or digitally sign it if they have the ability to do that. Or I know some people are still doing paper, like written timesheets, so then they'd have to get that to that person to get it signed off in time for it to get back to administration. Like, it just seemed, I can see the value. I mean, I don't care one way or the other. If somebody wants to sign my timesheet, go for it. It's public record and it's seen on our council meetings, but adding a layer to try to make time for somebody to sign it for me to get it in and them to send it back to me in time for me to get it in, I think might be a little difficult. But if we think that there needs to be another layer, so be it.
Okay. Councillor Gibson, then I'll go to Councillor Lawton.
I think the reeve, who signs it, and then of course, the administration has to, and it's accountable at the meetings, because if there's a question with your timesheet, it's all there, and we can then question a councillor if we think that there's something that, more explanation for it or something like that. So I don't really think we need more accountability for it. We could get really bogged down with everything, so I think the reeve and the financial person that signs, and then it's reviewed at the council meetings. I think that's all we need to do.
Councillor Lawton?
Yeah, and I think on this subject, I think we've just went through a process of aligning the Reeves salary benefit with the 65th percentile. I think this adds to that workload. I don't know what the comfort level of the Reeve or an alternate to that would be to spending the time to go through and scrutinizing those timesheets. I think if there's an honest error in something or we question, I think that's served us decently up to this point. I haven't seen a lot of angst amongst council that there's something inappropriate. Sometimes there's a simple mistake or a line that isn't perfect between how one councillor claims and the other, and I think those are things that can be managed with the process we've had up to this point without putting more duties on the Reeve.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I understand the need for us to be using the same principles in deciding what is per diem and what goes under salary. And I think we're getting better at all being on the same page as time has gone by. I'm not sure what the original objective was in suggesting this, and also whether this approach would meet that objective. I see a potential gap, and of course I also wonder how it could go wrong.
Do you have anything further, Councillor Lawton? Yep.
I would if,
Yep.
and it's one other aspect of this statement that the end of it is for accountability and transparency purposes. I think that's very important. It is truly that remuneration is a covenant between that individual councillor and the people they represent. If we are looking for improved accountability and transparency in that, it would not hurt, as many municipalities have an ongoing running total for each individual councillor, so they can easily find without, I don't want to have, I've had the feedback that we hide our remuneration in plain sight in our council agendas. And it, you know, in fairness, I can see that if you want to go through and review that, you have to pull up 40 or 50 council agendas, wade through several hundred pages each to see if you can, and then print that off. It's not easily accessible, so if we want accountability, transparency, accessibility for our public, and that, again, that covenant between the community and the councillor, perhaps we already do the work to keep that running total. Maybe it's just, if it can be part of our website where it's publicized, maybe that does meet that idea of greater accountability and transparency.
Yeah, you bring up, I have made a note of that, very similar, and that is, I know on some other counties, under each councillor, there is a, they have an expense report or whatever, the remuneration reports that are under their, each of their names in the website only. So it's, if you wanted to go back and you could look at their remuneration statement as per each month, kind of a thing. So, yeah, I have seen that on other counties' councils with that. So that might, I know the reason why it got brought up, and that was because we were being very consistent at the beginning, and so this is a long time coming. So yes, we're at the end of our term, we're getting all very smooth at this and understanding. We could all go to the same committee or same conference and have different remunerations. So just looking, would it please this committee if we just struck that entirely and put, and maybe have it as a procedure that our remunerations are published with, on our website under our divisions? Just our remunerations for accountability versus, I mean, they would ultimately go there after they've been blessed through, adopted the minutes. They would still go through the council meeting per se to be looked at, I would say, but if for more accountability and transparency, as Councillor Lougheed has mentioned, maybe it might be better to go that route.
Definitely, like, that's easy peasy. Administration already posts the approved policies and bylaws under a tab section. This is just a press of the button to add the remunerations that are published in the agenda, to have them in their own little category, councillor remunerations, like no trouble at all.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed?
And another suggestion, I don't know how the balance of council feels, if it would be useful for future mandates as they move forward, that as part of the orientation, perhaps, you know, some education opportunity of how to deal with those remuneration forms and how to report and when to report and all those things that, you know, you kind of learn by watching others many times or asking questions. And not everybody is as confident with asking questions at the beginning of their term. So if it was part of the orientation, I think that would give, I hope that would give those councillors that confidence that they're filling in their forms and reporting it in a uniform and consistent way that is expected of them too. And I think there would be benefit of spending a few minutes in an orientation session to have that as part of it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right. So I seen I seen head nods in regards to striking number 6. So
Yep.
okay,
Yeah, I got that too.
okay.
Okay, so then the last two, addition of a schedule listing conferences and conventions that councillors are authorized to attend, and addition of a policy principle statement regarding a requirement for councillors to reimburse conference convention registration fees and associated travel hotel fees incurred due to late cancellation. Now, for item number 4, I did include a statement on the remuneration policy under principles, and that's item 7, but perhaps it's maybe better suited for the conferences and training for councillors policy, as well as having the schedule for authorized remuneration for conferences and conventions. So if,
Okay,
I can move 7 once discussion has taken place, if so be it,
okay,
to the conference policy.
okay. Councillor Mella?
Thank you, Reeve. I definitely see like the reason behind this and some value behind it as well. My only concern is what if, like, order of precedence, right? So I've been scheduled for conferences before, and then a council requirement has come up that is more important or has a higher precedent than going to that conference, and then had to potentially bow out. I mean, a perfect example is I'm scheduled for the EDO, going to the Economic Developers Conference. Always been a very good conference for us to attend. However, now many of the health sessions and the health advocacy sessions are scheduled for that, for our community, are scheduled for that very week. In my brain, making sure that we have a health advocate that from this table at those sessions is more important than going to EDO. So I'm hopeful that somebody will be able to take my spot at that conference, but as far as paramountcy, I think that it's more important that I be at the health at the health events rather than that conference, and I didn't know about one before the other. So I think that there needs to be some wiggle room in this. Now, if you're just not going, that's a different like your schedule, you're hitting your button or whatever when she sends it out to us, and you're hitting your button that, yeah, you want to go, and then you just don't go. That's a different conversation than if you had to go and represent the county in some other fashion because something was more important and needed you more than the conference did. But just as an example, I'm open to hear everybody else's thoughts on this.
I agree with you, and I guess I would like it maybe through procedure, when those calendar invites come to us. If we know ahead of time, what is the last date to cancel, should be on the calendar invite itself, so that when we're looking, and it helps remind, sorry to add to your list of things to do, Jana, but it would be like a day, 24-hour reminder, okay, last minute, tomorrow's last day to pull out, are you still going, confirmation, blah, blah. I think, because months in advance, yeah, exactly, like, yeah, as mentioned, the EDO is a prime example, you had to register last year because it was filled up within 2 weeks, right, so, it's those kind of opportunities that we don't want to miss, but then life happens, and,
This job happens, like,
yeah.
other boards are still moving forward that potentially are more important than whatever you were scheduled to
Exactly.
take.
So in regards to reimbursement, if to me, if something happened, let's take your same example, Councillor Melhoff. You didn't find out until after the late cancellation, right, that is passed, and all of a sudden you have 2 or 3 things. If you can't shuffle it off to another councillor, what you're asking is, should those late fees still be charged to that person, even though your priorities have changed? Or do you fill it in on the other side where you still go and you get somebody else to fill in you on the other side? So I think it goes kind of both ways. Looking for some conversation here, so go ahead, Councillor Gibson, I'll go to Councillor Radcliffe.
I think we have to have it on a case by case, because I mean, you can be planning for it to go, and then, for example, Councillor Melhoff came down with a very bad cold. You know, she couldn't attend it. It's not that she didn't want to, it's just she couldn't. But if you out and out forget or don't attend, that is different than illness, another meeting, this type of thing. All those should be taken into consideration before we start having to have the councillor pay back the fees. So,
I have a question for, in regards to those counselor, that conference fee and travel associated fees, regardless of our time put in, that is, I guess this would go to either Director Hagan or Mr. Han, that those are charged to our, division, correct? Like, regardless if we go or not, like that is charged as part of our income for the year, Mr. Han?
The fee for the specific course depends on if it's, I think there's a couple of them that are in the council as a whole job, whereas if it's one that only 2 or 3 councillors are going to, then it's charged individually to the council ward. But for example, RMA, I think, might be just in the council one because all of council is going. Does that make sense?
Yep, that makes sense. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, we need to allow wiggle room for job and personal things that do come up on short notice and take priority. Do we have in each of our ward budgets a kind of a limit for these conferences? Like, is there an allowance for that?
There is a budget for council conferences, and there is no set budget for individual councillors,
Okay.
costs for individual councillors to attend.
Mr. Han?
It's just in council budget.
Yes. Director Hagan just reminded me that the memberships are only in council as a whole, so they are not charged to each ward. It's your remuneration, any benefit or employer costs, and travel and subsistence that are kind of separated out per ward. The rest of them go into that general council. And there is a budget for that every year that council looks at during budget deliberations.
Follow up?
No.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
All right. I do have a comment, but I don't know if it's appropriate for open session.
Okay,
So
all right.
I'd like to make a motion to, can we move to, make a motion to go to closed session?
Make a comment? Or,
Just regarding what exception to disclosure under FOIP, like is it regarding third-party interest or personal privacy, or is it regarding privileged legal information? Like there has to be a reason for going into closed session?
Regarding labor.
Pardon me?
Regarding labor.
Okay.
okay. I will, you're making a motion?
I make a motion that we move to closed session.
All right. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, we'll go into closed session. We're just back from a quick closed session. Continuing on 6.2, we were down to item 7, which was, point number 7 in the council remuneration policy. Continuing on in that discussion in regards to reimbursement should councillors cannot attend a conference, convention, etc. I think what I heard was case-by-case basis. It was really good conversation, but do you have something on this, Councillor Melhoff? Yep.
Thank you, Reeve. So if we're going with case by case, perhaps this, and you know the codes better than I do, perhaps this is more suited for something like a code of conduct, because at that point, it can be a sanction that is put on a councillor, that they repay back that conference. I don't know if that fits within there, but I mean, it seems more of a conduct issue. Like if you have signed up for a conference, and this would probably even be more if it's a repeated problem. I think if it's one-off, that's a lot different than if this is somebody signing up for conferences or events and consistently not going. I think that becomes more of a conduct issue than it is even needed to be in a policy statement. Because I can definitely see how this could be an issue and it needs to be managed, but perhaps an opportunity to manage it under that code rather than through this, and then they get sanctioned to pay back the fees. I don't know if that's an option, because that's a sanctionable option based on our training.
Go ahead, Ms. Tate.
The Code of Conduct bylaw currently addresses avoidance of waste. Under Section 21, avoid waste, abuse, and extravagance in the provision or use of public resources, and shall identify and discuss any misuse of which the member is aware with the Reeve Council Committee Chair, or the CAO. So if I were to interpret this, it would be if anyone is witnessing waste regarding misuse of funds for not attending a conference or convention, they could make the Reeve Council Committee Chair or the CAO aware, and then a discussion could be had. And perhaps maybe what somebody saw was not actually, or perhaps there was a reason why that councillor couldn't attend the conference. Somebody in the family became ill, or they became ill, and then it's just cleared up with a conversation. Or perhaps if, as referred to, if it becomes a habit, if it becomes like common behavior for a councillor to register for a conference or a convention and never shows up, then again, like the Code of Conduct does have a section in there to address an issue of that type.
Councillor Northcott, sorry.
I did really like the comment earlier that it'd be nice to be notified in the calendar events of the last day of the opportunity to be able to cancel. I think that would be very useful information. And on this topic, for missing conferences or conventions, has this been a frequent occurrence, or is it a rare occurrence, or?
Administration is not aware of it frequently happening. In the past, there has been the occasional cancellation at the last minute, but it was always due to extenuating circumstances, like illness or family member, or some other life circumstance that truly, and then when that happens, there is a mad rush to try to find somebody else to fill that spot so that it's not wasted funds. But no, it's not, administration is not aware that it happens frequently, no.
Okay. Councillor Mellow?
Thank you, Reeve. like, I can definitely see how there's some value in putting in the code of conduct, that's why I asked the question. However, I also know how disruptive and difficult the code of conduct process is. It's not just as easy as, let's have a chat. It's just saying, it's super disruptive, and it's not exactly in the interest of building teams. So maybe we can just wordsmith number 7 a little bit to allow for the latitude that if it's a continued problem, that we do the case-by-case issue that, like Councillor Gibson is saying, rather than will, perhaps a may, and somehow wordsmith it to include that it's case-by-case, or
just may be required to reimburse.
yeah, may be required, like, because I think it needs to be acknowledged in there somewhere that there is, if this is a problem, that you will be required, this is the taxpayer's purse, the public purse, and you cannot be misusing it, and you will be held accountable if you are. So I can maybe leave it in your hands for when the draft comes back with a little bit of a wordsmith on number 7 to make sure that that is still something that is available to council to, if it is a continued problem, but not necessarily you will be responsible for paying this back. Because as we've all discussed, there's some extenuating circumstances that make it so that it's just not possible. And some of these conferences, we book out months and months and months in advance. So maybe I'll put it in your hands to some wordsmithing till the draft comes back.
Yep. Councillor Lockett?
And I certainly agree that would be valuable. I think the code of conduct could be used to guide councillors back to a different approach to their attendance to conferences. I don't know, and in my understanding, the sanctions available through the code of conduct do not include fines or monetary reimbursement or anything like that. I think that's off the playbook as far as sanctions. So I could be wrong on that. I seem to have read something about code of conducts in the past.
I remember we were keeping a big list of sanctions at one point.
Yeah, I don't think, we can't just say, well, we fine you X number of dollars. And in this case, I think the argument could be made, this is a form of a fine or a punitive. I could be wrong on that.
Go ahead, Ms. Tate.
So as far as, there is definite latitude regarding sanctions. So if council determines it's appropriate to do so, they may impose sanctions on a member. And there is a list of examples for different types of sanctions. And at the end, it's any other sanction council deems reasonable and appropriate in the circumstances provided. And it doesn't specifically say that remuneration sanctions are not permitted. Like I do believe that it would be under council's purview to determine if such a sanction would apply. They would have the ability to do so under the existing code of conduct.
Councillor Cermak?
This last one, it says due to late cancellations. What if a member went and something happened and you had to leave? If it's a 3-day conference and you could only attend a half a day, then what happens with this policy? I mean, you could get sick, family issues, or you're just pissed off with a conference, you don't want to be part of it. I mean, I'm not saying it's ever happened or anything, but I mean, this is only for late cancellations. What happens if you're into it and something comes up and you have to leave? Do you have to reimburse that half that you didn't see?
That's a valid point.
Go ahead, Councillor Gibson.
I think the intention is that you attended. So I think it's, if you just blew it off because you didn't like the conference. would be different than, I mean, your intention was to attend it. It's beyond, you know, reason, or beyond reason that we would think you'd have to pay it back because you can only attend half a day or a day because of illness or something. So I can only see it if it's before the fact, but not during the fact, you know. Yeah, so I would see it that way, that it's, if you didn't attend at all, but if you started to attend, that's beyond your control and ours as well.
That may not be out of your control. I mean, maybe you just chose to leave.
That'd be point 8.
Pardon?
That would be point number 8.
Exactly.
Oh, that's good.
Special section for you, maybe?
Pardon?
We could have a special section for you, maybe? Yeah. No, we don't want a section 8 of nothing. That'd be good.
No, I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Cermak, in that regards. I mean, and sometimes, I'll just say, Councillor Meloff is one that, for me, I remember at a planning conference that she had to leave early because of a family emergency, and it's like, yeah, you go away. And it's not because she didn't want to stay, she wanted to stay, but, well, you know, we got our priorities. So maybe that's something that is to try and find that accountability that you're going to stay at a conference, and should you leave early, for whatever reason, is that you do notify the other council members that are at that conference as to why you're leaving, so no one's left guessing, or a communication of some sort, whether there be an email, a text, or something to say, hey, I've had to leave early, it's this time, family emergency, I'm out of here, or whatever else. So I think that's that would be the best in that sense, is to make sure. In that sense, I would like that. I don't know if we just need that to we put that in policy, or if we just make that as a conversation.
I'm sort of working things through my mind. So in the remuneration policy, making some tweaks to number 7, and then in the next policy, conferences and training, having adding a principle regarding attendance at conferences, conventions, no-shows, or
Leave early.
late, or not attending at all, having some wording regarding that.
Or leaving early. Yeah, that would be good. Thank
Okay.
you.
So then, moving on into that conferences and training, the direction was to have a list of conferences and conventions that councillors are authorized to attend, meaning not having, not needing a council resolution prior to attending the conference, that they would be automatically authorized to go, approved to go. So in under principles, the conferences and conventions, I just did a quick look at what conferences were attended in the past and how regularly they were attended. And so these, in the yellow highlights, those are the names of the conferences that one or more, if not all, councillors have attended in this last term.
Okay.
And just wondering if there is any other conferences, conventions that needed to be added to the list?
Before we get into that one, I'm thinking of when I remember when we first got out of, I think it was a Muni 101, we were with other municipalities, and I believe it was the Mayor of Sylvan Lake had said, can you give me, everybody send, or let me know what conferences that they're going to, and she created a list of about, I think there was like 30 different conferences on it, which is very comprehensive. And I'm just wondering, you know, given the ones like RMA, or, you know, anything that all of council should be going to, that's fine. I'm wondering if we have that as a schedule a schedule, have the conferences listed as a schedule, because I can think of 4 more there, like FCSS, ASHA, Rec Board, those kind of conferences. And I'm putting it out there before we get into a deep discussion now. Is there an appetite for this council to have a budget item saying we get X amount and we can decide individually what conferences we want to go to every year? Versus, even though we may be on a committee, we may not be on a committee, whatever that looks like, and we're given a budget per year, and this is what we want to do. If you want to go to one conference that includes your whole budget, well, then you only go to one conference that year. But, or it's take a generalization and say, I want to go to ASHA and I want to go to the economic development and whatever else. We kind of know already what those conferences cost, registration costs, unless they're exorbitant. But to me, and have the, if the councillor wants to go to a conference that's not on this schedule, then that would be an ask of the balance of council for remuneration to attend or put it on their budget, if they have room on their budget to attend. So I want to know if that's just a quick informal, if that's something that we want to go versus listing them and because I know we all have different interests around the table, and there's something on maybe on the health side that Councillor Melhoff wants to go to, but that would help her in her committee work or whatever else that maybe the rest of us are not interested, but she wants to use her budget, her convention budget or conference budget for that extra education. So I'll start with you, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. It's an interesting concept for sure. I am team education. I am team allow counselors to get as much knowledge as they possibly can, and like many of these conferences, I learned so much. Like there's some where I've been and I don't see it as valuable as I had hoped it would be, so I simply just don't attend it again. Or I always look at the agenda beforehand, so I know that whether it's got stuff on it that I think is going to be valuable for myself. But I also think that it's important for us to look at all of the different conferences. For example, you mentioned ASHA. Well, I may not be on the Seniors Housing Board, but we're definitely making decisions around it. So perhaps there's some value in having myself attend the ASHA conference so that I can understand the people that are on the Seniors Housing Board even that much more, and understand those issues and be able to help make better decisions and help advocate. Right, the Rural Health Professions Action Plan Conference, it's not on this list either, and it is also extremely good. And I think that there would be it would be great for everybody to attend and to hear those sessions and know what some of the issues across this entire province are. So, I mean, I can absolutely understand the value in saying this is your budget for conferences, but my brain also goes, this is my budget for education. Like, I wouldn't you want me to have as much education as I possibly can get? Like, so I both sides of this, of the coin, I get where you're coming from and wanting to do that, but I also don't want to limit people's ability to learn as much as they can to be the best steward for their community as they can get. And I don't know if there's a way we can balance both of those things.
I had a conversation with somebody from County of Grand Prairie, and that's where that came from. And then they just said, you know, I know I'm allowed it this much per month or per year. I may not be able to get to this conference this year, but I'll plan for it next year. And it allows the counselor to schedule those conferences accordingly. And I mean, some overlap. We all know that some of the conferences overlap, but it allows you know, that counselor again to educate themselves or whatever else. So I'm just thinking, and there'll be counselors that won't use their whole budget, and there'll be counselors that'll be right to the pin. It is what it is. Yeah, exactly. So, but anyway, I just wanted to know what the appetite was. So I'll go then to Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I do appreciate the discussion. I think it's a difficult balance because there is, I think these are all beneficial conferences. What we're proposing here is leaving it a little wide open because ultimately there could be 7 councillors wanting to go to each of those, and this really opens it up for that. And I do know there's value in networking, advocacy, those things that occur at conventions outside the subject material as well. Also got to look at the balance of the value that the community gets for it. So I think it's very important to have councillor presence at those conventions. But I think like many things, we don't send every councillor to every committee we do. We don't necessarily need to send every councillor to every convention. That's part of going out and being an advocate and being a representative of your community and coming back and reporting the information and encouraging people to perhaps attend for themselves next go around. So a difficult balance of finding out, I mean, I'm just looking at with additional 7 prescribed conferences to go to. If you had the potential for an extra 6 councillors to go to that's over 40 additional conferences per year. That starts to affect the budget and the value as well. So we want to make sure that we have representation there, just that we're getting the best value possible. So, difficult balance.
For sure. Councillor Ratcliffe, then I'll go to Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Reeve. Just to try and find a way to balance, do we have a number for like the amount spent on conferences, like all in last year?
I do have an estimated amount for attending a conference per person, and I can just find that out here.
Just trying to get an idea of the magnitude of public money that we're investing in this.
Right, and this amount is approximately a year or 2 out. Let me just see. Last year, 2023, so approximately cost per person is including like conference registration, accommodations, travel and subsistence, remuneration. It's approximately on average $2,500 a person. And that would be like $2,500 plus, because each conference has a different registration fee, like accommodations, different hotels have different fees. Usually they're prorated for a conference, but sometimes they're not. Sometimes like the hotels will charge their rate. And also travel and subsistence, and again, this is based on.
What I was looking for is, you know, as council, are we spending $100,000 or are we spending $600,000?
I can't remember what council budgeted for conferences
if the number
and
is
conventions.
fairly small, it's not as important.
I think on
Less
average, over the years,
Mr. Handel, look it up. Okay.
like, yeah, it's, and it's increasing every year. And sometimes it depends on if there's airfare for conferences, that definitely adds to the price. And again, this $2,500 plus is based on 2023 numbers, and so I would add like 3% to that.
Can I, 2 more, so sorry, Councillor Gibson and Councillor Melhoff want to just quickly.
FCSS isn't on here, I noticed, but I think all of us could attend all of them. They're that important to us because we're under the preview, but I think it should be those that are, I don't want to say, those that sit on those committees, I think should be the priority of going. And if they have a second availability, that's fine. But, I don't know about the pooling of funds. It could get kind of gravy.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I think that, those that are listed under there should be attending those conferences.
For sure. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Are you looking for like a list? Like, cause I have a whole bunch more that could go on here for sure, and reasons, like, but again, they're typically linked, like, to Councillor Gibson's point, they're typically linked to a board. For FCSS, it makes sense for the FCSS people to go there. ASHA, it makes sense for the ASHA people to go there. The Ag conference happening currently, the resolutions being put to the floor to, like, cause you guys will have resolutions, a resolution session at the Ag conference to advocate to the province through the provincial board. They're extremely valuable, but it's the two members that are on the Ag board that go to that conference. That doesn't mean that it's not also valuable for any other councillor to go to that.
And that's the discussion.
Yeah.
Like, that's what is to be determined. You would only need a list if you were authorizing all councillors are approved to attend.
Okay.
If like previously, the policy included like, well, basically just the three that you see in the black bold.
Right.
That's all that the policy had listed for authorizing all of council to attend. But if the intent is to authorize all of council to attend this one, this one, this one, this one, then yes, a list should be provided. There is in the second, or the last bullet point in item number 1 is that any conference or convention related to the councillor's appointed board or committee duties is automatically authorized to attend. They don't need approval.
Right. Should
But
we,
again, like you had said, that is just for the councillors that have been appointed to that related board or committee. But if you want to open it up to all councillors authorized, approved to attend all conventions or this list, a list of conferences and conventions, then yes, we need to have those ones specifically listed in the policy.
okay. I don't think that all councillors need to go to every conference, and I like the idea of some of them being staggered as well. I know we've done that before with the CARE conference and the recycling conference, where we've said, okay, we're willing to send 2 people who would like to go this time, or like, I know that we've done that historically. Should that be looked at on here as well, that we say we'll authorize 2 or 3, and that doesn't mean we have to send 2 or 3 or any. They may not send any, but it means we're not sending 7.
Yeah, like it's if you have a list of approved conventions that all councillors can attend, you can have that list, or you can have that any other functions will be approved by council resolution on an individual basis.
Like we do now through the CAO report.
Right.
I think that has actually worked really well, and it also gives an opportunity for the councillors that have been there in the past to show whether it was valuable or not valuable. Because I know that some conferences have come up that has come through the CAO report, and some of us are like, that one wasn't very valuable. And there's somewhere we're like, we all need to go. It was amazing, and we all need to learn this. Like we've had both sides of that. And so I've found their value to have it come through the CAO's report and have us vote on it that way. I don't.
Okay.
I want to throw a monkey wrench.
Oh, good.
And that is, and you brought it up, right? And I'm gonna give the example of ASHA, right? ASHA has their conference every year. Unless you're sitting on the senior housing board, you're never gonna have that opportunity to go. And to me, it's like an opportunity for the balance of council that are not sitting on it. They have an opportunity in their 4-year term to at least go to that conference once.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think that's a monkey wrench. I think it's important.
I think it's important that you go at least once, and I think and understand that some of these conferences are outside the province. I would limit to say, if the conference is held within Alberta, and because we all know that FCM does travel, and we have a specific policy in regards to FCM, and I mean, some of these other conferences are held outside. I'm just thinking that as far as ASHA, RPAP, REC, FCSS, if you're not sitting on those boards and in your 4-year term, you would like to attend that once because you've never been on that committee, you should be allowed to go to that. You should be able to pull that trigger, kind of a thing, so.
Well,
Because you have that opportunity, if you've sat on that committee and never gone to the conference, that's on you, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it's something that, if you're not, never sat on that committee, that you have an opportunity to go.
Well, I think that's a great point, and I think it's also important then for that counselor that sits on that committee to bring it back through their council reports, right? Saying our annual conference is coming up, like if it hasn't made it to the CAO report for whatever reason, because sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. But if it hasn't made it up into the CAO report, it's up to that counselor to bring forward, hey, this conference is coming up and this agenda is amazing and as many of us can go as should, or like you're saying, the one more of us take a turn at going because you haven't been to ASHA before or whatever. I think that's definitely an important thing because I think you can make a better decision if like we make decisions on this on seniors housing even though we don't sit on that board. We do have to do advocacy, so it's important for us to have that level of understanding as well.
Yeah, no different than REC, no different
Yeah.
than FCSS, no different than any of those other ones, so.
Right?
So Tracy, with something like that, I know that you've listed some of the conferences there. The one that I would say for, we have, not all of us have attended all those conferences. I'll just say that you've listed in yellow, or highlighted in yellow.
Yeah, this is a list of at least one, if not all, of council has attended.
What do we want to do in regards to that list? Are we going to add to it or leave that? Have a Schedule A, so we're not amending the whole policy?
And just to clarify, this would be granting automatic approval to attend, any counselor to attend, if they're on this list. Is that correct?
Yep, and they've come through, as mentioned before, they've come through the counselor through the CAO report, all of these so we've always done a motion to approve council attendance.
If
So,
these conferences are on the list,
CO,
they wouldn't require a motion
right.
to approve. If you have a list of pre-approved conferences, councillors do not need a motion to attend.
Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Like I said before, I really like the process that we have now, where it comes up in the CAO's report. And we can still make it so you don't need a motion to attend if you feel necessary, but I always thought that was very valuable, and it gave the counselors that have already been there the opportunity to either defend it or not defend it if it wasn't valuable. But if we are gonna do a list, perhaps rather than spending a bunch of time today, we can send an email in for when this comes, email to you to give you the list if we're feeling it needs to be a list, but I've always felt that coming through the CAO report was fine.
Okay, Councillor Lahey?
Thanks, and I've certainly been okay with it coming through the CAO report. It gives, councillors individual time to understand what the upcoming conference would be, research about whether they believe it is, and even reach out to those that have been before, and then be able to create the necessary action to, offer their time to go to that conference and represent. I do have a concern that, if it just being an automatic, not only because, not because I don't believe that councillors would attend with the best of intentions, but also there's a bit of pressure then, even if you aren't that interested in that conference, well, if I'm a good councillor, I probably should be attending that conference too. And we don't want to cross that line either, that we're saying that, it's almost saying like there's a requirement for you to attend those in one side of the fence. So I don't have an issue with our current process for those conference attendance.
The one thing that I agree with you, I would take them all off, actually, except for the municipal law seminars. To me, that's leave that one on. Because all the other ones are the associations, so our RMA, the AB Munis, and the FCM. So those should be as per policy, and the other ones can come through the CEO report, and we can go from there. Mr. Hare?
Yeah, so I've looked up the data for the last 3 years, and, so 2022 was, just about 41,000, 2023, 61, and 2024, so far 56,000. So there could be some still to come yet, if it was a conference in December. And I think, it's seen an increase for sure over the previous years before that.
Councillor Ratcliffe, is there a question?
Yes, just for clarity, that is for all of council. I think that amount is so small, it's not worth arguing about. I would find it easy to justify any taxpayer that there is more than that value in attending those conferences. Thank you, Rhonda.
Councillor Cermak?
I like the system of going through the CAO. I think that gives you heads up, and we all get to vote on it.
Okay.
Good democratic policy.
Okay, Councillor Gibson? No. No? Okay. Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I also really like it where Ms. Thompson sends it out ahead of time, even if it hasn't hit the CAO report yet, because there's a lag in the next meeting or whatever, and she sends it out to us as a calendar invite, and that can kind of preempt of us to look at our calendars and know whether we actually would be available to take it. And if it's not too burdensome to add the last day to register in the little info box that goes in the calendar invite, there would be some that, or last day to register, last day thank you, that one. That would be really great as well. But I always find when you dump it into my calendar and I can accept it and know ahead of time, that's very helpful. So please keep doing that. I don't think that has to be in the policy, but thank you for doing that. And Tracy did that as well when she was in the seat. And it's very helpful.
All right. Councillor Northcott?
I do have another question, but I don't know if it's appropriate for open session.
No.
And it's regarding labor again. I was just wondering if I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session. I apologize.
Okay. Motion to go into closed session. All those in favor? Carried.
We're clear. Yeah, I apologize again. Just the question was
And we're back from a quick closed session, and we're still on item 6.2. We're just about to the end in regards to our discussion in regards to the conference and conventions policy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I've got a pretty good take on this. And so now moving on into the travel and subsistence policy, they're just updates really to the wording for purpose and principles. And the mileage and approved expenditures highlighted in yellow on this draft revisions are just the regular annual updates.
All right. Councillor
And-
Melhoff? Oh, sorry.
Which there has been no change for several years.
Right. Okay, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Actually, my question was with the last policy still. I apologize.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I may get like daggers thrown at me from the rest of the team. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know how I feel about the taxpayers paying for my spouse to join me on a conference. I've never done it. Like my spouse has a very busy schedule himself, so he doesn't come with me. But section 8 of the previous policy allows for the municipality to cover 50% of my spouse's, even their travel expenses, and I don't know that I'm comfortable with that. Like, I'd love to know the rest of the team's thought. I don't even know if any of us have even taken the municipality up on this ever, but I read it in the policy. Actually, I didn't even know that this was something I could do until we're reviewing the policy now. Like, I just don't know how I feel about it.
Was the question, Ms. Haight, or that particular one, if I remember right, that was to deal specifically with the conference that had a spousal section, and the only one I could think of is FCM, that has a partner, so that was the only one I can think of that number would apply to.
I believe the Parks and Recreation has a
Partner too?
partner companion component
Okay. Okay.
also, and I think the Recycling Council of Alberta, I think also has a partner component.
Gone to that one.
That's all that I can think of.
There's not very, there's very few.
Definitely FCM.
Yeah, I think that's where it originated from. Councillor Ratcliffe, do you comment on this one?
Yes, I was looking for some clarification, thank you. Because I wasn't certain if this was covering the councillor plus 50% of the spousal expenses, or if it was basically just the councillor, like half of all those expenses.
So item 8, you're referring to item 8?
Yes.
Right? Yes, just to clarify, if a spouse accompanies a counselor, then their fees, registration, et cetera, travel is covered 50%. So the counselor will pay for 50% of their spouse's fees, and the county will pay for the other 50%.
Okay. And the county will pay for the counselor's
Oh, yes,
expenses?
yes,
Okay.
yes. Item 8 is only if
addition.
yeah,
All right,
yeah.
thank you.
What does the rest of the committee feel about number 8 and where we're sitting with that? Councillor Northcott?
I have a question regarding staff. If they attend conferences, what policy, is it similar to this policy, or what's that policy?
If a spouse, if a staff member, there is no reimbursement, there is no coverage if a spouse attends with the employee, like, no. If there are any costs incurred for that spouse to attend, it's paid out of pocket by the employee.
Councillor Gibson?
I feel that this policy really shouldn't be there. I think if we want to bring our spouses, we do it on our own dime, except for maybe FCM, because it is out of province, and sometimes it's not quite so comfortable traveling alone if you're a woman, so it's kind of nice to have a spouse possibly with you. So that could, I would think that would be the only exception, would be the FCM conference if it's out of province.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I feel kind of bad saying that it should be removed entirely now that you've made up there's potentially a safety reason, but even still, you can still bring them. You can you pay their way to come. I don't see why the taxpayer needs to pay for my spouse to go with me into a conference in any form. But I didn't look at it from the safety perspective. To be fair, most of the time you're traveling with one of us, I can be pretty cutthroat for you. I'll keep you safe. But I can understand how that there could be some value in that. But I know I have not partaken in clause 8, nor even if my spouse was to come with me, nor would I partake in clause 8. And I personally think that its removal, I would be more comfortable with its full removal.
Okay. Looking for consensus or other comments on this, Councillor Surbeck?
I know that whenever I've taken my wife, I just ask if there's any extra cost and I've paid it.
Okay.
I didn't know that there was such a thing. I didn't figure that my spouse should be paid by the county. And if I want her company, I'm gonna pay for it.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that could backfire. Councillor Northcott?
I don't know, I'm not really, I can see it on both sides. I think for future candidates that decide to run for council, that could be one of the benefits, and to, if you are gonna have a distance of travel, to be able to have that family time or that quality life, but rather than being at a distance, I could see that benefit there too, to be able to have that time. And as being a benefit of, taking your time to run for council and to invest your time into this. On the other hand, can I see the cost to the municipality, to tax dollars to pay for that as well? I'm not really sure, sort of. I haven't used it either. I didn't even know it existed either, just like everybody else here, but I'm not really sure.
Ms. Serhan, do you have something to offer? No? Oh, you had your light on. No? Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I've known this has existed in policy for some time. It's one of the little Easter eggs that I hoped would come up for discussion at some point in time. I don't believe it should be there, but if it does remain, it should also be made more clear after having to deal with the MGA and the language in there. The 50% of spousal registration fee also indicates that banquet tickets would be fully covered and travel expenses would be fully covered by that statement. So you'd have to have it redefined so it's 50% of all those three things, not just how it's written.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I'm just going to turn the coin over a little bit. I don't know how much it happens to the rest of you, but from time to time, I do get complaints that you spend all your time working on community and county issues. When is mine? Or you're going to this particular place for a conference, I want to go too. And because the conference includes meals and a banquet, and unless you're able to get other tickets, then, your spouse is excluded. So I can see how this was created in the first place. Managing it can leave you uncomfortable.
I also understand too, back in the day when this was created with the council at the time was on a per diem, where they were not on a salary basis either with some of this. And again, going back to our remuneration, how it's changed over the last short bit. Where we're landing now, there's more and more conferences that we go to, but the more conferences that I go to, the less and less there are for a partner or companion. They want to have a focused conference, no distractions, and I get it. But, you know, at the time, FCM, like I say, bounces back and forth across the country. So maybe that was how they were getting the buy-in for registration was, let's put in a companion stream, so therefore we'll get more people coming to where that is located. So I'm in a lot of ways I would prefer it out. It kind of muddies the water in a lot of ways. As indicated, some of the councillors did not know about this. I've known about this because of the time I've been here, but at the same, I see the benefit both ways, but at the same time as well, what are we there for? We're supposed to be there to focus on the conference. And yes, having the spouses there is nice, but at the same token, the ratepayers pay for us to be there, not to have the spouse there. So that's, Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I definitely have gotten the comments that your wife has given you. And I know it's been the other way around as well. When my spouse goes away to a conference, there has been times where the kids and I have traveled along with them as well. And we just, at our own expense, and we join in and we do what we do for that day. I know that my family did come with me for one of the conferences that an ag conference actually in Lethbridge. We have family down there, so they came with me and they did their own thing during the day, and I worked. And maybe there's an opportunity for, if it's a conference that you're bringing your spouse, probably not if you're bringing 4 children like me, but if you're bringing your spouse, maybe reaching out to Jan and saying, hey, is there an opportunity for me to purchase a banquet ticket for my spouse that's coming with, or whatever. That way you just, at least you have that information that, hey, my wife or my husband or partner is planning on joining, can I get them a banquet ticket? Can I purchase a banquet ticket at my expense? I don't necessarily think that removing this means that they can't come. I think that they can still absolutely come. It just means that it's not on the public purse to pay for them to come. So, or at least that's my perspective.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
I don't know, I've spent a lot of years working away, and I know many other people have as well, and then that could be a barrier to say, you know what, I've had my days away long enough. But the only one thing that I may, add to that would be it would require council's authorization prior to, if it was to be left. And then if there was some special, if councillor did have a request or something like that, it would require council's authorization prior to. Just a thought.
Okay. So hearing a few different options for number 8. Scratch it entirely, just leave it off the policy, leave it on, and add the words, or change the language to say 50% of all fees, whatever that looks like, and then use of council authorization. So I've heard 3 different opinions about this line item. So if someone wants to, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just to clarify my final feeling on point 8 is that, yes, if we had the opportunity to pre-purchase, like banquet tickets or meal tickets for a spouse, so that at the last minute, you're not trying to find something. I think that'd be quite acceptable, and that it just be charged back to the councillor.
So just leave the banquet meal tickets in that and take out spousal registration fee and the travel expenses?
Well, no, that the councillor would entirely cover that.
Okay,
So I
Yeah.
guess to remove that entirely,
okay.
but as we arrange these things, or as administration arranges these things, if there's an opportunity to do that, that it be passed on to us as an option.
As procedure? Okay.
Good tickets, and maybe some of them, there's no option. Maybe they're like, nope, if you are not a registered member of this conference, you can't come at all. And some of them will say, no, absolutely, the banquet's open to all. And then you're not going the day of going, who is not gonna use their banquet tickets so I can, like,
Yeah.
you're bartering for more banquet tickets.
fair.
Not that that ever happens.
Okay, all right. So, I guess we'll keep on going into the travel and subsistence policy, and then we'll do one motion to amend as per discussion. So, yeah.
Subsistence policy, really just some wording in there to clarify the policy statements and principles and purpose. And under the mileage and approved expenditures items, they're really just updated to reflect what the current rates are as per the remuneration form.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed, and then I'll go to Councillor Mello.
Thank you. I was just, it's never been a question before, but where did this meal allowance amounts, where'd that come from? I've went to those conventions in Edmonton, and I don't think there's any place that you could get a breakfast for $11. I don't think there's any place that you get a lunch for 16, and I think you could shoot through the daily total in breakfast at the accommodations that's chosen for us. So if the expectation is that as a councillor, my receipts need to be shown, it's gonna be so much above what that expectation is that I feel kind of uncomfortable even submitting a receipt. I just submit whatever this number is, which I don't think is fair to anybody.
Yeah, no, this is in the event that there is no receipt submitted.
And that's what I was trying to bring forward, is that without submitting a receipt that shows I had a $40 breakfast buffet, the community's expectation is I should be able to eat for $11. There's a big discrepancy, and if I put that $40 amount down on my request for remuneration, it looks as though I'm basically ordering steak and lobster everywhere I go, and that's not the impression I want to give the community. So in practice, I have never submitted those actual receipts. I submit the $11, but I don't think that's really, I don't think that serves anybody well.
Those are the rates prescribed by the Canadian Revenue Agency. Those are the standard claimable rates.
Is it the same people that say 70 cents a kilometer?
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
How do people feel about the 70 cents a kilometer stuff? I mean, I could argue it both ways. I have a vehicle that costs me 10 cents a kilometer for energy costs, but probably the 70 cents is, I'm probably making money at that. I'm certainly not for the breakfast, but anyway, it's just a little bit of something off my chest, but I just didn't understand where, because I just feel that those numbers are, I'm probably going to the wrong drive-throughs, but I can't get through a breakfast drive-through for $11 either, so.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, this certainly isn't to discourage anyone from claiming what they actually spend. And depending on where the conference is, meals can fluctuate immensely. This is, like Ms. Haight said, if you don't have a receipt. It's similar when you don't have a receipt for a hotel. Maybe you stayed in your holiday trailer, maybe you stayed with the family, but you can still claim a certain amount of dollars for that, which is much less than a hotel room. So this is just to provide something for you, those expenses that you incur that aren't covered, even when you don't have a receipt. So administration is fully expecting staff and council to submit their receipts for what they actually spend when they go to a conference. This doesn't mean this is what the average cost is. This is so that if you do have a receipt, that you attach it so that we do know what you're actually spending. And you will get reimbursed from that receipt. If that was close to what you would actually spend, then people would stop submitting receipts. They would just go with the reimbursement, and we would have no idea what people are actually spending.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think this goes back to something that needs to be in the orientation, because I actually didn't know we could submit food receipts. This is something new I'm learning today. I thought it was simply that is how much you should be spending. That is what I thought this was. So this is, again, needs to be on the brochure, that you can submit a receipt, because I was packing lunches to RMA, because I definitely could not get breakfast for $11 in Edmonton, in downtown Edmonton. So I honestly was packing breakfasts on the days where it's not provided, and I would make, like, because we typically go up on the Sunday night, and I brought it with me to Nuke, because you cannot do it for that. And I'm a frugal farmer, so I was packing a lunch, and because I didn't know that you submit receipts. I assumed that maybe that's my oil patch days. You get what you get, and that your per diem is what your per diem is, and it's not negotiable. It's not a submit a receipt and that's what you, and then we'll cover it. It's you get this much per day, take it or leave it. So maybe it's my oil patch days from when I worked there, but they would say this is how much you get, and you are expected to eat and lodge for that price. That's why we were bunked together with people. So yeah, it needs to be on the training brochure that you can submit your receipts for your meals. I knew for your accommodations, I was very aware that your accommodations, you submit a receipt, but I did not know that for meals. I thought that you just write B, L, or S, depending on which one you needed covered, and if not all of them, and that was what you had available to you. So if you ate a $40 dinner, well, you're out that money. My other question was with regards to accommodations. I mean, I've made sure that I have the room on my credit card in which to accomplish that. But I also don't want it to be a barrier for anybody else choosing to sit at this council table. Putting the accommodations on our own credit cards and waiting for reimbursement, it's a month, sometimes a full month later because of when the conference is versus when payroll is. And I do not want that to be a barrier to people going to conferences, and or a barrier to people wanting to sit in this seat that one conference, two conferences, has to be sitting on your credit card until you can be reimbursed in the next pay cycle, and we get paid monthly, not bi-monthly, or bi-weekly, or however you say the twice a month thing. That could be a barrier for some people. I mean, it was when I first got here, that was a barrier because I intentionally leave my credit card small. I do not have a large limit for a reason. I had to increase my limit to make space for conference accommodations. I don't know if there's an opportunity to have that be a shift in the way these policies are done, but I don't want that to be a barrier to some people.
Definitely, it's not really, it wouldn't be necessary to have anything like a statement related to that in the policy, because there are mechanisms to eliminate any of those kind of barriers. Just need a counselor to say, hey, can we charge these rooms to a corporate card? 100%. It's then an administrative process, and rooms and incidentals, taxes, whatever, it's all taken care of on a corporate credit card. But administration just needs to know beforehand if it's an issue. Because for some, they want to use their credit card as much as possible so that they can get their bonus points or travel miles, or so the more the merrier.
For sure, but wouldn't that be then using this office for a personal gain at that point? Because I'm getting the points that are then reimbursed by the county anyway. Like, I don't really. Really.
Well, no, it wouldn't. No, I could answer. No, it wouldn't, because you are you are paying for that expense.
Yeah.
And you're just, so no, it wouldn't be for personal gain. You're not gaining anything. You are being reimbursed for what you personally paid out of your pocket. So no, it's not the same.
Not the same. Okay.
No, not at all.
Can we make sure we put that on the brochure then, that if people want it covered by the county, that the next counselors coming in are aware of that? Because I don't want them, somebody coming into this seat that didn't know that, because I mean, also I just learned that.
100%. Yep, for sure. Yeah.
That way they are aware of that.
Yep, duly noted.
Thank you.
Duly noted.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Just adding to that, yes, we've had conferences where, $2,500 on a credit card, and if you carry that past the payment period at 20%, that is significant. Going back to these numbers, my understanding then is that these are numbers used by CRA, and printing them here, listing them this way, is keeping us out of trouble with CRA, without receipts.
I wouldn't, I'm not a tax person. I couldn't answer that.
Ms. Sura?
Yeah, it's just a guideline for payment of those items that you don't submit a receipt for. So CRA wouldn't like to see that we're reimbursing people $30 a meal without receipts, because how do we know that they didn't go eat at their aunt's house? Like that's the reason. It's not because that's what a meal costs. It's to encourage people to submit receipts. But we understand that there are times when maybe a receipt isn't possible, and this is the alternative. This is not supposed to be the go-to. This is supposed to be the alternative if you've lost your receipt, or you went somewhere that a receipt wasn't issued, or you didn't ask for one. It's not supposed to be the standard.
One more? Yeah. Further down there says the councillor, staff, and committee members may receive $25 for accommodation. Yes. That's not a typo.
No, that's for no receipt accommodation.
Okay. Yeah, all right. I think it's been at least 40 years since you could actually do that. But anyway,
it's not to reimburse you for spending the night somewhere, what it costs you. If it costs you something, you should remit your receipt.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? This is if you're sleeping in your truck and trying to get the $100 that it would cost you to spend in the hotel. We don't want you to do that.
I stopped doing that 40 years ago too.
Yeah.
Well, Councillor Ratcliffe, Councillor Cermak, and I had a very interesting, maybe Muni's Hotel. We'll tell you about that one anyways at some point in time. That one was under $100. That was interesting. It was. Anyways. Yeah. Councillor Lougheed.
So just hearing what you said there, if I parked and submitted the receipt and then choose to submit the request for $25 for sleeping in my truck, that would be honored, or is that a betterment? So even in downtown Edmonton is $50 a night for that. I'm getting $50 for parking my truck there, and now I'm going to sleep in the truck and ask for. Yeah, I'm not gonna explain that.
Councillor Gibson, and then I'll go to
Could
Councillor
we just make sure that anytime it is, no receipt required, that those are in capital letters so that people can definitely, it catches their eye, because if you're like me, Councillor Melhaff, you read through, but you skip over words, and yeah, I can see how that would be really easy to do. So if those could be in capital letters, it would make it a whole lot easier for people to catch their eye on it. And another question I have is, to be eligible for meal allowance, whatever, members must be away from their residence for the following times. What is that time?
Oh, it's on the next page at the bottom. Yeah, right at the top. Yeah.
It left it blank, so I kind of questioned it. Okay.
You'll just see the numbers.
7:30 noon for lunch and 5:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Oh,
right-
there, okay, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have
Sorry.
the colored copy, so there you go.
No, it was hidden.
Yeah.
I didn't,
It's it, yeah.
I turned the page, but I was looking at other stuff, sorry. Okay.
All right. We'll go for a few more comments here, and then we're gonna make a motion and have a break. So go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I doubt that CRA lists the times for this. They certainly don't suit my lifestyle. I don't think we can be that rigid.
Would you like to scratch it? Are you offering to scratch that? Is that what you're,
Yeah.
okay? Strict that. Councillor Cermak? Oh, yep, for sure.
We're taking off the dollar amount for no receipts, is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh, sorry.
The times for meals at the bottom. Yep.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, removing the times for meals, yeah.
Is that what you were saying, Councillor Ratcliffe? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we'll remove the times in that. Okay, Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, in the mileage one, you don't have any dollars there or cents, what it is a kilometer. And the breakfast ones, that just really blows my mind, because the hotels that we stay in, you get a coffee that is half this size for $6. Mm-hmm. And 2 pieces of toast with a coffee is $17.
Mm-hmm.
I know, it's 19 one in but
answer.
anyway, the mileage,
Yes,
why 5,000 kilometers? And then it's cheaper to run my vehicle after I drive 5,000 kilometers.
Ms. Serhan?
I think our mileage thing is so much for the first 5,000 and then it drops. And the reason being,
That's recommended from the CRA. That's what is posted on the CRA website.
so it's cheaper to drive my vehicle after I reach 5,000 kilometers in a year?
No, it's because included in that higher amount is also wear and tear on your vehicle. And there's a formula based on how many kilometers you drive in a year. How much is going towards, it's not just fuel. It's other items that are in there.
So, I never look at it, I don't even know what you pay me, so. Doesn't make any,
2 cents a kilometer for the first 5,000.
It changes every year.
66 cents for the next
It's 5,000.
So 66 if I drive over 5,000 and
Break that vehicle in, it's cheaper to run.
Yep. And your insurance is a set amount for the year. Doesn't matter how many kilometers you drive. So then it's cheaper to run after so many kilometers a year.
And the revenue agency doesn't take into consideration that it's 60 cents per kilometer just for carbon tax. So maybe these will be adjusted when they start taking that into account.
I also want to reiterate that the breakfast amount is for unreceipted.
yes. Oh, I
So
know.
if you have a receipt where breakfast costs you $40, you submit your receipt and you get reimbursed for the $40. We're not expecting that you can eat breakfast for $11.
I wouldn't want to put a $40 breakfast on my remediation.
That's the other problem, right?
The people are gonna look at me and say, what the hell does he eat for breakfast?
Steak and lobster.
I only have bacon and eggs and it's $42 there, what we say.
I hear you. So submit
And
your receipt.
I will not admit that. I will not put in a bill for that.
You know we're live, right? So you just.
Submit, yeah.
I will not submit,
All right, submit.
I will not submit a bill for a $42 breakfast. When you can go, and I mean it, you're bound there. You're in downtown Edmonton or downtown Calgary, Jasper, same thing.
You are where you are.
Yeah.
I'll give you my recommendations for protein bars.
I'll just pay the
All
bill.
right, so if we've kind of gone through the policies and given our recommendations, or given our opinions in regards to that, there's a staff recommendation that the committee's reviewed the draft revisions and provides administration with a direction on additional revisions on those policies as a recommendation to bring back a draft, the revised draft of those policies. Or, because they're not draft policies, just to bring back, Ms. Tate, would you bring these back with the revisions in for council approval, right?
Yep, that's right. Yeah, to a regular council meeting.
Right.
So the motion could be just that the committee directs administration to revise the policy with suggested edits and.
Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, just had one last thought. Time frame for councillors to submit remuneration statements. Is that anywhere in the policy where there's a practicable time frame for councillors to submit their remuneration?
Yes, and it is in the procedures, and councillors should have received a copy of that.
Okay.
I do believe the remuneration statements need to be submitted by the 10th of the month. Is that right?
There's the calendar that came.
Yeah,
Yeah, not the
and
date.
pardon me?
Sorry, I'll clarify a little bit more. How many, is there a time frame? I know the dates, but the previous months, like, is it you can submit 12 months worth of remuneration at the last of the calendar year?
Preferably not,
Yes.
because of payroll and legislation. I mean, in a perfect world, the remuneration statements would be submitted on a monthly basis. That would be perfect. But, I mean, we all know that sometimes we don't live in a perfect world, and but yeah, that's the preference, is to have the remuneration form submitted monthly.
Right, I was just wondering if we could put because there is nothing in this policy, but is there an opportunity to put something in there for possibly, 3 months? Like, there's, without extenuating circumstances or something like that, the remuneration could be null and void if it's not received within the 3 months time period. Just to encourage a timely fashion on submitting remuneration statements.
So you mean have some type of repercussion for not submitting the remuneration forms?
I like the word encouragement better, but, because
Okay.
I think it might be difficult if I was to withhold a remuneration statement for 11 months, it might be difficult for the balance of council to really truly review and see if my remuneration statement was accurate after 11 months have passed. It's really hard to approve that. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to put in maybe a 3-month clause or something like that without some sort of explanation or reasoning on why it's such a lengthy period of not submitting remuneration statements, that's all.
Yeah.
I can keep going if I need to get more clarification out of me, but.
Yeah, that would be up to the committee to have wording to that effect.
Councillor Lahi has comment.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I guess I can see some rationale in being able to compare everybody's for the same time, but I also don't think we can say, well, if you don't have it in by this time, you don't get paid. So I think it's problematic to try and do that.
Councillor Northcott?
I think there needs to be a reasonable time frame that's practicably reasonable. In my mind, if it's 8 or 9 or 10 months of remuneration statements being submitted at once, I do not, in my opinion, that's not reasonably practicable. And to review those statements and really truly approve those, authentically approving those or in favor of those, I mean, they're 8 or 9 or 10 months old in the event that's quite difficult. So I'm not saying to not pay, like not, but there should be a really good reason on why they're so, in the event if they were, there should be some good valid reasoning on why they're submitted in such an untimely fashion. That's all I'm
Councillor
saying.
Lahi? Yeah, Councillor Lahi?
Thank you. I can't help thinking that some of that might be pointed at me, but I will give a little rationale behind some of that. I do believe that the expenses belong to that person who incurred them until such time as they ask their community to remunerate them. Also that time that's on that remuneration sheet is that individual councillor's time until they choose or are requested to ask for remuneration on that. It doesn't belong to any other councillor. It belongs to the community, and that's a covenant you place with your community. There is some benefit, as I mentioned earlier on, that you scatter these remuneration statements through over 40 agendas. It's almost impossible for the community to itemize and compare those. There is some benefit for those being submitted at one point in time. And I fully rationalize that not everybody is in a position. They definitely need the financial ability to recover their expenses on a more sequential timeframe. That's not the position I'm in. Nor is it important for me to be reimbursed for these things. I do it on request because I know it's an inconvenience to staff, and so at some point in time, I would be okay with not submitting them, but that is not fair to the balance of council, because that isn't what they chose to do. They chose to be remunerated on a monthly basis, and I'm not going to criticize that.
And I totally understand where you're coming from, Councillor Lahi, but I would also reference the fact that those remuneration forms are also for our community to see what activity we've been doing. So by having that, even if it's, I'm guilty too of not having them on a monthly basis, but it's more of a, I'm thinking of the accountability go ahead.
I may differ with you a bit
Yep.
there. I think an activity log is very much different than a remuneration statement. I know
Agreed.
that has kind of crept into the remuneration statement. It's really an opportunity to indicate those expenses that you've incurred while serving the community in this role. If we want to have activity logs, that would be terrific. I would embrace that concept wholeheartedly, where we show a monthly activity log. I have no issues with that because that is truly part of the covenant with our community. With our community, if they are unsure of my responsibilities and activities within, I would love to have that discussion with any member of the community as I have in the past. And it's nothing based on how I'm remunerated for it. And it's always under the scrutiny of the balance of council. If they believe I'm not fulfilling my roles as councillor, not fulfilling my roles and duties as a councillor through the MGA, we have a code of conduct, and that can be brought forward very quickly. And I would, very much love to see a code of conduct come around about me submitting a remuneration statement too late. But we haven't been at that point. It hasn't been brought up before, so here we are.
Absolutely. And you bring up a good point in that regards, and as our roles have evolved over time, what used to maybe be a half-time position is now full-time. And so therefore, the salaries that we get paid every month typically justify the extra hours that we pay as the activity on the side to prepare for meetings and all that extra stuff. And right now, the only tool that we have right now really is the remuneration form or our verbal reports that we bring to our council meetings. But yes, activity report, I sense and notice emotion at some point in time, but I understand where you're coming from.
And one other statement, and I'm hesitant to do it, but I have been serving in this role for a period of time. Although we try to be more transparent and accountable, I have seen the salaried position has grown 500% in the last 2 terms. The take-home pay for councils has doubled in the last 4 years. It's great that we've chosen that level, but we have to, if we're going to tout the idea of transparency and accountability, we have to show that in a reasonable way. And I'd love to have that discussion, how we can do that better, not just when and how we submit a remuneration report, but how we report on that covenant between our community and our council.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Already.
Motion?
No, just to maybe incorporate a 3-month time frame. I know that I've had, remuneration statements in the past that have been a month or 2 past due. I've had a busy life and was unable to. But I think 3 months, in my opinion, would be acceptable. But it's also consideration to council, because council does have to make review those statements. And it does get quite difficult to go back months and months and months. And it does create a little extra workload, in my opinion. So I don't have any ill intent or have no desire to go down the code of conduct or anything like that for any reason like that. Really just, I just think that there could be an improvement to the policy. That's all.
Okay. Councillor Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I don't believe there's a motion on the floor
Nope.
unless I missed it. Okay, so I would move that the committee has reviewed and made suggested amendments to the Councillor 001 policy, Councillor Remuneration, the Councillor 002 conference and event attendance, and Council 003 travel and subsistence. And had made recommendations for them to come back to a future council meeting with revisions.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. There's no other comments or questions? No lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, welcome back from our break. We're now to item 7.1, solid waste transfer station, the reuse facility program information. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience today, and looking forward to this report. Go ahead, Director Magnus.
Good afternoon, Chair Swanson and committee members. I know it's been a long day for all of you here, and so we'll try to keep this in a condensed form and yet still get the information out there to hopefully provide this committee the information they need to come to a decision that they can direct council with, as well as administration. So I'm going to start off first with the recommendations, and the reason I'm going to do that is in that way you can keep that in your back pocket as we move through the agenda item itself, and hopefully that'll help you in your decision making once we've come to the end in regards to what path this committee and therefore council wants to go in regards to implementing a reuse center, if at all. So the three recommendations we put forward are as follows. 1, Clearwater County will not increase the level of service by implementing a solid waste and recycling reuse program. Or 2, Clearwater County will, for 2025 or 2026, increase the level of service by implementing a solid waste and recycling reuse program at any of the following Clearwater County solid waste transfer sites, that being Central, Caroline, Cow Lake, Everdale, Crossroads, Crammond, Lesaville, Nordig, and or Farway. 3, Clearwater County will increase the level of service by implementing a solid waste and recycling reuse program, which is to be incorporated into the design, engineering, and construction of the new Central Waste Transfer Station for 2026, 27, and 28 respectively, whereby 2026 is design, 2027 is engineering, and ultimately 2028 is construction. So how we've laid out this agenda item is we've laid it out into 7 sections, A to G. And how we're going to approach this is we'll tackle one section at a time, summarize, provide this committee a summarization at the end of that section. If there are any questions that we'd like to pose administration, either myself, Mr. Reed Williams, or Mr. Sean Ho, please do so. And hopefully we'll get those answered. Or if there are questions that are associated with any of the agenda item later on, we'll obviously make you aware of that we'll get to that in a timely manner. So I'll start it off here, and then between the three of us, we'll switch back and forth as needed with Reed, Sean, and myself, and hopefully presenting the information in a very logical and methodical manner. So how this all came about was a resolution made by Councillor Sidney Graham that Council directs administration to prepare a report for the Strategic Planning Committee's review on options with estimated capital and operating costs for the developing and implementing reuse sheds at the county waste transfer station. I'm just going to point out here, in and of itself, the motion is such that we're looking at capital and operating costs. But we felt as administration that it was very important that we left no stone unturned. So we've gone even in more depth as to what it would take and what this committee and therefore council needs to keep in mind if indeed you want to move forward with a reuse program, okay? Beyond just providing numbers for you, okay? Because there are implications. There's pros and cons to it, but I think it's very important that this committee and therefore whatever recommendation this committee puts to council, that they keep this in mind, depending on what direction you want to go. So I'm going to turn it over to Reed here in just a minute, but again, just a quick overview. As I indicated there, we currently manage and operate 10 waste transfer stations, as along with a Class 2 landfill, okay, throughout Clearwater County. And of course, we have the ability to provide residents the chance to bring in their solid waste and recyclables, metals, used appliances, electronics, household hazardous paint, and yard waste. Some designated facilities also provide recycling of selected used agricultural plastics, which I'm sure most of you are aware of this as well. These transfer stations are intended to provide residents with their basic, accessible, and cost-effective solid waste recycling requirements. So we'll start off first with Section A, which is local history, and I'm going to turn that over to Reed, and he'll give us a bit of a background where we've been in regards to the having a reuse center in Clear Rock County, i.e. even Rocky Mountain House.
Thank you, Kurt. Good afternoon, Council. The local history portion of it, we'll just go through it. Some of the things in the past, I know people around this forum here have been aware that there was a recycle reuse facility at the former Rocky Transfer Station for a few years back. So previously, the former Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority operated a reuse center at the current location of today's Rocky Eco Center. As part of their waste diversion program, the facility operated from approximately 2010 to 2020 until the onset of the COVID pandemic. And then it wasn't continued with the subsequent dissolution of the Rocky Mountain Authority in 2021. Facility was basically a double garage style 20 by 20 building that was on skids that was originally donated by the Lions Club. The use of this facility was available for residents of Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County, the village of Caroline, to bring and pick up approved reuse items. In 2019, through our old data, the facility handled approximately 25,000 visits, largely due to the 60-hour per week operation. This facility and program, for the most part, was appealing to the public with various approved and acceptable items available for pickup and in turn drop off. The program, however, was not without its challenges. Those challenges were as follows. The facility had relatively higher significant hours of maintenance and item organizing, so there was a staff increase. All right, so staffing was always something you had to have on that site. The eventual removal and disposal of items when required was also a task that was fairly daily. But again, there's different functions at that facility. So there was recycling, there was baling, there was metal hauling, all those type of things. So it was a fairly active site. The facility had often high daily visitation rates, which would sometimes create traffic problems and congestion. So on 25,000, we're figuring there could be 85 a day. So depending, nice weather, even nice weather in winter sometimes drew people out. A lot of times resident average visit times became overextended. And this would create some bottlenecks accessing the facility. So, obviously staff, it's to try to sometimes at times maybe move people along. There was some challenges there. Facility size and location in the property created traffic access and parking challenges that would correlate with the average number of visits per year. So again, just the layout, again, we wanted to stay on blacktop. We needed to stay on asphalt, to utilize that site, but it took some more capital to pave, for instance, things of that nature. In the past couple of years, the town of Rocky Mountain House has also discussed and evaluated implementation of a reuse center to advance our waste diversion strategy. To date, considerations for such a facility would require additional financial resources to increase staffing and facility and maintenance costs. Nevertheless, in 2021, the town sent out an expression of interest, which we just included in the attachment, which would allow opportunity for an organization or company to enhance the recycle reuse initiative at the Rocky Mountain House Eco Center. However, to the best of our knowledge, there was minimal interest expressed at that time.
Okay, so we'll leave it there if there's any further questions in regards to that first section and just a little bit of history.
Any questions from council? Councillor Cermak?
Well, what did that curtail to have approved or reuse items? Was somebody there accepting this stuff into the building and then allowing it to be taken out? So it was manned all the time by staff?
Great question, Councillor Cermak. The Rocky site had at times up to 5 staff on it at one time. So again, we would have people that, again, up front would see the customer come through the gate. They would usually declare if they had an item that was going to reuse. Sometimes they could visually see from there, pickups, that sort of thing. And if not, we did have radio. So we did communicate to guys, hey, we're gonna have this type of item. Someone may have trouble offloading that item. Again, because of our average day-to-day, we would have employees going back and forth from the recycle area over to, let's say, to unload trans stores, those type of things. So you had a contingent, you had the ability to have enough staff that you could cover that over fairly consistently. But you still had to check those items. And, yeah, you have to check them just to make sure. There's some that were, you know, sometimes border, some things that I think what happens is staff and people eventually know over time, maybe that's not gonna be something collected. And maybe that's something that just doesn't get reused and eventually moves on to disposal.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have any indication of how much waste was actually diverted from this effort? Or do we have an idea of how many kids were able to have pedal bikes that may not have otherwise? Like there's families that literally that's how they can get a pedal bike for their children is through programs like these reuse programs. Like, do we have an idea of how many things were prevented from leaving the landfill, or how many families were helped due to this type of program?
Just in response to that question, Councillor Malhave, I know we're jumping a little all over the place here, but if you refer to the attachments, there's a list there that says Clearwater County's proposed list of unacceptable materials. And this is not only Clearwater County, but other municipalities as well. So this list is comprehensive in regards to researching out those municipalities that chose to run a reuse center. And there's very few out there, just let's make that clear. And we'll get to that as to why, but bikes are unacceptable items.
Yeah, oh, no, I was aware of it.
so-
That's actually why I
yeah.
used that example specifically, because I saw it as a listed of an unacceptable item that I know even growing up myself, that's actually where a lot of my pedal bikes came from, was from one of our local, I'm from Wetaskiwin County, that's actually where I grew up. And I got most of my bikes from there, and many amazing memories of fixing them up with my dad. That's actually why I chose bike, because I saw it as an unacceptable item on the list. But do we have any idea of how many pounds of waste have been diverted out of a landfill due to a program like this?
It is a great question, Councillor Melhoff. To answer that question, would we have the exact tonnage? No. We would have an estimate of, and how we get to this. We basically would feel we're about 40 to 50% of the materials that came out of the reuse center, 40 would be discarded. Okay, we know we ran approximately 1 roll-off bin per week to the regional landfill. We know we get 2.5 tons in that roll-off, so about approximately 130 to 150 tons per year were, I guess you could say, landfill diverted. Usually, typically with reuse, it's not necessarily diverted forever. It's staved off for a portion of time.
That makes
But
sense,
it's a very, we would say we're fairly accurate on that. We didn't have scales or anything, and that's the other side of it, the trackability. When we talk in terms of a program, a number of sites, how do we track it? Some people would say the metrics are people like this, it's good for the community, and we get a favorable response. So that's a great metric. And then you have some people operationally look at it and go, is it a great metric? Well, and this is hypothetical, nothing to do with the, but if you had, let's say your costs are $100,000 to operate, and you did 100 ton at a landfill, it's $1,000 a ton. So our task would be to try to get to council and say, what's the best bang for their buck? You know, how do they see this? Again, it's the tax purse again, what is the best? And considering all metrics, right? And that doesn't just mean cost, it means everything. Considering all those metrics, is this the best decision? Bikes, I totally agree. We've seen programs, again, a lot of times the reason why they don't send them back out because they're never 100% safe to go out to somebody who could have an accident with that bike. And sometimes when municipalities are the last ones to touch it, there's a lot of caution used to say, make sure you know that this is secure enough to release it. So.
So sorry, just to confirm, that was 2.5 tons every 2 weeks?
Uh,
Is
every-
that how you said that?
Yeah, every week.
Every week,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, so 52 weeks, we're just
Wait,
using
is-
that as a gauge, and it would vary a little bit, but that's a pretty close estimate. We figured staffing wise, we're probably, it's probably a roll-off a week that goes out there. Now, we had an area that we could, we had a 3-bin system for roll-off. Our roll-off counts went out there, we know what our running averages are. Typically those, you gotta remember those weights are typically a little lighter because you get smaller items. You could, and that's the problem with some of these things is the size of the item. If you're looking at utensils versus furniture, like there's such a wide range.
Thank you.
No more lights.
Okay.
Continue.
All right, let's move on to the reuse facility challenges. So as indicated by Reid in providing us with a little bit of the historical background, there was challenges associated with the former Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority facility in Rocky Mountain House and their reuse facility. So what we did was we had our personnel administration go out and look at each individual transfer station site and evaluated each site as to its ability and capacity to potentially incorporate a reuse facility, okay? So you'll notice we start this section with a note. And what you can do is by all means refer to the table. There's a table in your attachments that looks something like this, if you want to go to that as well, and follow along with section B. That'll assist you with regards to this particular section. So I made note, each of the 10 transfer stations in their current given condition are not capable of accommodating a reuse building and or have the ability to adequately operate such a facility in a safe and acceptable manner. And how we came to that was, right now, walk on site, could we plop something down? As is, no, it can't be done. And that's where this table comes in. And as you look at the table, we did highlight in yellow, okay, and the title being Capacity for a Reuse Center Without Any Site Modifications. No, there would definitely need to be work done at each of these sites if we wanted to bring in any type of facility to implement this program. And why that is as follows. And so here are some of the challenges that we need to recognize and deal with if indeed we want to move forward with putting a facility at any one of these transfer station sites. So one, the rural transfer station locations outside of Central have fairly limited and in some cases tight operational areas to place a reuse center or structure. The placement of the structure combined with creating an adequate area for staging, storage, vehicle all-weather access and accommodating some degree of parking could prove challenging, especially during peak usage times of the year. Number two, we have to account for increased traffic. There's a potential for lineups due to offloading, collecting, and viewing of items. And one particular transfer station where this would be a really difficult and we don't recommend is Leslieville, because we've seen this happen, is they actually start parking on 761 to even get in to deposit their solid waste. So that site is out of the question sense of just the site itself and its limited area there. By all means, it can be done, and I'm not going to go on the path as Mr. Hanson, we can do anything. No, I'm not going to jeopardize my here. Okay, that's not going to happen. But we can purchase land. If you want to go that route, purchase land, and we can expand upon that. But that's what that's going to entail there in Leslieville. Okay. The size of the transfer station area in some cases is further reduced to moderately concerning drainage and soft ground challenges, especially during spring runoff and major rain events. Hence, to potentially add a reuse structure at some of the locations, earthworks and site readjusting will be required. And that is pointed out in the table itself. You can read through there in terms of those sites that would require that. Okay, there's definitely some groundwork that needs to be done in regards to even establishing part of that area for a reuse facility. Now, we left you diagrams of each of the transfer stations themselves, and I know that can be a bit deceiving in looking at them. Even for myself, well, they look like they got a lot of room. What's the problem with this? And so on. But that's just it. It's deceptive in the sense that that area is much more confined than what the pictures show. Also, the contouring. These diagrams don't show the contour lines in terms of change in elevation, okay? I have to account for that, and just drainage patterns. So those are all issues that need to be dealt with if we want to bring in any form of reuse facility. And as you can see, as we move through the agenda item, there's really only one option that's available to us, and that's presented in the capital side of things, and Reid will touch on that in terms of the size of the facility that we're looking at. And that's typically along the lines of a cattle shed style structure, okay, limited to its, in terms of its dimensions. So that, again, number 3, the size of the transfer station area in some cases is further reduced to moderately concerning drainage, as I pointed out, and soft ground challenges, especially during spring runoff and major rain events. Hence, to potentially add a reuse structure at some locations, earthworks and site readjusting will require. Again, number 4, as I just pointed out, a basic shelter is strongly recommended to prevent further deterioration of stored reuse items due to cold and or wet weather. Winter months can typically be challenging due to extreme cold and freeze-thaw conditions. The next one, and we bring this to the committee's attention, number 5, and we touch on it a little bit more, is obviously there's going to be additional staffing that's required to do this. Okay, you bring in one, even just one reuse facility anywhere, whether it be Central or any others, you're looking at the very least 1, if not 2 individuals that will have to come on full-time equivalent along with seasonal, okay? In order to have a successful reuse program, staffing requirements would need to increase unless the consistent volunteer group is readily available. I put that in there because that's how a lot of these reuse centers survive. It's strictly volunteer run. And when we researched them out, that's typically the path. Either it's volunteer run or an outside contractor takes care of it. And earlier, it was made mention in regards to Rocky Mountain House. We reached out to them and asked, you know, why don't you guys have it? If it's going to be anywhere, why not Rocky Mountain House? And it came down to exactly that: staffing, traffic impact assessment, flow of traffic. It's for them it's financially not viable as well. Okay. So what they did was they reached out and they sent out in 2021 an expression of interest, and the letter is attached. It is on their website, and they put it out there, see if anyone wants to do it. And as we said earlier, they got very little interest, if anything at all, okay, in regards to an outside organization coming in to do it. So we're definitely looking at additional personnel having to come on. If indeed that is, you want to increase the level of service in regards to providing this type of experience to our ratepayers. Currently, all rural transfer stations except for Central have 1 designated attendant scheduled to work during the daily hours of operation. Additional employee responsibilities and staffing hour requirements would need to be considered and further evaluated. Number 6, restriction on reuse items, size, weight, and condition that would be offloaded or collected would need to be considered. And again, as earlier mentioned to committee member Malhalf, there's a list we left. I will touch on this a little bit more when we get to legal, but we felt it was very prudent for us to reach out to legal because if we move forward with this, there are legal implications. And as I said earlier, we need to make sure this committee is well aware of, if you choose to go down this path, there are potential consequences in terms of liability to this municipality, okay? So we'll come to that again in just a little bit. Number 7, vandalism and property damage at the transfer station locations based on operational history. It will most likely increase as the perceived value of reuse items and other waste and recyclables typically encourage after-hour visitors, often resulting in damage to transfer station property. And that was, again, another reason why the town chose not to do it. And actually, one of the major reasons, there's one other, and I will touch on this towards the very end, as to why they choose not to implement a reuse center, is the vandalism and increased property damage that occurs. And it is something that we as a municipality face on a day-to-day basis, not just with Central, but every one of our transfer station sites. Okay, and I'll expand on that a little later. There's one more section, I would call it Section 8 after G when we come to a conclusion. I just need to share a couple stories with you that hopefully puts some of these things in perspective and provides you additional information in terms of the direction you may want to go in regards to implementing your reuse center. So just on that note, for this committee's consideration, in 2024 alone, we put in just over $30,000 for security at the Central site. Okay, in terms of trying to mitigate the, and I was struggling with the proper politically correct verbiage, but I can't think of anything else, vagrants that continually use that site for their homestead. Okay, and that is, for this committee's consideration, that's 365 days a year. Okay, they're in there. Finally, environmental health and safety considerations, especially with respect to public and employee safety. Typical daily solid waste operational collection procedures are not compromised, and reuse items that are collected and removed from the transfer station in some cases may still have potential longer-term risk to the public and continued liability to the county. It's exactly that. That's why you see a comprehensive list such as this as to what is not being accepted at any of the municipalities that do run these sites or contractors or volunteer organizations. And this is also provided to us through legal as well as per legislation, etc. And I'll touch on that a little later on. But at that point, I will leave it to the committee if they have any questions pertaining to Section B.
Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to additional staffing and potentially seasonal staffing, what is the current job profile of the attendants that are there now? I mean, I only have, like, I always obviously not out at all of the sites. I don't travel the county getting rid of waste at every facility, but the two facilities that I use that are within my catchment area, they're in a truck. They take my number, and that's that. I don't see how additional staff, perhaps just a change in the job profile and the job requirement rather than just happening to take my number and be nice and smile and say hi. Perhaps that could be some job duties that are added to the site attendants.
It doesn't come down so much to job profile, it comes down to managing the site. As Reed mentioned earlier, as soon as you bring something in like that, it's managing that portion of it as well. Again, it's site dependent and how busy that site can get. So let's take Central, for example. Most of our users, that's where the majority of our users come to, is Central, a good portion of our population. And it's the people driving in, coordinating the traffic, and making sure that things move along, and making sure that items being dropped off are acceptable, and so on. Because what happens is, and I'll turn it over to Reed, he can go a little bit more detail, is all of a sudden you got the hovering thing, okay? And people are there and they say, oh, look at that, what's in that truck there? And they start doing that, and they hang around, it's a hangout, it's now becomes a social affair, and so on. Now the traffic movements come to a standstill. So now we're taking that attendant and they're dealing with that when they should be dealing with garbage collection, solid waste collection, and recyclables. So it strains that individual in managing the site itself. And as you said there, you know, while they're just sitting there in a truck sort of thing, of course it's site dependent. I'm not saying that every site's going to need an additional individual to be there, but the more active sites, it takes away from their responsibility, making sure that they're managing the facility in regards to solid waste collection and recycling, rather than having to run down to the facility itself and now managing that. That's where the difficulty comes in, where now we're going to have to start looking at bringing in another person. I'll turn it over to Reed for additional.
Mr. Williams?
Yeah, great question, Councillor Melhoff. Little bit of uniqueness with the reuse concept of what Kurt was alluding to. Again, when someone comes in, you're right, you have an attendant. That's kind of also your gatekeeper, okay? That person basically has a certain amount of roles. We do have them on a 40-hour week, but a 10-hour day. So that allows us to go in a little earlier, and a lot of times it's to do a little bit of work resorting, a little bit the recyclables, taking things out where they shouldn't, checking demo areas, just making sure winter safe site. One challenge you do have is midday change. You got half hour from Cow Lake to Everdale. So so a lot of the things are done preemptive. In a reuse situation, a lot of times people are gonna need probably a little bit of help, okay? So there's gonna be that interaction. We feel right now, based on our data, like we're getting 14 to 20 customers an hour, okay? So it just really depends. We know in January, that's what's seasonal, we may be able to say, you know, we can back that off a little bit. We don't think we're gonna be that busy. May, we could be really busy. There's some days, for instance, at some of the locations, and again, they're not all site specific, but at Leslieville, when you see 3 or 4 up on the top pad, and you know there's only 2 ways out, and you're getting, you know, in a day, 120 and 4 hours. It's a lot for that individual to check things, and you know, we're gonna be talking to them, did everything go out that should have been in good condition and all those things. It does create for a lot of movement on that site. It's hard to get from one area to another foot back and forth, and that's one of the challenges. So what we looked at, we did talk to several other facilities, and this has been ongoing off and on for 6-8 months, and we have talked to individuals and said, like, what is your biggest incremental, it's not even so much cost, but your incremental need to make that work? It's always more staffing, cleaning up after people. So over a course of time, that's where the challenge comes. When we look at it from a standpoint, from seasonals, we may have to do it rotational. It may not be out there, the person may not be out there the whole time, but they may have to go, that Leslieville Crossroads opens the same day. We may have to have that person go out to 2 different sites just to make sure everything's caught up or kept up. Because materials and things that are set out can all of a sudden accumulate. And we're hopeful that a cow shed only has so much capacity, but we've also seen in other cases, other municipalities, it can outgrow those structures fairly quickly at certain times of the year.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I read somewhere in here that for practical reasons, I think it's only the central site that you recommend really having the space to do something there. And I used the one in town, and I understand from experience the traffic issues that because of the location and the limited space available. But I think some of those issues could be designed out, given the space to work with. And maybe, there's a gate access where people coming to browse could actually park outside and come in through a gate. You mentioned vandalism, property damage, and security. What's our experience been like? How often do we find that someone has tried to break in and then they've damaged things? And what additional security would be needed? If we already have security at the site, what additional would be needed because of a reuse shed?
Sure. So as indicated, it's daily. Committee member Radcliffe, it's every day. There are vagrants in there every day, every night, 365 days a year in Central. Okay.
Going over the fence.
Yep, cutting holes. They'll go in, they'll cut through the fence. Yep. So we chase them out every morning. And that's why we've had to increase our staffing from 1 to 2 because it's become too dangerous for our staff, to the point where we've had to deal with needles, cleanup. There's at the very least an hour, if not more, cleanup every morning. I might as well share this story with you right now. So the biggest thing too is safety, and why a lot of these municipalities do not implement this, besides the vandalism, is the safety of their personnel. So last week, the one time just because of holidays, sick time, etc., we had our attendant arrive. Again, this was last week, and the attendant was on their own, and they got to the site, central site, and lo and behold, there was an individual sitting in front of the gate. So they were outside of the compound, so we're not sure how many more were inside the compound. The most we've ever encountered was 4 at any one time. And encountered the individual outside the gate. So our attendant, of course, was at loss what to do other than asking this individual to please leave. And this individual would not leave. So the attendant is starting to get quite concerned and worried, no matter how many times this individual was asked to leave. So our attendant did the right thing, called Mr. Williams and Mr. Curry, Bryce Curry's our supervisors, solid waste and recycling, and also phoned the police. So in the meantime, this individual now walks up to the truck, okay, and knocks on the window of our attendant. And so our attendant now is very concerned. So by the time Mr. Curry got there, the police had arrived. So there were 3 police vehicles now circling the compound trying to find this individual, because this individual bolted. They eventually found the individual and took him in. Nonetheless, our attendant was rattled and scared. And when this story was shared with me, that disturbed me, disturbed Mr. Curry, Mr. Williams. Unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. And so further to your question in regards to the security, because this happens all the time, and I'm going to pose this question to the rest of the committee members here. Knowing this is issued in Central, given our remaining 9 transfer stations, let's just disregard Klein and Faraway. There's very little issues there, although Faraway has had some. Of the remaining 7 there, how many do you think encounter issues with vagrants over the course of the year? How many do you think? All of them. You got it, all of them. Every day, okay? Every single transfer station. We encounter vagrants at every single transfer station. Okay, it's an ongoing issue. So what we've done is moved forward with implementing the security system now is to get cameras out there, and we're doing it in-house. Again, as always, we try to find efficiencies and see if we have the resources and the abilities in-house to take care of it ourselves. And we do. We have a fantastic IT team, facilities and so on, so we're currently in the process of getting that implemented. It takes a little bit of time in terms of, we have some challenges in terms of supply and getting the cameras in and so on. So we're doing that, okay, in regards to Central, along with landfill at the same time. And we do have that issue at the landfill as well. I can give you numerous examples of things that have occurred to any one of our transfer stations over the period of the last year. Good one was individuals started a fire and a bonfire in Crossroads, and I don't know who saw it here, but they're driving by and there's a nice big bonfire in the middle of the night, and obviously we had to deal with that one. So right now, in answer to your question, Committee Member Ratcliffe, is stay on top of the fencing, patching the holes as best as we can, cameras and so on. but they get in. And something else too, just to consider and keep in mind, we no longer lock anything up in there, because they go in there and break all the locks. We spend hundreds of dollars every month in just buying new locks. Or they'll go to the salt sand shed and they'll actually cut into the fabric. Okay, so they damage our facilities. So what we do is this, we just don't lock anything up. Okay, and if they want it, they'll take it. We've encountered individuals, they'll go into the sea cans and they'll actually set themselves up inside the sea cans. They'll make themselves a little house, and we've had where they've taken a tire and they've actually started a fire inside a tire. Okay, and can you imagine the outcome of that if that tire would have started burning? So it is a challenge. And you may recall back in September when we just gave you a bit of an overview in regards to just telling you that we will bring an agenda item forward in regards to just giving you an in-depth overview in regards to, implementing a reuse center. And please understand, we're giving you the honest truth in regards to the challenges we face. And, these reuse centers, when we reached out, they've communicated to us, the other municipalities, that the issue they run into is, of course, increased vandalism. And as soon as they brought in their reuse center, that increased, because now it brought further value to that site. So now you have the vagrants going in there and going, ooh, let's see what this has. And it's a motivation, it's an incentive for them to get in there. And the other one being safety of their personnel. Look at what our attendant had to face here, which was absolutely unacceptable. And that's it. That's why these municipalities said, nope, we're not going there. And the legal liability associated with it as well. And you ask Councillor Adler, what can we do in terms of potentially increasing the security? And that's why I put recommendation number 3 in there, is yes, you're right, Central would be the best site if we're going to move forward. And we would definitely look at what we need to do. And that's outlined in this agenda item in terms of what we're looking at a cost in regards to implementing something at the Central in its current condition, what we need to do, okay, in regards to making it happen there. But really, if you're really serious, this committee, in regards to wanting to implement this increase in level of service and providing a reuse center, that's why I put recommendation number 3. Consider it as part of the design, engineering, construction into the new transfer station. Then do it right. That way, at the same time, you can design in the needed security measures that hopefully mitigate or minimize some of those risks. I'm not saying it's going to eliminate all of it, but at the very least, we can start to design it into it and design the proper facility to allow that reuse center and facility to operate in an efficient, effective manner while minimizing the risk associated with potential vagrants. And interesting enough too, as I indicated back in September, that may entail bringing on a couple of German Shepherds when you have them patrol it. There's a number of businesses that do that. And the one that comes immediately to mind is an organization right in Eckville. I won't name names, but they have a gate with a number of their products that they sell. And in conversation with them is that once they had the German Shepherds, they have not had a single break-in or any damage to any of their products that they sell. Just saying, putting it out there, okay? Hopefully that answers your question, Committee Member Ratcliffe.
Ms. Sarah?
Yeah, I just have some comments about litigation and liability, so maybe, are you covering that yet?
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, so I'll just add on to the end of yours.
Okay.
But we'll move on to capital, and I'll turn that back over to Reid, and I'll give you a bit of a breakdown as to what we're looking in regards to the capital side of things and earthworks, et cetera.
Okay.
Thank you, Kurt. So estimated capital costs, we basically just looked at, when you're looking at 9 transfer stations, 9 rural transfer stations, due to the size, due to just accessibility, some different areas, we felt that the only structure we could probably put in there securely is a cattle shelter. So in reviewing the information presented in the proposed central transfer station design options was covered with Tetra Tech there in October. Some of the features, specifically the section 5.1, which was in that document, regarding a share shed reuse building, the county was presented with a summary of options for a share shed or take it or leave it shelter. The basis of our capital discussion is based on that information, and those type of structures for smaller facilities were somewhat more advisable when we have, in terms of small capacity sites. So first off, administration evaluated the capital cost items on the basis due to limited tight areas in some of the rural transfer stations. Obviously with the exception of Central. The best approach to placing any type of structure would be to either use a treated wood cattle shelter at a smaller rural location, and in the case of Central, we could look a little larger, a shed equipment cladded 11 by 20 foot, okay? And those are outlined in that summary table 5.1, just above it. Capital expenditures would include the initial structure purchase, site preparation, which is some of the earthworks and maybe some site readjustment should we have to create more room, and installation. Again, just below, there's just a note, the Leslie on Caroline, given the confined area of the footprint and the number of daily users, there'd be a greater challenge in placing these reuse center sheds. Earthwork and site configuration costs would be considerably higher. Table 2.0, which we'll come into, places an estimated capital cost. And these sites may not adequately support sufficient access for a reuse center, which is a challenge for us because those are our two busiest sites outside of Central. We're just restricted for what we normally conduct the business of the day-to-day there. It's fairly restricted. So just in looking at that, obviously you have the structure cost, which was put up about $2,800. Tetra Tech, again, left that as far as the structure. So we wanted to look at, okay, some of the costs maybe to install that structure. Some obviously have a dirt floor. We would like to look at maybe putting some plywood down to keep it cleaner, those types of things, making sure there's support on it. You know, we may have to put some concrete pads or slabs, different things. Earthworks, if you look through the different sites, some seem to have more dollar value. And again, we just looked at it from a standpoint, you know what, you know, it doesn't take much for a day and a half or two with equipment to run yourself up to, you know, $5,000-7,000, quite easy. So we took it at somewhat county market prices. Could we do some of these things internally? We do believe so, but we did base that cost on kind of the market. So we came in through some totals. Again, some of the earthworks, we talk earthworks in a big picture, they're considered, it's not like you're building a road, so they're kind of minor, really, but we have a lot of soft ground issues at certain times of the year, May and June. So for instance, there's water, so when you look at some of those diagrams and some of those, as Director Magnus was mentioning, some of the contours, it's kind of surprising when you look at an overhead photo versus when you're actually out on that site. So there's some places where our recycle containers, you know, we'd have to expand those. We may have to create more of a teardrop. One of the things we go back and forth on, yes, the element of, like, what's reasonable? Do we need a lot of parking? You know, can we have people, you just drop and go and the next guy come? Well, sometimes it's not that simple. So we don't have car turnaround radiuses at our transfer stations. We have pickups. We have pickup small trailers. That's what we have in Clearwater County. That's our customer. So again, we want to make sure that we're not tying up roadways. Is there access between a trans store and a former turnout area? You know, if you put two vehicles there, you're going to have some challenges. So sometimes we would have to look into going to areas that we may have to reconfigure. So that could mean you have a bunker. We might have to remove some blocks, reset them, re-expand, those type of things. Again, we'd have a good overall look at it. Again, a reuse center is ideally better, closer to your tenant. It's just less challenges with what goes in there, because the close enough theory sometimes works there, okay? Then the challenge you have again is taking it, moving it, and all those things day after day. And if it's something that's clutterable, that could spill and different things, well, now you're cleaning up. And that's the case with small items. You know, someone left puzzles, someone left, You know, there's challenges with that. We came to the total roughly, you know, we're looking, and this would be if this was all in a cattle shed type of format, you know, we came around that 96,000, but again, you're dealing, you know, 9 potential sites, 9 sites. We don't advise far away, we just don't get enough foot traffic there. There's 500-600 a year that use that site. We can do a small little in-house survey with the group that uses it. We do consider reuse as something a 4 or 5 time a year event. Okay, so could we steer those people? Could you come to a central location, for instance, or another transfer station? You know, we believe we have enough dialogue at times we can do that and still be cooperative. Moving down the list, you can see a picture of that cattle shelter. Great for 2,600. We'd probably want to dress that up a little bit, okay? Again, sometimes in the waste biz, the better you look, the better people treat your sites. And if you start to look cluttered and you start to look disorganized, it's not that people don't care, they just end up, let's get in there quick and get out of there, okay? The reuse shed, the cladded equipment shed, again, a little larger, we dropped that down. So for instance, at Central. Central is a place you could, because there's room. There's room, you have crossover of staff, you have other synergies because you actually have, well, from IT to plow trucks, you have bodies, you know? It's easier to borrow a skid steer. It's easier to, because there's a synergy there. There's crossover of staff, not a staff person out individually. So that cost structure in the Tetra Tech report was 7,900, I believe. We just dressed it up a little bit. We saw a better one that we thought comparable, might stay together a little longer. We thought that was a good idea. And you know, we figured if we had to do one at Central, and something that would be on skids, movable, you know, things that, you know, should things change in a year, 2, 3, we still have a ability to move this without, you know, and maybe use it, implement it into another purpose. And that capital cost was approximately $26,000. The central transfer station would have available area to develop, as we just discussed earlier. The structure could be a cattle shelter, but again, there, once you have it, again, a cattle shelter does, it gets you okay for an evening, maybe 2 in the summer. But there's, you know, you want to have someone who drops off a reuse item, you know, give them the best benefit of a doubt that you could hold it for a couple days without damage of some sort, moisture, you know, mud it up a little bit, those type of things. So anytime you can enclose it, it's probably advantageous. And that's what we would look for at Central based on the room. And we also think we do think, because again, numerically, if you have 30,000 visits a year to 32,000, is this going to increase? Potentially, because the hours of operation are higher. So you want to have an area that if someone does come, they're not getting the rush out of there. You know, maybe there's time, because some people like to see what comes in for the next hour. They just do. And at least this way, they're safely on the perimeter of the operation, and they're in a place that their vehicle's not in mud, things of that nature. And that would be it for capital costs, so if there's any questions on capital costs.
Councillor Gibson?
Mine isn't on capital cost, but you use the term reuse. Now, there's a huge list of what you don't take. So what kind of items do you take for reuse?
Good question.
Sorry.
Really, you know, we asked ourselves the same thing, you know, and even in consultation with legal. So it's like, maybe you just want to put a list of what you can accept, you know, sort of thing. And something I'm going to point out while we're at that is, if you look a little further, I think there's a table again, and I'll let Sean read further provide detail behind it, but we provided you with a table on the municipalities that we reached out to. There was, I think, another 3 that I had Sean reach out to as well in regards to just determining what these sites take, those that do run reuse or a type of reuse facility. And, you know, I think it's gonna come down to, you look at just below that table, so we listed the municipalities, and as you can see, does it have a reuse center? Yes, okay, and it gives a bit of a descriptor as to what that entails. And then we have another 7 municipalities where, no, they don't have a reuse center. And I made note there, as an additional note, the following institutions within Rocky Mountain House accept secondhand or gently used items. And as you can see there, there's a number of organizations within Rocky Mountain House that do accept items. And short of us going in there and just asking, okay, well, what do you take, you know, in regards to items as compared to what we're not allowed to take? Is there anything left over, you know, sort of thing. And it was interesting in that that this list is pretty comprehensive, and you know, we even asked ourselves, well, you know, why not books or things like that? But all this comes down to hygiene, you know, and the safety to the people, not only our personnel that are running it, but the people that are purchasing, are potentially picking these items up. But what we found interesting was when we took it to legal, they agreed upon the items, and then they provided us even more items that we should consider. And it's just comes down to liability. But again, you know, that's a fantastic question, is in what can you accept, you know, sort of thing. So short of us, you know, researching out and going to these other organizations, honestly, I can't tell you exactly, you know, beyond what's there, what we can accept. And that, actually, that's what legal said, and it might be just simpler for you just to put a list up to say what you can accept, you know. But I can't, off the top of my head, tell you right now, Councillor Gibson. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you. Did legal provide any statistics on the number of municipalities who have been successfully sued for something that a resident chose to pick up out of a reuse site and take home?
No, we never received any of that type of information, no.
Yeah. Yeah. It strikes me as being remote. Yeah.
Councillor Radcliffe, great question. I think some of the things that you see that are listed, okay, when legal looks at it, they will go to the waste users guideline, okay? So that'll take you into the steps of certain items that are considered dangerous, flammable. So for instance, barbecues, propane tanks, all of those type of items. There's a certain amount of items that would have a potential hazard with those. So for instance, in the case of someone taking those. Now, we typically have collectors that solely take those, approved collectors that go on and take them to different facilities to refurbish and things like that. Nature, or some of the things that would be considered a consumer product for kids is definitely, everybody says no. I mean, so we know historically we wouldn't have like kids' clothes. Kids' clothing's a great, if you have different organizations that do that, they grow out of things. For our purposes, we couldn't manage it. Like who would fold them, who would manage that, who would clean them, okay, for instance. So clothing, we don't. There was conditions of, okay, where did they come from? You have to look through those things pretty attentively before some member of the public would get that. Things like fertilizer, chemicals, even an empty can of WD-40, what's in it, what's sat there. There's obviously questions. You could definitely say remote, but those are some of the things on that checklist. Where it gets into fabric containing furniture, there has been a lot now with hygiene. You know, where is it really from, what was on it, what those type of things, how much cleaning. If a municipality gives that to somebody or is kind of in that focus, they become more at risk because they're a municipality. A lot of those things, when they have those discussions, aren't divulged. In the private sector, as a contractor, for years, we simply just wouldn't go there. And the reason was because our legal liability with insurance and everything, and we did have some incidences, one with bikes and one with used knives. We did have ourselves a bit of a problem. So it can happen, and a lot of it is just public safety, because we, public safety, staff safety, those type of things. So when you see the list, it is encompassing, but a lot of times it'll talk about those consumer goods, kids' clothing, no hockey helmets per se, nothing that would be headgear, car seats, things that would be potential liability. They don't advise municipalities give those out.
Councillor Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Were you referring to like the previous system when you said you have collectors that come and grab things and refurbish them, and or is that happening already on our sites where there's collectors that come and grab and refurbish it or change it up, or?
Yeah, great question. Sorry for clarity. So when I talk about collectors, we have a certain amount of recycle collectors that would be approved through like Clearwater County. And I'll give you an example, electronics. No, we don't want to have electronics necessarily go back into reuse. Okay, it's a fairly popular item. However, the Alberta government puts dollars into having that collection now of those computers. So we do have an approved computer collector, Quantum is ours.
Okay,
So
somebody
they
comes out
do
and
that.
grab
Yeah,
that.
they come out. And again, one of the deterrents about not getting materials and how do you get the most materials from the Alberta people was if you ever thought that someone's going to grab your computer and go onto your hard drive or things of that nature, there was a genuine fear. I'm talking 15 years ago. Today, those are the security of destruction, and then those things are also, all those materials are now recycled and reused because they feel that's the best practice. Other things would be, for instance, propane tanks. The 20-pound propane tanks, we have a collector. Tank traders, it's a straight across, there's no cost to us. We probably generate anywhere from 50, 60 a month on all the transfer station sites. Now, typically what we'll do is we do have collections. Remember, we consolidate at Central, so we will go to the rurals on occasion to get satellite paint, satellite electronics, satellite, maybe, low volume, couple propane tanks, things of that nature. So we can consolidate them at Central, then they'll go on with a collector. Okay.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So, yeah, so they're an approved collector. It's not, just so we have to be aware where our stuff goes. Clearwater County, if we try to make sure that we have a pretty good understanding, anything that we ship out, we know where it goes. We want to make sure we can phone, for example, Waste Management, or phone tank traders, or phone our hazmat guys to make sure we get reports, we get what went out our site. So those things are all part of our reporting practices, in some cases, to our regulator. Okay, so again, when you do a reuse, it's this person, that person, and where you get into some challenges are things that can be refurbished. And things that, can we translate it into this versus this? Like those things can maybe happen. It's just really tough because now you need a few steps and you kind of go, wow, okay, are we doing what's best for the resident who's a taxpayer? Like, is that our role? Like, we would need guidance on that. Okay? One of the main things I'll just share that the way things are moving, a little bit bigger facility because it's manageable. A little bit more uniqueness in the items you take. You could take small crafty things and that's what your cities see. Okay, you see a lot of those type of items. You don't always see a lot of furniture, but there's some places that will take certain things if you have to stage it and store it. Somebody checks that, whether it's a volunteer base that actually has a net benefit. Like if I'm Diabetes Association, I have a direct benefit because everything we move to Value Village, we get paid for. So that's our donation. So you can mobilize your diabetes people. So anybody who would be in those roles might have a vested interest. So it's very helpful when you have that. But they've went to a bigger facility. They've went where they can, but again, they have a larger urban base. And on a per capita basis, it's not as onerous, the cost.
Right. Reeve, do you also need a motion to go past 4:30?
I was
Oh,
wondering,
sorry.
I think that is that a motion just for council meetings, or is that a motion for strap meetings as well? I don't believe so.
Simply council.
Okay.
Oh, just for council?
I wasn't
Yeah.
sure, so I know we're
Yeah.
going past, so I wanted to make sure that you didn't require a motion for it.
Okay. Councillor Light?
Thank you, and I think I'm understanding more about some of the challenges of this, looking at the list of things that are unacceptable, huge list. But I get the concept that you're somehow sanctioning that these are safe materials for somebody to take and reuse, as though the county was, I'm not gonna say marketing, but putting them in the hands directly of these users that come through. Looking at our history around waste disposal, I mean, the original landfills, I had one right next to my farm, and there were people there every daylight hour of every day, seeking whatever they could find there. And I know that our existing transfer stations have some level of people repurposing right now. Are we not in the same challenges, even though we probably discourage that? It does happen, but we just don't have the staffing to try and say, hey, no, you've got to leave that where it lies. Just trying to understand where our liabilities are there as well.
I'll start it off, and switch it back to Reed and or Ms. Serhan. You're right, you know, in essence, in an indirect way, it's happening now without us advertising it. It's just people come in there, they go to the roll-off bin, they, you know, get rid of their solid waste and whatnot else, and you know, like the other day I saw basketball, you know, so they put a basketball just off to the side, you know, sort of thing, and leave it there, and or whatever other item. People do it now, you know, and if another individual picks it up, they pick it up, sort of thing. But by the end of the day, then it goes off into the roll-off bin, okay, it becomes garbage, sort of thing. And that's the thing, we don't advertise it. It's, in essence, in an indirect way, it's already happening. You know, they just, like I said, they set it off to the side. Is there liability associated? Sure. Anybody can sue anybody for anything, really, sort of thing, right? We'll turn it over to Reed and or Ms. Serhan in regards to that. And I'll then actually come back to the legal side of it, since we're on that as well.
You know, that's, again, good question. One of the challenges we typically had were things that I think operation, we've always, okay, what's an attractant? Well, you know, metals are, okay? So what we do with metals is we try now not to have them accumulate on the rural sites. We try to move them along, okay, as quickly as we possibly can. We collect them and we store at the landfill. So when you store at the landfill, there is a attractant there, and it is at times problematic. The landfill, we can obviously compact it with a dozer and make things a little, you know, harder to pull out per se, because at the end of the day, we know those recyclables are going to market. We typically do that on a regular basis. We send those off. We don't leave things that would be, I mean, auto batteries were a challenge. Waste in the transfer stations, like at the demo areas, people, that's one of the areas you go through and you have a look. What was there? Saturday night, let's go there Sunday. The darkest places, no power, 40 below, and footprints all over the place. Not really a big deal in the sense that we can live with that. Okay, they kind of went through a hole in the fence, it's there. But the next step is, now they rip off your gate, hypothetically at Caroline. So that's $5,000-$6,000, okay? We look at it the next 2 days, well, we got maintenance staff running around and trying to put that gate back up. We do that again, thinking we can do that. A week later, it's down again. So there's some challenges by when people perceive there's attractant in there. So we really tried to going back through our solid waste plan, try to reduce at the rural sites as much as we can to actually control staffing hours if possible, and to maybe consolidate certain items that people don't, like your household garbage, your household recyclables, you pretty well need to visit when you're rural, minimum, like weekly, right? You want things out of your house. But if it's a reuse, a computer, electronic, maybe a can of paint, you know, that's something, could we get somebody to go maybe to a transfer station a little further down that can handle those type of services? Maybe that's the best interest of moving forward. Now, that's a future, but that was a lot to do with our planning with Tetra Tech, okay?
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I just want to touch on the litigation part and maybe just back to Councillor Malhoff's question about the bicycle. And there's a lot more years gap between my childhood and today than hers. But when I was a child, the moms were at the school and they were saying, hey, I know your kid's a little smaller than mine, could they use a bike? And then by the time probably you were a child, they were left at the reuse. But we've moved past that in that when the municipality takes over these kinds of services, it isn't looked upon as that you're suing your neighbor. It's looked upon that you're suing the big bad government. And when something goes wrong with that bike, and when I was a child, they took it to their dad and they got it fixed. When you were a child, you worked on it together. But there was no blame for who left the bike. But today there is. Today there's blame. And litigation follows that quite closely these days. So unfortunately, it's something that we have to keep in mind when we start not only advocating for the reuse of these things, but that we are supplying the opportunity. When the Hospice Society provides the opportunity, the person having seen a fault fall upon them because of that reused item are less likely to sue a volunteer organization because they know they're doing the best they can. Where when they see the municipality, there's just a higher bar that the municipality has to meet to be safe and provide things that are safe and ensuring that safety. It's just a higher bar, and unfortunately, that's just the world we live in today.
Thank you.
And if I may just further to that, Ms. Serhan has made a very valid point here. If you look in section E, it's made note that in operating the reuse sheds, the municipality would likely be exposed to legal liability in one of two ways. The municipality could face, one, a civil legal action from someone who has been injured or harmed from items acquired at a reuse shed. And then, of course, there's number two there, but goes back to committee member Lougheed's question earlier, you know, in regards to, you know, people dropping off items right now. The difference is when we implement the reuse center and that program, now it's a sanctioned program, okay? And that's where the liability gets increased that much more. And it ties in directly with Ms. Serhan's comment as well. So that's the difference there in terms of just people dropping it off, whereas now it's an actual program within the confines of this municipality.
Okay, I've got a couple more lights here. Councillor Northcott, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay. No, there are many organizations that are listed here that do accept used items, and there's also garage sales. Many people do give away things on social media now. There's organizations that actually accept gently used or like new sort of items, and they use them for fundraisers. So I'd like to make the motion as per staff recommendation number 1. That Clearwater County will not increase the level of service by implementing a solid waste recycling reuse program.
Okay. Thank you for the motion. Councillor Rockcliffe?
Actually, could we take 5 minutes?
Okay, we are on a time constraint, so we will be losing, so we'll take 5 minutes to have a quick break. Okay, we're welcome back from our quick break. So just before the break, we were having our conversation in regards to the reuse. Councillor Northcott has made a motion, and in that was, as per staff recommendation number 1, that Clearwater County will not increase the service level by implementing the solid waste and recycling reuse program. I know administration hasn't had a quick chance to just wrap up their presentation. So I would just ask highlights, so we can focus the this committee to the decision or to the discussion on the motion. And I'll turn it back to you, Director Magnus.
Yeah, for the most part, we've basically touched on everything. There's just, again, estimated operational costs, and we can touch on that real quickly. But other than that, we've touched on everything. My last words in regards to it is again, the human factor, and I did bring that to this committee's attention in regards to the safety of our personnel and any of the ratepayers as well, okay, in regards to implementing this program. And that's been a major consideration for a lot of municipalities, is the safety of their own personnel. And then again, the added challenges with increased vandalism and such. And don't get me wrong, you know, I'm not trying to be a downer here or a bummer in regards to this, implementing this program. But we, as administration, would be remiss if we didn't lay everything out for you. Okay, no stone unturned. And that was the direction I gave to our administration, Reed and Sean, in putting this together. It's important for us that this committee has all the information available to you in regards to providing council with direction, okay, and ultimately that protects all of you and our ratepayers in this municipality, okay? I'll just turn it over to Reed, and you can just touch quickly on the operational side of things in terms of costs associated with that, and that should wrap it up.
Okay.
Okay, just due to potential changes of adding responsibilities to existing staff or creating a need for additional staff, the estimated increase in the cost of transfer station operation is primarily based on labor adjustments. It's basically a lot of it to do with potential to increase the need for help. Okay, so if reuse sheds are implemented at the rural transfer stations, and again, we modeled it rough in the sense that we looked at all 9 sites. So we looked at some of the operational challenges. You would have to probably rotate. You don't want one sitting at a site that didn't require it that day. So it's going to be something you'd have to look at weekly and daily, managing that and saying, and again, we have communication, we have phones. We would say who needs help that day, who needs help to put something away. Again, users are variable. So we looked at a contingency, and and again, this is probably what I consider, like what we considered maybe a worst case scenario. But again, we did look at the potential. Would we have to increase to full-time? Potentially, if it's all year. Again, most reuse programs, collection from cities, reuse rendezvous, those, they have 2-3 weekends. Is it something, you know, that this council would look at and say, well, you know, maybe it makes more sense just a month of the year at a certain site, you know, things of that nature. The attendance for seasonal, we can fluctuate those a little bit. Again, with seasonal, obviously some flexibility. The 4-month term is tough because sometimes we see in the waste side of things May to October. So we kind of have it a little longer to a 6-month, which you can do. Doesn't necessarily always have to be a student, but you know, we can look at different synergies and then we can monitor from there. Again, we looked at it, and again, if this was all on, thinking that if we, you know, had central, just because of the usage, just because of the numbers, we may have to add, because we're almost near capacity there. By the time you have staff pour oil, do recyclables, is there a little bit more we can get to go do and sort the recyclables? We're almost at that capacity now. We think now we don't have this wiggle room. We have to probably add. So that's kind of where we're at in terms of capacity at some of those sites. So if there's any questions, we roughly, and again, those are our grid. We get that from, you know, Clearwater County obviously has grids. They have entry-level positions, job designations. There's dollar per hours, those type of things, and those numbers just translate into the operating hours we felt we could potentially use.
Thank you. Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I've obviously been one of the biggest proponents. I mean, Councillor Graham, when she was here, was the other big driver for this. I very much wanted to see something that is already happening actually be sanctioned and allowed. Like, this is already being done. Just make it so that they actually are allowed to do what they're already doing. I will support the motion on the floor because this item has given us as a council no other choice. We've really only been given challenges and hurdles and negatives and not a ton of, here's all the good reasons to go forth and do this, and here's the positive reason to do this. Not really seen in this agenda item. It's all, this is how much it's gonna cost, this is all the bad, and here's all the legal crap of why we can't do this. Not a can do, let's get her done attitude. So I will be supporting the motion on the floor because it's honestly the one that makes the most sense. I would absolutely love to see us have a program like this for waste diversion and to allow for this to happen, what's already happening. But the motion on the floor is the only one that actually makes sense to continue forward with the information that we have. It's really unfortunate.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you. I was certainly excited to see this item come forward because I know it was near and dear to the hearts of many people within the community. Ultimately, though, I think the evidence shows through legal advice, the safety of our personnel, and, you know, ultimately the liability to the public that we're entrusted with keeping safe. It seems like it's not the only place that there's an avalanche hazard. Right now, it seems to be if we consider a reuse facility as well. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
This question is the one I hear most about solid waste. I think that the number of visits that we had at the other one is also an indication that the public does want this level of service. I would like to see this taken to the public and see if they feel that it's worth it. So at this point, I'm not going to support the motion. And if it fails, I would make a different motion to take this to a survey in our publication for the public and get some feedback that way. But because otherwise, the current feedback that we do have is that there is a great demand for having this facility.
Okay. Councillor Gibson? Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put my 2 cents in then. If Councillor Ratcliffe goes through with, or does go through, and it's put on the, for the public, then the negatives have to go as well. You can't just have, like, the questions have to be, so this is what's happening now, because otherwise it would be very slanted.
Okay. Go, Mr. Hunt.
I think we know what the benefits are. The benefits are that people get secondhand items at a central spot where they already take their waste, and instead of having to post the item for sale for free on Marketplace, they will have a place to drop it off and not have to think about it again. And that's what society tends to lean towards, is the easy. And also, if we take this to the public doesn't have all of the information that you have. We want to make sure that this committee and ultimately council is comfortable with all of the risks to move forward. Administration isn't saying that's your only path. They're saying, do you still want to support this service level increase, knowing that there are risks today, and as has been shown in history, the risks will just get higher and higher. Administration is by no means making this decision for this committee or council, and it's in your hands to make this decision. And we just want to make sure that, knowing the risks, that this program is still what this committee wants to move forward with.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I have a couple of things I'd like to talk about. And first is risk, and that is the safety for our staff. I think there's a real issue out there. I don't care how many people you put out there or whatever, you're gonna have these issues. People find ways to get around security, and always will. And the other thing I've got in the back of my mind is that now that packaging and stuff, people want to know, and the government is pushing it, that if you put a package on something, they are responsible for it from when they build it until it's disposed of. And the manufacturer has to pay for that. It's gonna be the same as the oil patch. It's gonna be from cradle to grave. And that could come sooner than you believe. It could happen within the next 10 years, that every piece of garbage that comes to Clearwater County is gonna have to be accounted for and where it goes. And it's gonna be documented, guaranteed. The oil patch has already done that 15 years ago. It's only time when a hazardous material like garbage is going to be mandated.
Okay.
And so you won't be able to have any of this reused outfits. You're gonna have to look after it from cradle to grave.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Eve. Councillor Ratcliffe, this has been the number one thing that I've heard from people when it comes to waste as well. They want a reuse area. This has been, the second, stop changing the times. Pick a time and stick with it, and don't change it seasonally. Like that has been those are the two things. And I've asked a lot of people about garbage because I wanted a lot of feedback from them with regards to the central site. So I've had a lot of feedback when it comes to waste. This was one of their number one things, but going out to the public and asking their opinion, the minute that we give them all of the information, particularly the $200,000 a year operational price tag, they are gonna tell me where to go. Cause having a calf shelter there that they can drop something off and grab it, they don't feel should come with a $200,000 a year price tag, nor do I. I don't think it should either. I don't think it has to be as difficult as a lawyer is telling us. I really don't. But maybe that's my rural can-do attitude, different than an Edmonton lawyer telling us what we can and cannot do. It's just a different of opinion.
Just a bit of that history too, when we were in the Waste Authority, before the transfer burned, there was an opportunity I remember going, and there was a tent set up in the back and you could drop everything off, and it was set up for approximately a week. It was kind of like a reuse tent, but it was only for a very temporary basis, and it was once a year. I'm looking at the fact that maybe the town has a kick it to the curb twice a year. Maybe there's something that we can do where it's like, set up a tent, and it's like, you can bring your stuff, it stays open for 1 week, and we do it twice a year, and it's something. Have a poster sitting up right there and saying, hey, these are all the neat places that really would love your stuff. Please drop them off next to new, blah, blah, blah. A reminder, because I agree with Mr. Hand, this has been made easy for our residents for the last 15 years to just go to the garbage and drop things off. I know my grandmother and my mom at the time, they were always looking for those secondhands and wherever else to drop off. It was never go to the garbage to drop off their secondhands. So we've made it easy. And so I would like, I'm going to agree with the motion, but I would like us to look at another option of having some sort of program like the kick it to the curb that the town has, where there's still an opportunity, make it seasonal. Like you said, May's really busy, or September, and have that opportunity and put it for a set. And that might be the shorter way of not having something full-time, and yes, allowing people to recycle those goods and do it that way. So it's, that can come forward of what that would cost and, in a future meeting, so. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. And those are questions I was thinking of when I said we should go to the public, is what other options would they like to see? Whether it's open for 4 months or 2 months or weekends only or something like that to still make this available.
And I agree, but at the same token, the public doesn't have the information that we have either. I've noticed
Right.
it's
That's-
very much that they're just looking to hear what they want to hear that would check those boxes for them too, so there's the. All right, there's a motion on the floor, discussion on the motion. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I like your idea, but I don't like who has to take on the liability for this. The town doesn't have any liability when they say kick it to the curb. People just take their stuff out to the end of the driveway and whoever wants it can come and pick it up. Nobody has any responsibility for that. If whatever is left there, then the town comes and picks up and goes to the garbage.
No, it's a contractor.
You take it back
Yeah, yeah.
if no one picks it up.
Yeah, no.
So
residents
this
are-
is,
Okay.
Yeah.
you hit it on the head though, there's zero liability.
There-
I've got some item, I mark it free, I set it on the curb, municipality doesn't touch it. And that's typical Lacombe, Rocky,
So
all
then-
those places.
Then the owner has to take it back.
It becomes garbage, now you have to go deal with it.
But if
accordingly.
you take it to your place of the central station, then it's ours.
Yes, well, the reason is because a lot of times the public will perceive that the municipality checked it out.
Yep.
That we made it maybe a little better to go out. Rather than just saying it's a reuse item, kinda as is, where is, and all we're doing is providing the location for someone to grab, take it. But the onus now becomes, well, a municipality, you would think those guys would check it out a bit. That, I've heard that too. And that's when you get it, we don't do that because you wouldn't have the time to do that, right, so.
All right.
Liability coming back
Okay,
at you.
Councillor, okay, so there's no more lights. Motion's on the floor that Clearwater County will not increase the service level by implementing the reuse program. Any other questions or comments? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Locke.
Recommendation to council,
Sure.
correct?
Yep, this is just a recommendation to council.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Malhoff?
Sorry, Reeve, then why do we need a motion at all if it's just to stay status quo? We literally talked about that today, that we didn't need a motion for the fire service to change because it's all staying the same. So I think we're good then. We don't need a motion at all. Everything just stays the same and nobody move, nobody get hurt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Why do we need,
for sure.
if the motion is to stay the same, which is the motion on the floor, is to stay the same. Why do we need a motion for staying the same? We literally talked about that a couple of times today. The motion should only be if you're changing something.
So, I agree, but I think because this is a project that council has asked for this, do we want to close this subject off, or is this, that's where I'm at. This is a new service that we're looking at if we're gonna stay the same. It's what.
This is the same as the safety codes.
Same
It was a
as
new
safety.
service we were looking
Yeah,
at.
that's true. Omens, do you have any?
No, I would agree.
Okay,
The challenge with no motion at all is how can administration be sure that's supported, that there is no desire for a change in service? So by doing this, in essence, there would be no recommendation back to council because it's status quo. But at this level, we don't know that it's supported by the majority of this committee.
Okay, well, and that's why I bring it up, because he said this is a recommendation to council. But why, when there
But that
shouldn't
would-
be a recommendation coming out of this to council, because it's
Correct.
to stay the same.
So, no, correct.
If that's what
So
passes.
That's the stage that wouldn't be required. But at this point, we don't know if Councillor Northcott's motion is supported or not. If it's supported by the majority, that it's status quo, then yeah, no recommendation would be required to council.
Okay.
But right now, we don't know if the majority of the committee supports that or not. It might get defeated, and then we need direction to make a recommendation to council.
Okay. Okay.
Councillor Northcott?
The way I see this is, there was a motion by Sidney Graham. 1/18/2024, administration did the legwork, brought it back. Now they're looking for direction on what we're gonna recommend to council, so it makes sense to me, but, yeah.
All right. No other questions? Councillor Lougheed?
This is somewhat unusual, so I would not expect a further agenda item coming in the future to a council meeting near me? Okay.
Okay. Claire?
If this motion is passed.
Okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very, go ahead, Councillor Malhoff.
Does that mean then the design that is being done for the central site will not include this then? Because that's number 3. I
That
thought
was-
that the design already had that in the engineering as suggested. It didn't, I thought the little picture we got had a little square on it for a reuse center in the picture that we got.
It was for EPR.
I remember seeing a nice little square in the engine, like the conceptual drawings that we got for the central site. Had a little square on it for a reuse center. It was even pointed out to me, saying, Councillor Malhoff, we even considered the reuse center you've been asking for, it's the little square. So is that not gonna be on there now that
No.
we've said we're not changing the service level?
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
No, in our discussions with Tetra Tech in the future, look at a proposed central, should that eventually happen. A reuse type of center would be considered part of that. Again, you would go to stakeholders, you would see if that would be pertinent, but we felt that it would be something you could do with space, security, do it right. That this program is kind of constantly changing. RCA talks about it's all circular economy. So everything's circular economy driven. Reuse is a part of that, but I've seen now the next stages, you have reuse cafes, you have repair cafes because they fought legislation to repair things, the right to repair. So Okotoks in different places now would bring in a retired electrician to fix somebody's, so this thing has kind of just kind of built. So again, we don't want to share with council that we're thinking maybe a smaller place, little items, when we think this potentially is just more encompassing in the next 10 years as we're trying to work, we want to work ahead and look ahead as much as we can. That's where we see those changes happening. There may be more items to reuse, those type of things. There may be some redefinitions, but one thing they tell you, you need space, you need heat, you need a volunteer base if you can, and you're gonna have to partner with various organizations if you want to achieve certain goals.
So yes, coming to a councilor's meeting near you.
Yeah, that'll come in 2026.
Project got moved to 2026, the design, so we'll be. Yeah.
There we go. Awesome. Okay, I see that we've completed our meeting, so we're now at the adjournment stage. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Gibson, B2. Councillor Norrie. All those in favor? Yeah, it's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Jenny.
3 years I've been trying to get those freaking reuse sheds, just have this